locations, it'll be visible and brighter. I think people will want to do this. If you want to do some lighting clothing or make sure that you make that eye contact, that's enhanced and important that you do this. Bicyclists, you need to obey traffic laws and expect that vehicles will not see you when riding on the sidewalk because you're going so fast that drivers don't see when they turn in. In the same regard, drivers, you have to understand that bicycles have a right to be on the roadway. It doesn't matter how fast they go. The speed limit is a maximum speed limit. We have to give them the space they need to operate safely and not give them a hard time when they're riding on the road, because that's what we're trying to encourage people to do. DOT and SHA, we need to implement these LED lights as the county executive talked about. The police need to continue to do our enforcement to ensure that both drivers, pedestrians, and bicyclists obey the law. Last year, we did several hundred pedestrian enforcement details, which totaled about 1,400 hours of pedestrian time. We can do better. We can do smarter. We can do more. Civic groups, we need you engaged to actively participate in the awareness. We need to get not only your members, but help with the general public. And we need the PIO to be able to get a comprehensive program. They can't do it by themselves. We're going to have to get help. But we need everybody to educate others. What you hear today, and thank you for being here today, because we have to get this message out. Everybody has to look out for each other. It's not that difficult, but we are not going in the right directions. I want to compliment Mr. Holland. I call him Captain Zero. Because I know he's highly intelligent, dedicated, and passionate about traffic safety. But more importantly, he's young, because we're talking about the next 10 years, 2030, we're going to eliminate these crashes at Vision Zeros, going to be acceptable, and we're going to need a young man to be able to captain this ship for a long period of time. With that, thank you all very much.
All right. Good morning. Why don't we start with our Revenue Authority?
Revenue Authority is always an interesting division to start with because you're not doing an appropriation. You're saying yes to projects. The projects before you have all been brought before. There are two projects that deal with acquisition around the air park, which was recommended when the FAA looked at things that could be obstacles to planes. These were the last in the priorities of property that could be bought. Now, the two projects are completely dependent upon FAA appropriations, which, to tell you the truth, are not actually expected, since these items in the federal budget are proposed for cutting, and it doesn't look like there'll be funds for it. In any event, the two projects are in priority order. The Leet Melbrook property would create the lesser of the impacts and would be appropriate if there are funds for it. The merchant tire is a little bit more interesting because, of course, it's a decent business going on, and the only reason that it could be an obstacle is because high trucks park in their parking lot. So the building itself is out of being an obstruction, but the trucks that service the business may be an obstruction sometimes. So that makes it a lesser priority. Those are the two air park acquisition projects. If you have any questions on that before we go forward with the third one.
Okay. Now, you said that they're in priority order.
They are.
But the first two are contingent upon federal funding?
That's correct, both of them.
And when do you find out about the federal funding? Good morning, Keith.
Morning. Keith Miller, CEO of the Revenue Authority. The funding and really what the delay is right now is that, as Jeff just referenced, the situation here is when there is an 18-wheeler making a delivery to the properties. So we have gone a couple of times to the FAA in trying to find a workaround for this project, because the last thing we want to do is be relocating businesses based on this. And the most recent delay in funding is that we do think that we have a potential workaround. And so the FAA has agreed to give us 2 years to try and figure that workaround out. It'll take 2 years just to get through the federal process.
Okay.
And that's why the project has been kind of delayed here. And Jeff also referenced, too, you also have some funding issues with the FAA, so we're always dependent upon that. Just that the committee knows is that the FAA funds 90% of the project. That's why we're dependent upon them to do that. Okay.
Okay, the last one is a little bit more interesting. It used to be known as the Poolsville Economic Development Project. We just received a revised PDF. Cross-funds. I don't know if that's good or bad. Don't you want your vines straight up? I have no idea. What do I know? Which is what my wife tells me every time I have a recommendation. But in this case, there was a project last year that was approved by the council. What is proposed is really a $1.8 million increase to the project. They've spent $400,000 in FY20, or you're going to spend it, whatever it is. And the increased cost is really due to additional parking and stormwater management. There is also some debt service associated with this, mainly because the county agreed in a separate item to sort of fund this, and they expect to be paid back from revenue. So this is a little bit unusual. The debt service schedule is also at your place, so that would be approved in operating. As far as the Revenue Authority is concerned, that it will be revenue neutral to them. They'll have the revenue to pay back this amount and operating costs going forward. But in
Okay.
terms of scope, it's absolutely the same. Did the number of parking
Keith, let's
spaces
get
increase?
give us the plain language story here. I'm excited about this. I've heard about it a lot, but let's recap on the vision here.
Yeah, so just so we kind of back up maybe a little bit, is that the project has kind of gone through several different phases, as everybody's aware here. The project itself, if you want me to recap, is an educational vineyard, an event facility, and a custom crush facility. And really the goals here is support agriculture, support business development, and support education and workforce development. And what we've done, and as the project is kind of really, the last time we were here, we were going through a design build concept. We got through like the first phase of the design build and realized that wasn't going to work out too well.
Why is that?
We lost too much control on the design side of things when you're kind of framing things out. On that design build, the goal there is that you kind of turn over the reins to the contractor to do the design. And if you want to kind of have a little bit more voice in that, you need to give them more information up, so you find yourself doing more of the design work itself. So that's when we pulled back and said, let's get back in control of this and go through a traditional design and build model. So where we are right now is we've gone through the preliminary design on the property. We have, and during that, as Jeff was alluding to, during that design portion, we went out and had estimates returned to us. Basically, all the budgeted numbers came back pretty well online, except for the parking lot and stormwater management. So there's an existing parking lot on the property. However, we do need to modify that parking lot, and once you start modifying a parking lot, stormwater management regulations kick in, and that's
Can't
really
use
what.
dirt? Can't use gravel?
There is going to be some overflow area there
Yeah.
as well, but we have to treat the areas that are being modified. So we're working through that scope right now. And that really is what really kind of laid the change down in where we are. I did want to highlight, though, if I could back up just a second, I did want to highlight some positives, because this project's been in the pipeline for a while. The first quarter acre of vines is planted and growing out there.
Okay.
It is in partnership with the University of Maryland, so we're doing research on the type of vines that will be successful in growing in the Ag Reserve right here in Montgomery County. Right. I'm happy to report that according to Dr. Joe Fiola from University of Maryland, that this has been the best planting and he has seen in the last 2 years.
Okay.
So that's a real good positive for us, and I think for those in the Ag Reserve and what can be grown out there, it's interesting in that standpoint. We have completed a memo of understanding between us, Montgomery College, and Grow and Fortify. Grow and Fortify represents the wine industry, beer industry, and spirits industry in the state. So we have a memo of understanding there where we're developing certificate programs now. They're going to be offered through Montgomery College.
Nice.
And we're working forward on that. And from a bigger picture,
Certificate of
viticulture and oenology. So the first phase would be viticulture, because we want to get the classes going so that as we're doing, the vision here is that we'll plant about a quarter acre of vines every year. So we want students to get involved in this program so that we can get them out there planting with us and maintaining with us. That's the whole goal here, is that we're teaching them. The first quarter acre was done so that our staff could understand what we have to do, right, to maintain. And so that's what really kind of the goal is on that standpoint. And from a bigger picture, University of Maryland has started the first fermentation degree classes this past fall. So they're implementing the fermentation program, which after meeting with Dr. Baruti, who is the head of agriculture in the University of Maryland College Park, that's where he believed that the educational program from the higher institution would be in order to support a project like this, as well as a lot of other things. So we're happy to report those classes have already started. So the goals early on in the project was to support education that would help stir the wine industry, and those we're making progress, even though the building isn't built and the facility isn't built yet. and then bringing it back around. So where we are now is that the timeline is to be finished with design by this spring, groundbreaking this fall, and opening in calendar year, what is this, 21, so which would be fiscal 22 as far as the council.
And imagine the revenue comes from the custom crush facility.
The custom crush and event facility is the
An
biggest
event-
revenue.
an
Yeah,
event
that's really,
facility.
that's how the model works. And so, as we're talking about here with the debt service, during those initial upstart years, so the Revenue Authority has agreed to really the startup money. So we're estimating about $1.6 million to $2 million of Revenue Authority funds being able to handle the first couple of years of actual losses on the property, as well as the startup costs with that. The county pays the debt service for the first several years until the facility ramps up, and then after it becomes cash positive, there's a repayment of a percentage of that back to the county. So all in, the projections, about $1.9 million to the county, about $7 million from operations, and we've got $3 million from the state. So that's kind of the way all the funding model comes together.
And as far as the users of the crushed facility, I imagine that's quite regional.
Yes, it'll be a regional priority, local, and then a regional reach. It'll most likely. The goal here is that as this grows, from our ag reserve, if you're doing, University of Maryland is doing research right here in the ag reserve, we're showing the local farmers what can be successfully grown in our ag reserve. And then with the custom crush facility and the local production facility right there in Poolsville, the goal is that some of the farmers take some of the unused land on their farm and create
Right,
vineyards.
because now you
and
don't
start
have to
expand.
buy that equipment yourself. And
Correct.
so it becomes more economical
them.
to put some of your acreage into, I mean, yeah, okay.
Yes. And
You
that's
can be your own winemaker now, potentially. You'd have to hire and you'd have to have the expertise.
Correct. But you would come in and use the facility, bring the finished product back to your winery where you have grapes, and you're able to do that.
But I also think, as I was told, that the event aspect of this is also a significant revenue generator.
I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah, that's the event facility is needed to support the whole
Okay.
vision.
It's a-
That's
it's a
really
piece
what
of the
supports
puzzle.
the vision. Yes.
And, okay. Great. Well, this is great progress, and I'm excited about it. There's so many benefits here, but certainly one of them is supporting the growth of winemaking in the Ag Reserve. It's a burgeoning sector. We've got some incredible winemakers who have started, operations in the county, and there's a lot of potential here. So this is going to be something that furthers that along, and really commend the county executive for supporting this funding. It's a great recommendation, and thanks for all of your work, Keith.
Great.
Mr. Rice, welcome to the Fed Committee.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And as we see a lot of overlap between education and culture and planning, housing, economic development, I think we're going to see a lot more of this throughout the coming years. Let me just say, Mr. Miller, that I'm incredibly pleased to see the progress in this and where we've gone. Both the chair and I were just at Montgomery College a few days ago to celebrate a very unique signing between George Mason University and Montgomery College when it came to cloud computing and a cloud computing degree. And this is one in which I think we could be looking at doing the reverse. And so while I know you are not the head of our academic institution, it certainly is one in which I think that we need to explore the opportunities that may exist for us to offer this, because we see so many of our Northern Virginia partners who have heavily invested in wineries to certainly offer this program to them just as they did with us, and certainly have the turnabout in terms of
clever.
Yeah, exactly, right? So I think that there's a lot of potential that's there. I know that the universities at Shady Grove is certainly a partner as well. I serve on their board of advisors there, and so we're very happy to see the degree in agritourism and the potential for another four-year degree when it comes to something along the lines of enology or the viticulture 2.0, if you will. So certainly we'll be looking forward to working with you as well as with the Revenue Authority to kind of make those things truly come to fruition. But I think that overall, this is a great project, and it represents something now that I actually live in the Ag Reserve. It's something that, and live across the street from Windridge Vineyards winery
really?
that's doing amazing. They every single evening and every single weekend, and now they've got the brand new building. So, Mr. Zients, to your point, they're constructing a building right now, an event facility that is going to be tremendous. I know that I've already locked in for my daughter's graduation party to be there. So you're right.
The after party will be at your house.
There it is, exactly. So when it comes to the amount of revenue that certainly comes in from projects like this, there is no question that the opportunities are endless. And so really want to thank you. I remember when you just started talking about this vision a long time ago, and to see it come to where it is now is just tremendous. So just really want to say thank you, Mr. Miller, for your great work. You were the spearhead in all of this and making this happen. So really want to thank you for your commitment to the Agricultural Reserve and to our winery industry.
Super. That's exciting. Well, and the malt house hasn't panned out yet?
So I wouldn't say no yet.
Okay.
What we have is we have a design that is ready, a slight modification to design that if we have the money in the budget as we finalize the project and to buy that equipment, we can make a slight modification to the design and accommodate it. So we're still
Okay.
trying to get there.
Okay.
But we just want to get the primary project built, and we'll be right there.
So you don't need to know the answer on that just now? That's something you can decide in another year or so, or something like that?
It's a slight modification. We'll be able to do it, and that's
Okay.
what we're working with the design team
We'll
on.
be waiting for your proposal on that.
Hopefully.
We're not giving up on that one.
No,
Okay,
not at all.
good. All right.
Do I read that as 3-0 approval?
I think my colleagues are on board. Yes, sir. All right. Thank you. All right, now, back to the main show. Parks.
I have the thick one here. Is that what
Yeah.
you're talking about?
Yeah. I've got mine. He usually uses his digital. He's that kind of guy. He's a digital guy.
He's cool.
All right. All right. So, Pam, nice to talk to you again. It's been about 12 hours. You want to take us back to where we were?
I will.
Is that the right way to proceed?
That is. Thank you. Good morning. Yeah, we were here a week ago. We were covering the park CIP. The staff report for last time covered all the projects. It laid things out in the order of, new projects, projects that were requesting a change, and then there's a section on consent, projects that have very little change. Predominantly, they're adding 2 more years of funding in most cases, but no change in scope. And then there's the list in the last section that lists the projects that are unfunded. But where we ended last time was at the bottom of page 17. We're starting today at the top of page 18 of the staff report for last week, which was April 24th. And the project that we were going to start reviewing today would be the PLAR, the Planned Life Cycle Asset Replacement for non-local parks and minor renovations. The request for this one, the reason why this one is noted in this section as a change, is that there's been a suggested modification to it just in reference to the CE's budget target, and it would reduce its request from November back to its current funding level, and this affects the current revenue side of the affordability PDF. If you recall, the affordability PDF makes a recommendation to meet a certain target for cutting GO bond funding and another certain target for meeting current revenue funding. The current revenue side of it's quite small, but this is one of the 2 projects that will address that need to meet that target. And what it does is when Parks submitted their budget in November, they had asked for an increase for this project. This just takes them back to current funding levels.
Okay. Sounds fine.
Okay. The next project you'll see is the pollution prevention and repairs to ponds and lakes. And as you might recall, at the opening of the last work session, we talked about the Water Quality Protection Fund, the long-term financing from the state. That process is still in discussion and ongoing. In the last week, we haven't quite come to yet complete resolution to that, but I do know that there is work being done on that. And this is one of those projects that is impacted by that long-term financing.
Okay, so if we don't show the money, then it is somehow, a factor in negotiations over whether we can bond the Water Quality Protection Fund?
Well, I just want to call to your attention that we're going to go to the T&E work session this afternoon on the DEP's stormwater program, but we're concerned about whether or not the state revolving fund actually is workable, both whether or not we can get the money, even in the threshold question, whether we're eligible and we can work out the ability to secure the debt, and even beyond that, whether or not the amount of staff time that we have to put into documenting what's necessary to qualify basically effectively makes it unattractive from a cost point of view. So that's probably more of a T&E issue, but I just want to make you aware of it, that this has become a lot more complicated than I think anyone anticipated 2 years ago.
Yeah, this is something that we've been working through. I think when, you may remember several years ago, we used to issue water quality protection bonds, but then we found out about a state loan program that was significantly cheaper. And so we moved to doing that as the financing source for stormwater activities. Then in the meantime, there was an interest in pulling in some of the parks projects for that as well. But we didn't want to do a bond issue that's for very small, because that gets very inefficient. It's also very costly for a small amount of money. And now, as we've had some experience trying to work through the mechanics of the loans, we've run into some snags. We're still trying to work them through. But Casey is correct. We don't really know right now where we are with that. And so we're looking at a number of different options. And I think I would say that we're looking at short-term options and longer-term options. The easiest thing for everybody is to just cash fund, but that means the rate goes up potentially by a lot. So we have to look at those issues, and we're in the process of doing that. But it's involved a lot of coordination, and it is a detailed process.
Okay. Okay. Well, and we're pretty sure that that expenditure is going to rise to 1.2 million. Why does it rise from 1 to 1.2?
What do you think you mean?
Starting in 23.
I'm looking at the table on page 18. Good morning, Carl.
Yeah, Andy, come up.
Good morning, Andy Frank, head up the Park Development Division. The funding allocation in that program is based on a new Maryland Department of the Environment MS4 permit that Parks has acquired, and we're in the process of looking through our retrofit requirements along with our general water quality program throughout the Stream Valley parks, and that's a projected amount that we would need in order to fund projects that we feel are going to be ongoing in order to do restoration in the Stream Valley Park system.
Okay. So this particular line item is related to the restoration of stream valleys?
Yes, that's the.
Because I thought it was ponds and lakes, but.
But the pollution prevention, I'm sorry, the pollution prevention, it does both our active use areas as well as some Stream Valley parks. That's county-wide. It's related to stormwater retrofits that are under the same water quality program through MS4.
Okay. Will?
Yeah, and I was going to ask a similar question in a couple other spots where there's just seems to be kind of a little uptick, and I know costs thing you're anticipating costs rising. I'm assuming that's what it is, but to the extent that that could be addressed, where that happens going forward, because just it is an increase. It goes. So we need to just be aware of that, and if you could, as we go through the rest of the pack, you can talk about it now, but it would be helpful to just know what's behind that.
And this one is a specific regulatory requirement, but a number of these level of efforts are nowhere near where they should be. And so it's you could say, well, why is it, $100,000 more this year than it was last year, or $200,000? It probably should be $500,000 more or $1 million more. We realistically can't fund these where we want them to be. That's why we've walled them off when we made the non-recommended cuts and tried to protect those really at the expense of the big standalone items. But almost every single one of these where you're talking about historic structures or PLR or trails or whatever really should be much higher. And I think we're just trying to fit in what we can fit in.
Trying to get to the high level as fast as you can, but
It's
you
more
can't
of a
get there.
backlog issue than an inflation issue when you see these bump ups. It means that we've measured something like the life cycle replacement of playgrounds or courts, and we're not anywhere near the desired interval. We're at 40 years instead of 20 years. So the incremental rise is to try to get more in line with what we believe is the appropriate life cycle replacement.
That's helpful. Thank you.
All right, so
One thing I probably
Mary
should.
Beck, Mike, Casey, Carl, Andy. Brett Magellan.
Yes.
One
One
B.
thing I probably should have mentioned is that I think given the complexity of what we've been talking about with trying to work out whether the loan works or cash works, likely these couple of projects that have the water quality money will probably need to be tabled and taken up in the operating budget context, because then we'll have the complete picture.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Let's keep going.
Okay, so if you'll turn onto page top of 19, this is the restoration of historic structures, which is also similar to the one we just covered under the PLR minor renovation. It's the other project, the second of the two, that will be returned to the current funding level to address the affordability reconciliation PDF.
All right. Sounds fine. Any objections in historic structures? No. All right.
The next one you'll see is the small grant donor assisted capital improvements PDF. It has an increase in appropriation from $300,000 a year to $1.1 million to accommodate increased support from projects that are non-county government funding sources and the addition of 2 fiscal years.
Sorry, quick update. What is the current status of Jessup Blair House? I believe you've done a lot of work there already.
Yep, the house has been stabilized. The interior is pretty much gutted, but it's stabilized, it's conditioned. We don't, at this point, have a project in place to ultimately restore it and occupy it, but we're exploring different options.
So there's another layer of expenditures needed to have
Yes.
it be occupiable.
Yes.
I see. Okay. All right. Sorry, back to small grant donor assisted capital improvements. So these are matching funds, basically? Is that what it is, or? how would you-
This is good news. This is where we get a state bond bill or a donation, and so we don't have to come up and get the appropriation from you and go through the supplemental process.
I
This
see.
gives us the authorization to spend money, non-tax supported money that comes in from non-county sources, I should say.
So the source of revenue in these is not county?
Correct.
Okay.
There's a little bit of current revenue from both general current revenue from the county as well as MNC PPC that deals with some administrative costs. But this increase here was just the contributions appropriation. So it's actually allowing us to have appropriation to receive other people's money, basically.
Gotcha. All right. Good. We like other people's money.
Okay, moving along. We are on page 20. We are at the Stream Protection Stream Valley Park PDF, and this is just similar to the pollution PDF we just spoke about. It is the second of those two that are affected by the long-term financing from the loan from MDE, and that's being worked on, that we're going to hold off completely until the closer to the operating budget.
Okay. So you're adding 2 fiscal years at the end because they
Correct.
weren't there otherwise holding. All right.
The next is the Trails Hard Surface Renovation PDF. It does have a slight increase to accelerate more work on the project. We did receive some testimony in general related to trails, whether they be natural surface or hard surface trails. It is one of the most used park facilities are the trail system.
It is. And, you know, they're crowded. There's a lot of people on them. And I wonder why we have a very, very modest budget for something that is a countywide parks. If you look at it in terms of what it really is, yeah, it's a countywide park that we spend such a small amount of money upgrading. And you know, when you're on these trails and you encounter long stretches of, you know, water intruding over in mud and slippery conditions, it has a big impact on your experience there. Why are we? Feels like we could do a lot more. So can you talk to me about what we're doing here and what you think? You know, what's the need level, and are you doing some work to envision how to expand our hard surface trails? We're going to get to the natural surface trails in a minute, but
yeah, I would anticipate in the next CIP we'll have a major capital project or two that's focused on new mileage of hard surface trails. But we're renovating Rock Creek, for example, piece by piece. We've gone to, and Andy and others have worked on a strategy that's more about, which if you'd like to hear about it, tell you a little bit more, but doing some of the engineering in the field to make sure that it's a more efficient way to accomplish these renovations. Some of that is, you can see that in place in that area through Kensington where the Rock Creek Trail runs. We've got really not only resurfaced them, but also improved the drainage, the substrate, and some of what they've done to try to make it more durable and also less susceptible to the things you're talking about water coming over the trail and freezing. But it's, again, another one of these things where we really should be spending a lot more money, but we know that we've got budget issues. So we certainly could use whatever money you can make available for that one, along with some of these others like natural surface trails, urban park elements, PLR. Those things are all things that we could certainly put more money to use to try to catch up.
okay. Andy, you want to share some information about the kind of work you do with the hard surface trails budget?
Sure. As Casey mentioned, we have a tremendous existing trail system, and it is aging. And as you noticed, there's most of these are run along our Stream Valley Park, so they do tend to get affected by larger storm events, also the sedimentation throughout the Stream Valley Park system, which is a natural function.
Right.
And as Casey mentioned, what we've been working on is trying to do a more cost-effective approach. Because if you've been out there, you can tell it's just a matter of inches between a dry trail and a wet, muddy trail. And that's very difficult to pick up through the design, survey and design. So what we've been doing is working with our in-house partners as well as contractors to do, as Casey mentioned, field engineering, so that we can, make more efficient use of our money to putting the pavement down, and also dealing with drainage issues at the same time and restoring some of the Stream Valley parks at the same time.
Right.
So it's a collective effort. As Casey mentioned, we made a lot of progress over in the Rock Creek area, and this spring and summer we're going to focus our efforts in Long Branch which is an area that has some much-needed trail improvements. But we're going to try and do it very similarly and as cost-effective as we can. But
I mean, I wonder if you added up all the people who are on a hard surface trail on a weekend in April, May, all the way through, I mean, frankly, almost every weekend, but there's an explosion when the weather changes. And then thought about that as if this was a park, what would we be spending to ensure a quality experience?
Well, it's the trails, natural surface and hard surface are the number 1 and 3 most
Right.
requested amenity in our
Is that right?
our
Hard surface and natural 1 and
in
3?
our surveys.
Yeah.
And it also point out it's not just that we had some people supporting trails. I think over half of the people who testified on parks at CIP hearings were specifically testifying in favor of trails, hard
Right.
surface, natural surface, and then there were a number of people who also were interested in the tunnel.
Right.
I believe over half of them specifically mentioned they'd like to see more attention on the trails.
More investment in the trails. Feels like we ought to try to respond to what the people are asking for here. Go to my colleagues. Andrew.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm glad you said that. I think the most compelling aspect, I think, of the public testimony that we received was how consistent it was that folks were asking for increased funding and support for trails and also the Capitol Crescent Trail Tunnel. I mean, I don't think there was any more than schools, more than anything else. That was what we heard the most from, and it was not concentrated in any one particular part of the county. It was a county-wide, clear message of how much of a need there is and how much interest there is in funding and supporting and keeping up to pace our natural and hard surface trails. So I just wanted to note that, in addition to obviously the tunnel, which we received tremendous amount of testimony countywide, not just, there's this misconception that, that's a Bethesda thing or a Chevy Chase and Bethesda thing, but it's a countywide thing. I did want to just, related to this, because I share the view that we should try to respond to what the obvious interests of the public is as best as we can in, tight financial constraints that we face. But could you just give a quick update on the PEPCO shared use trail?
Yeah, as you know, we built the first 6+ miles from South Germantown down to, I think, the Muddy Branch, and we're right now looking at what the schedule will be to try to finish it all the way down to Cabin John. So that's pretty exciting. We still have an uninterrupted trail corridor all the way from South Germantown to Bethesda, about 13 miles or so. The bottom half is a little more challenging with some of the topography, but it can certainly be done. It would probably take our trail crews about 6 months of putting everything else aside and just to try to bang out that bottom half, but we think that that's probably justified, even though we'd have to put everything else on hold for a little while. Then the next step beyond that would be PEPCO is committed to allow another trail, a paved trail, which we'd like to try to, and that may be one of the things that we propose to you in the next CIP is to pave the whole corridor. We're trying to figure out what the big trail, hard surface trail idea would be to try to advance and
So the hard trail would be a standalone CIP item.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it would cost, but those things tend to be like $1 million a mile, so it would be a big standalone project.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I think that, there's a lot of interest in that. Having trails that connect the county, county-wide or as close to county-wide as possible, going north, south, and east, west. That's where the magic, to me, really is. That's what makes trails not just recreational opportunities, which are important, but key parts of our transportation infrastructure. And if you compare it to other aspects of our transportation infrastructure, it's actually quite cheap,
Right.
and inexpensive. And I really do see our trail network and our park system as a core part of the desirability and quality of life in Montgomery County. So please keep us informed of the progress there, because that is a really exciting development that I hope we can continue to pursue, and just share the views that were expressed earlier, that there was tremendous amount of interest and engagement from community members who testified at the public hearing on funding for our trail network along with the tunnel. Thanks.
Okay, well, I mean, I think we ought to try to do better than what is in the budget. I will go to my colleague Will, and then we'll come back to me, and I'll make a recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agreed that our trails are a great amenity. One of the things that has stuck out to me, though, and I wanted to ask, do we have, and have you recently taken any kind of demographic data about who's using our trails as far as the diversity or where people are from, racial, ethnic, et cetera?
We haven't tried to measure demographics, but we do have trail counters, and we've been doing some intercept surveys as part of the e-scooter and e-bike program to try to get a little bit deeper into information. I don't think we're collecting race, ethnicity, that sort of thing. We are certainly acutely aware of we're always talking internally about making sure that the investment in trails and everything else is in the equity areas to the maximum extent possible, wherever that makes sense as far as and we've opened up, for example, new trails on the Northwest Branch. Your chief of staff's husband's Boy Scout troop, and I personally went out and worked on that trail. But that's an example of we're trying to get better level of service for trails, specifically in the southeast part of the county. The northwest part of the county around South Germantown, extending all around there, is really the hub of a lot of the existing trail network. We want to not only create opportunities for more equitable access, but also the fact that you shouldn't really have to drive 20 miles to get on a trail.
Yeah.
So we want those to be accessible to people in the down county, and specifically to sort of fill in those gaps in the Tacoma, Silver Spring area.
Yep. Yeah, and I think, and Mike, you can respond, but.
Yeah, I think you ask a great question, and we'll look a little harder about how we can really look at our customers in the trail programs. I can tell you anecdotally, as a trail user, a heavy jogger, both the natural and hard.
This is a drill.
Okay.
residents in terms of race and ethnicity, age, gender, ability, and also in diversity of why they're there. Are they there to exercise, aggressive biking or jogging? Are they there to enjoy nature? Are they there just to walk and meet their neighbors? So anecdotally, I can tell you my belief is as far as the equity agenda of the council, our trails are as important as amenity as anything we provide, right up there with the playgrounds and the other facilities that are community anchors that people can just enjoy on their own time and their own leisure.
Well, I appreciate that, Mike. And I think if we can think about ways to build on that so it's not anecdotal, and I would agree with you that there are some people getting great use, but I feel this way about libraries too. You have some people that are in the know, that are using the heck out of it and getting great value, and then you have some people that are just completely in the dark and that are not even scratching the surface of what's available. And part of that is outreach, but part of it's also just knowing who's coming in and why they're there. And if we could think about, longer term, maybe it's an operating budget or something you can already do about how to measure that. And I think that would be helpful for me in thinking about, what and consistent with our equity goals about what we're going to do. Because, my colleague's going to make a proposal to double this or do something, and I'm all for it. But we have a lot of need, right, in a lot of places, and there's one pot of money, or in the case, there's one CIP and there's, one operating budget, and they're tough decisions. And I think that type of information would make it easier for me to, be very supportive of something like that.
Well, it's funny you mention this, because in our operating budget, we're proposing a new position for an equity analyst who will be responsible for studying exactly the kinds of things you're talking about. Right. So it's as though you've channeled our...
And I'll be very supportive of that, because I think the parks it's in a similar boat, but like you said, it's a great service. It's one of the reasons Montgomery County is so great, but we want to make sure that we know what's happening and how do we get it to more people here, and then also build the case for increased funding, which is, I know, what we're doing. So thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I would love to see access to trails physically. How does that vary around the county? I mean, the ability of a person to go visit a trail, I think, is somewhat based on geography and awareness, and whether you've ever been on, whether you go on a hike is probably a function of whether you've been on a hike. And so these things are all related to what the schools do and what kind of after-school programming we have, and the community centers, and just it's multifaceted. So, I think it would be terrific for parks and the commission to really take an expansive view of the trail system as a whole and see how we can take this to the next level. I think our investment in trails generally relative to the use and the need and the opportunity is there's just a huge mismatch. I think it's based on a status quo vision, essentially, of what we could be doing. And to Andrew's comment from a moment ago, like, the idea ought to be just a few minutes from wherever you live in the county, you can enter a trail, and you could stay on a trail, the whole day. Like, you never would have to turn around, because you could just connect and keep going, and you could be interconnected from Long Branch to Damascus, and then back. And
our vision is constrained only by the money.
Yeah.
If you give us the money, we will deliver the vision and the trail network.
Yeah.
No problem.
Great.
So very briefly, and I really want to thank you for allowing me to comment on this, because your last point, Mr. Chair, is incredibly important. So when we're looking at the partnerships in terms of how we do this, we know that our school systems represent the diversity in our community. And so reaching out and partnering with our school systems to educate our families and community about the park system that exists, about the trails that are there, it's tremendously important. But I did just want to comment on one other piece, and you have it listed here in the packet, but it's not lifted up enough, is ADA accessibility. And that is one of the things, when you transform Black Hills, there are blogs that talk about how accessible Black Hills now is. And so folks are talking about this. So to your point, once it gets on the radar screen and people start to hear and understand what's there and the commitment and investment that we put in, it speaks volumes and it has tremendous value. And so there are lots of people who know and come to Black Hills just because they know that it's accessible, and other people have talked about how it's accessible. And so that accessibility piece that goes into, so again, as a non-voting member of this committee, but as a voting member of the General Council, would completely support additional money. Got it in.
You got it in right under the wire. That's
The requested change is that it is increased by 200,000 in FYs 21 and 22, so that it will be 700,000 in FY 21 and 22, and then in the remaining 4 years of the CIP, it will remain at 500,000. And then we turn to page 28, because we're on trails, and we want to continue talking about them, and they come as a group. The natural surface trails, the recommendation is that for each year of the CIP, the amount funded is $500,000.
Terrific. Thank you.
If we want to slip back then quickly to...
Pam, just real
Yeah,
quick.
I'm sorry.
I'm supportive of the first two and not the third.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. We'll take you out hiking this summer, and we'll turn you around.
If we want to turn back to page 22, we are almost then finished with all the projects that there is a recommended review of due to some significant change. The last one is Wheaton Regional Park. This one's included because there has been a slight modification to it due to the reconciliation PDF. But for this project, that change is actually in a positive direction. It uses some of the program open space money that has been freed up as an impact to another project. And this project is within the 6-year budget.
All right.
And then we do have the projects that I had put in the consent. As I said, almost all of these, it's really adding 2 years. It doesn't change the funding level. It just adds the same amount funded each year. It adds the 2 more years to the new CIP.
Okay, so we've got ADA compliance are the first 2 items. Then we've got ALARF,
Level
which
funding.
is, that's a acquisition, right? Then we've got the,
We now have, and so this one I included in consent because at the time I was writing the staff report, I wasn't aware that it was a brand-new project. So this one is one that we did talk about when we had our work session last week, and there was some discussion about removing it as it's not being recommended for funding at this time.
Yeah.
I wanted to know if the committee wanted to go ahead and make that recommendation
I
one
would
way
be
or the other.
comfortable with removing it and then, inviting parks to come back in the future if they want to recommend a project here. But without any funding, seems strange to have it in the budget. So if my colleagues don't object to that. This is the Little Falls Crossing.
We discussed it a little bit last time.
We did.
Yeah, I'm fine with
The top of page 24.
It just basically, it's got it, we'll delete it, and if Parks wants to come back with a plan that they want to fund, then we'll await that. But no point in leaving it in the budget, raising uncertainty as to what the next step of the process is. The next step of the process is for the Parks Department to recommend what they want to do there. And they have a functioning Vision Zero crossing now, and they'll decide if there's something different that they want to do.
Yeah, I understood it was not customary to have a PDF in the CIP with 0 funding in the 6 years.
Right. I mean, that's the key issue. If we do that, then we could put a lot of things in the project, in the budget that have no money, but seem to imply
Very
a strong commitment, nevertheless.
A lot of paper. We need a lot of paper for things that haven't
Yes.
been funded but have been promised.
Yes. All right. Yeah, right. I could create some hard feelings. All right, moving on.
Okay.
So cost sharing, local parks and non-local parks. Is this like when we are getting a state grant?
This is more of a opportunity to participate in some efficiency with a developer. If we have a developer operating nearby a park,
Gotcha.
and there's some way to leverage their work, but we can't get them 100% on the hook for an improvement, we will partner with them and share the costs.
All right. Elm Street Urban Park. This is already done?
This one's in design. Do you want to?
Design? Is this the farmers market, basically?
No, this is the northern part of Elm Street Park. This is the area that coincides with the CCT tunnel and
Gotcha.
surface route.
Yeah, the
it
surface
was-
route, that's the key.
Yeah. So right now, we're working with DOT on what would happen under different scenarios of whether surface route's built versus the tunnel is built.
Well, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that this was part of the scope of the Capitol Crescent Trail Tunnel, and that the part, as part of that project, we were going to get the Elm Street Park redone, and not, and so we didn't need any money here. Now the challenge is if we renege on the commitment that's been made to return the Capitol Crescent Trail Tunnel to the community, which has always been part of the Purple Line project, then we not only lose the tunnel and create a very dangerous crossing, we also lose a important urban park element that was going to be part of that project. Is that accurate?
My understanding of this particular PDF is that it predates the whole Capitol Crescent Tunnel issue. There had been a development on the hook to design improvements to the north end of Elm Street Park. They did that. There was actually an approved plan for that part of the park that, correct me if I'm wrong, Andy, that contemplated the surface route, but not necessarily a tunnel. And then that development did not occur, but this PDF refers to the old plan that, of course, now is under review because of the tunnel issue.
But I think
there was going to be.
But what you're saying
Okay,
is right.
sorry.
You're on the right track. The point here is that if the tunnel goes forward, the idea that has been discussed between park staff and DOT is that DOT would construct a really amazing playground to replace the existing playground, and the other park amenities are at the northern end of that park. That won't happen if the trail.
We have one of the most densely populated areas in the county, and we have a very underutilized park here
Yes.
that is really not used at all because it's pretty run down and is not providing a real public benefit. And so part of that project, which I was trying to get clarity on, which, was that in the redevelopment, in the Capitol Crescent Trail Tunnel project, that we were going to come back and have a top flight playground park that is usable and accessible, and that will not only be serving the densely populated area immediately located, but will have a significant playground element with access to a trail. Exactly the thing that we were talking about before, of having trails that are connected to public amenities that families can utilize for free. And that, I just.
Yes,
Okay,
that's right.
Thanks. Okay.
I did want to just say, though, for the record, the tunnel funding was never in the project. That's something we've talked about. I know that there was statements made that it would be added, but the money was never in there. And I don't think DOT thinks that the crossing that they've got above ground is unsafe. So, did you think the park was also going to be paid for out of the tunnel project?
The mitigation for the impact to the park from the tunnel coming up at the north end of the park, inside the park, was going to involve DOT constructing a playground. Because in order to build that tunnel, you have to wipe out the existing playground and everything else that's in the footprint of where the limits of disturbance of the tunnel project are going to happen.
Okay, so that may be, I would have to check with the DOT folks. I think they were looking at like a 50 million. It was a large number, and maybe those costs are in there, and I'm just not familiar with that.
Yes, they, in working with them, those numbers are included in there because there's massive utility relocations and staging within the park area. So we did require them to put it back, as you're describing, as a very nice amenity.
Right. Thank you for clarifying that. And I don't want to get into an argument over this, but this was absolutely committed. We've already funded some of the engineering and design, and this has long been part of the Apex building project that the county was involved in. This has been part of the ongoing discussion of the Purple Line. Literally, we took away infrastructure from the community with the promise that we were going to return it better. And so, I respect where you're coming from, but I have to categorically disagree that this was not committed just because we hadn't put the funding in the CIP. That's on us, but this was absolutely committed to the community, and this would be taking it away, which is essentially what has been proposed. And I'm hopeful that as a council, we can work to fix that, because I think it's wrong.
All right. Well, we'll look at that in the context of the tunnel. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, absolutely. So facility planning, non-local parks, Hillendale. What's the timeline on Hillendale?
Hillendale.
Hillendale, we're working through detailed design. There's park staff who are occupying the building who will be moved to the Wheaton headquarters.
Right.
And once they're moved in around the August timeframe, we'll be able to get ready for construction starting up this fall.
What's your confidence level on getting the staff moved in August?
It's pretty good. The building's coming along.
It's very high.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Greater Branch Trail Extension. North Branch Trail, that's getting finished up. Seneca Crossing, local park. Is that done already? Is that?
No.
No. This must be waiting for something that's contingent?
This is just it would be a new park in Germantown that has not yet had its funding come into the 6-year CIP.
Okay. I won't get into it, I guess, at the moment, but I don't quite, there must be a reason why it's in the budget if it doesn't, even though it has no funding?
I think, again, I didn't realize either until just now that this was brand new.
No, this is not.
Oh, I'm confused then. Why do we?
Here,
why
I'll
is it
explain.
here?
It's actually, this is again one of those that has been in our CIP for a while. We had work that has been proposed here, but again, every year we're always bumping out projects because we're having to address affordability issues. And this is one of those that unfortunately has been in a few cycles of the CIP, but we've been unsuccessful at getting funding. If we're going to be considering doing similar approaches to what we did with the Capitol Crescent Trail, this may be one that we want to remove out of the basis system for our PDFs until it's ready to move on.
Would, Carl, would it move it to the section 5 then? So we have a list of the projects that are not recommended for funding. Are these completed projects, or would it fall in this grouping?
Yes, it would fall into that grouping.
Because these are ones, right, that have previously existed, so we would move it here. Unlike the Capitol Crescent Trail Little Falls,
So this
which
would-
has never been in the CIP. Which
Right.
is
So the Capitol Crescent
interesting.
Trail has been recommended by this committee to be a closeout, even though it just barely started. This one would be a closeout,
I wouldn't say a
even though
closeout
it's...
because it's never been approved. I would say the
Right.
CCT just gets removed
Okay,
from the
yeah.
document, but this one, since it's been a project, would move to section 5.
Yes, but
Why don't you
funding
guys
for this
talk
one has only
amongst
been in-
yourselves?
You'll do it.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. Good dialogue. I followed that.
We will
Sure.
take care of that.
Are there any other projects? I know we're nearing the end here, but I just think in the future to know what got bumped out, what got pushed out, just like knowing that in advance and not discovering it through reading through the packet, that would be helpful. And it doesn't look like there are any others that are in that category from just glancing.
The only other one that would be somewhat be similar is Warner Circle, but that is because the funding has been, the funding has been in the Beyond 6 years, but we have been working towards trying to actively get a new tenant and a new use in the building. And so because that one has been, we've been actively working on it before we start introducing funding back for any kinds of renovation work or anything. That one, I would say we should keep, even though it's been at zero for a while, except for the Beyond 6 years.
I think one thing on the Seneca Crossing, that is a project that's considered a local park, so it's funded with park and planning bonds. And I know that Parks has really tried to focus on their level of effort, so I think a couple of years ago they started sometimes delaying those standalone projects in favor of the refreshes and those kinds of things, and this may well have been one that was delayed because of that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary.
All right, I don't know if there's much to talk about with the rest of these, but natural surface, urban park elements, Warner Sparkle we just heard about. So
Right.
now we'll move to some of the bigger ones.
So now, what I would suggest, because you've gone through project by project, everything in the CIP, I would suggest if you go to the staff report that was written for today, there is, starting on page 3, I have listed all of the sub-projects that were impacted by the affordability reconciliation PDF. And I think this, other than the now recommendations for the trails, this is where the committee would go through and make recommendations related to whether they're in agreement with Park's suggestion of removing some of the funding for these items to meet the targeted PDF.
Okay. Let's do that. So we start with Black Hill Regional Park, the seed classroom. We really
Right,
actually
and we had
talked-
discussed this one earlier
that,
at the
so-
last time because it was a
This is,
new
it's a-
project.
It's generally a good news story, which is you
Yes.
figured out how to proceed despite, the fiscal reallocation. You've got a great project that
Very little
you're going to
change.
be able to build there.
Yeah.
So,
It has $250,000 in state aid and $150,000 in contributions, so we're leveraging quite a bit of money.
okay, so that's good. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, and then the next is, we've already talked about, this is the cricket field, and so we do not want to delay this, and staff's recommendation is don't delay this as well, or,
Staff deferred to the parks list on this
And
one.
this
The parks
was the-
came in with, because part of the reason is when the parks came up with this list of ways to fund the non-recommended reduction, they looked at it more than just, keep this project, not keep this one. There were also other funding sources that went into these
Right.
projects, and so they were able to take some of
Things
those
were
funding sources, move them
tied
around,
together.
support other projects. The cricket field is one of those. It stayed in and is supported by another project that will be delayed because there was program open space funding
Program
for
open
it
space,
that
correct.
got moved into this project. So it is a little more nuanced than simply some of these things were funded, some of them were cut, just because they had GO bond funding. The secondary funding sources also played a part in this.
got it?
Without
Yeah,
that
we
program-
already covered this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Who could forget? All right. Get you some wicked hiking boots.
I have them. I resent the statement that I don't have it.
All right.
the next is the Brookside Garden Master Plan implementation. This did increase the funding or change in scope. It did delay it just from 1 year, from FY22 into FY23.
Okay. And that is for, what is that for?
It was
precisely?
the delay?
No, the actual
The
expenditure.
project.
Oh, it was that $250,000 that we'd intended in fiscal year '22 was to start design on the project.
I see. What is the project you'd be
So
designing?
there's three components. This is Brookside.
Yeah.
There's three components to Brookside. There is a renovation of the rose garden. This is the various components of the garden that are aging. There's a ADA and renovation project and ADA improvements to what's called the formal gardens. And then there is planning money to do what is really the largest component contemplated by the Brookside Master Plan, which is the movement of the conservatory where the butterfly show is, up to where the visitor center is. So you develop a central hub up on the top of the hill next to the visitor center. It's to do the program of requirements and the plan and the cost estimate for that component.
All right. Okay, and so you're pushing that design from 23 to 24,
22 to 23.
22 to 23. Okay. All right. And is that one we got a memo about?
We did. I was just about to say that. You did receive a memo from Councilmember Navarro requesting that it not get delayed the 1 year. And
Okay.
you did receive testimony from people talking about how much they enjoy the facility at Brookside Gardens. as a county amenity.
Well, we should try
I
to,
will say one thing, it looks like, if I'm reading this chart correctly, that it finishes up about the same time that it would have under Park and Planning's initial request.
The total project completion is not delayed, just the start of it. So
that
design is
realistic?
delayed 1 year, but the,
What impact would that?
is that realistic to be able to do the design work in 1 year rather than 2? It sounds like that's what the impact would be.
You just turned off. You turned off there.
Sorry, 2 phases of this are construction components, actual design and construction that were contemplated with, originally with design in FY '22 and then the construction in '23 and '24. Whether it's realistic to compress that, all of that work into 2 years, we'll do our best.
Okay. So again, before it was it 250 and 250, and now it's 500 in 1 year? Is that,
no, you'll see on the third.
where is it,
Sorry.
where was the completion date?
If you look on the third page of the staff report, the completion date is in FY '24. That's the last year they show money. And you'll see that the money gets moved from FY '22 into '23. It does bump it up.
It gets moved from 22 to 23.
If you want another reference, you could look in the first packet from PHED on February 24 on Circle 113. You'll see the original PDF as it was transmitted last November. There was $250,000 of GEO bonds in fiscal year 22, and then fiscal year 23 that was $700,000, and then in fiscal year 24. So this simply is taking that $250,000 in fiscal year 22 and adding it to the $700,000 in fiscal year 23.
Well, I
Oh,
mean,
actually, it was also added, it was split between those 2 following fiscal years.
well, it seems like we ought to go back to the previous, more realistic plan. I mean, if we can. It doesn't sound like we're talking about money overall. It's the same amount of money. It's the years. And so if we can get started earlier, that will help us ensure we finish on our date. So, you know, I think we would add this to our list of revisions.
Okay.
And we're going to have to do some more work on how those all fit together, but, okay.
Yep.
Oh, there you go, Andrew.
Yeah, I just wanted to find out from Parks if, about the timeline. It sounds like there wasn't a lot of consultation on the impact in terms of delivery date, which I think still needs to be figured out, but I tend to agree. I mean, Brookside Gardens is the crown jewel of the Parks system. I think all of us recognize that, and if we can make this work, then that would be great, and I do think we should add it to the list and then figure out what we can afford. But I think it would be helpful when we do come back or in the interim to find out what the actual impact of this is, because the recommendation from the executive seems to indicate that there's no impact of the delay, that it would still be delivered, the same fiscal year. And that begs the question of whether or not that's true and realistic, and whether, you can put anything on paper you want. And so I think it'd be helpful for all of us to know, if this will truly have very little or no impact, then fine, let's move forward. But if it will, then let's know what the impact is and figure out what we can afford and whether or not we can make a change.
And that's why I'd agree to put it on the list as originally requested, but with that information coming for when it comes back and we have to make decisions on reconciliation, I think that's an important piece of information.
Yeah, I mean, my hunch is that we don't know whether it's actually easier to do it in the 2 years or the 1. I mean, I think for the executive's reconciliation, maybe it was easier to do it in 1 year rather than 2. We don't really know how ours reconciliation would go.
Well, and I would just say that we just gave a plug number, and these were the non-recommended cuts
Exactly.
from Parks, so this is their
Oh,
numbers.
that's right. This was theirs to
Their
meet
numbers.
the affordability CIP item. Okay. Thank you. Good clarification. All right, so we'll continue. We've got some time. We can keep working on that.
We'll get you that information. The next one on the top of page 4 is the legacy open space. The savings here is that there's been a delay of 1.6 million combined for FY21 and 22 that moves beyond the 6th year of the CIP. So it's basically a reduction in FY21 and 22.
Okay. All right.
Okay. The one below that is Little Bennett Regional Park Day Use Area. This currently has funding through FY24 in the CIP, but the recommendation here is to delay this project beyond the 6 years of the CIP. This not only frees up GEO bond funding, it also frees up the program open space funding that has then been distributed to other projects to support any cuts in bond funding.
All right, so again, from a vision perspective, this is creating something like Black Hills Regional Park, which is, has a nice array of amenities on a pretty sizable compound, and this is creating something like that at Little Bennett, which would be, well used, just as Black Hills is well used. Councilmember Rice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And, I'm going to surprise some folks here in that I think that in my conversations with parks, I think that this actually makes sense. There needs to be kind of a retooling of what this project may be. We've delayed it quite a bit, and the needs in the community have changed. Myself, who lives in Darnestown and continues to use Black Hills, but in Germantown using Black Hills, and folks who are in Clarksburg who use Black Hills, and I just talked about how great of a resource it is incredible. And so from that perspective, maybe a rethinking about what this may entail makes sense. However, there is one little caveat, and that caveat is that we have continued to, and I know we'll be talking about this in another 2 steps, about Ovid Hazen Wells, but that certainly is one in which I do feel as though if we are going to delay this beyond the 6-year CIP, it is imperative for us to continue to deliver Ovid Hazen Wells in its true fidelity, which means not only the park itself, but also the carousel. It truly then becomes the complete project. It allows for us to move this other one that may change in terms of what the requirements may be and the vision may be for Little Bennett Regional Park, but it certainly is one that I think some of that revenue being shifted to Ovid Hazen Wells, because when we're looking at 25,000 residents that are now in Clarksburg and continues to expand each and every day, we're finally building a library, finally building a fire station. Things are starting to complete there, and so for us to complete that park project makes sense, and not to leave it kind of half done.
So it's thank you for your comments. I really appreciate your leadership, helping us see a perspective here, which I'm sort of hearing as, the Little Bennett Day Use is a regional park. It's just as Black Hills is. It's I go there for events. We all go there for events. Clarksburg really wants a large, not a local park, but essentially, yes, a large park for Clarksburg. That's what Clarksburg really wants. And so, we need to recognize that if we have a large regional park in the region, we could always use more large regional parks, but if we're thinking about Clarksburg and how to fulfill the promises there, thinking more about a large local park, might meet that need more directly than a regional park. Obviously, everyone would like both, and we will. Okay, that's helpful. Appreciate that. Okay, so we will accept the. We won't push back on this, and I think the concept of retooling that vision there would be helpful in the meantime. Thank you. All right.
Okay, moving forward, the next one on the list is the Northwest Branch Recreational Park Athletic Area. This had funding in the budget that was sent over by MNC PPC in November, requesting funding in FY26 to start construction of Phase 2, and their non-recommended cut would be to move that one more year out or into the 6th year of the beyond the 6th year of the CIP.
Okay. now-
You did, I think this was also included in Councilmember Navarro's memo to the committee to consider not making this recommended reduction.
So this is, again, this is like an athletic, what is it?
You can see detailed information on Circle 143 of the staff report for last time. Phase 2 is really about including a picnic shelter, playgrounds, maintenance building, additional parking and lighting, fencing trails. SHA has already constructed what is known as Phase 1, which is the athletic fields at this location. But,
Okay.
Director Riley can.
So this is, additional amenities to create a broad, diverse
Yeah,
park
this,
experience.
this project we got completely through mitigation from the ICC project. We got the land and we got the state to build several athletic fields that are open and being utilized, but they only provided the bare bones infrastructure to use those fields, parking lots and access paths. This funding would turn it into a true park. You'd have your other amenities that people could enjoy while they're there, including playground, picnic shelter, and then other improvements to these fields. As you know, we're trying to make all of our fields in regional recreational parks high-end fields, so we would add the irrigation and the lighting and those types of things.
Okay. All right, well, I think we should try to, again, try to put this back if we can, the 620, so we'll put that into our bucket, and we'll resolve how everything is sort of ranked at some point. Okay, let's keep going.
You'll turn the page. We'll be on page 5 now. Today's staff report. This is the Ovid Hazen Wells Recreational Park Athletic Area. You've already started that conversation, which I think there's been a recommendation to move the $3 million that had been pushed beyond the 6th year of the CIP as part of the reconciliation PDF target.
So, start from the beginning again.
This one I find difficult to follow, but I'm new to the
Right.
process. It was requested for funding in the last CIP, fully phase 1 of this project, which included the carousel. During the deliberations of the last CIP, the carousel portion, $3 million of it got pushed beyond the 6th year of
So
that.
the last
of the last
CIP, the recommendation was to proceed with all of the other elements of the park,
All the other elements of phase 1 except for the carousel.
except for the carousel.
When the
And
Parks
that was,
Department,
and how much was in the budget for that?
I think it was 5 million, 5.4 or 5.3 million.
In the current CIP that is approved right now, it was amended because we got a bond bill that increased a little bit. So there currently is $5.3 million of funding identified within the 19 to 24 CIP, and then there also is this $3 million in the beyond 6 years. Our approach was in this CIP to reunite that funding all together again, because that funding all united, the $8.3 million, is necessary to provide as many of the amenities as possible that can support the carousel moving into the park.
However, under the reconciliation
yes.
PDF, that $3 million was moved back out again. And program and bond money was saved here, but it was replaced with program open space money that came from the Little Bennett Park delay. So there's a lot of moving pieces with Ovid Hazen Wells, but I think the piece before the committee is whether they want to delay the $3 million beyond the 6 years so that this could be, phase 1 could be completed as fully funded.
Okay. And tell us about the timing with the Wheaton and the relationship with the Wheaton Carousel. So if we were able to put the funding back, how do those two things relate?
The Wheaton Carousel is not a problem. We can replace the carousel totally separate from this question.
Okay, good.
Can I just ask? I thought one of the questions in a prior conversation was, everybody knows the Wheaton Carousel is supposed to move to Ovid Hazen Wells, but was there any sense that there was a backfill carousel then coming back to Wheaton?
Yeah, and we can accommodate that irrespective of what you decide.
You've got other sources where you can tap to acquire.
The funding to purchase a new carousel for Wheaton would be in our enterprise fund.
Gotcha.
So it's fine. It's basically we finance it ourselves.
Right.
Yes.
you borrow money
And pay for it
and
with
pay for it with the
revenue from the ticket sales.
Yes. Right. Okay, so Ovid Hazen Wells is a long called for park that serves the Clarksburg community. It has a lot of elements to it that are very exciting. Tell us about some of the elements of this park.
Well, it includes a skate spot, I believe a picnic area, an athletic field. All those things we believe are necessary to make the park, put the park in a position that it can accept the carousel. Because just as very few people are going to go to Wheaton just for the carousel, that might be the primary draw, but once you've ridden the carousel a few times, even if you're 6 years old, eventually you decide,
Especially when you're 6 years
maybe
old.
especially short, your attention span may vary depending on your age and inclination.
The
But-
big, large climbing mound gets a lot of attention.
That's really cool.
Whatever. I know I'm probably calling it the
I
wrong
enjoy
thing.
that myself.
Yeah.
I don't know about anybody else. But
The big, large climb. Yes, yes.
so the point is, if you don't have a collection of amenities, the carousel really can't stand alone. So the idea here has always been make sure there's a critical mass of different things to do, different people, different ages, so people can go out there and spend half a day or whatnot. So that's why the carousel is kind of at the back end, even though we all understand that's of critical importance and is why everybody's particularly interested in seeing this happen.
All right. Well, I think we ought to re-accelerate this funding if we can. This is something that will just, I think, be a really strong statement for Clarksburg that the county is committed to meeting the needs in the community. And to the point about the population growth, there are a lot more people now than there were 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And I think one of the concerns in the past was, there ought to be enough people to use the carousel, so that you're not deploying a carousel, which frankly won't have, enough riders to kind of warrant it. But it feels like Clarksburg is certainly at a critical mass now, and if there's any way for us to do this. Now, for us to put this funding back, as with all the funding that we would want to change, we'll have to figure out how all those pieces in the capital budget fit together. And so there would be other priorities that are going to get moved around, but we don't know what that will be. I mean, there's so many variables in play right now with the capital budget, and we've got several months to see how everything fits together. But I know I for one, would really appreciate the ability to fulfill this promise and bring it home. So I'm going to go to the district council member next for his comments.
I just really want to say thank you, and I don't want to talk myself out of a yes, but I just wanted to certainly make sure that folks understand about why this is truly important. I mean, this was 295 acres that was actually deeded to Parks with the stipulation that Parks would turn this into a commitment for the Clarksburg community and the carousel. So this is private donation of land, incredibly valuable land, that was given to us with stewardship of doing the right thing. And so from that perspective, while I agree with you, Mr. Chair, that certainly we were waiting to see whether or not, the rooftops would be there to ensure support of something like this. It's very clear that at this point we were already there, and we continue to exceed those numbers. I mean, you and I both know, as well as everybody here on this dais, and pretty much probably everybody here in the audience as well, that folks will go back and forth and visit this even though they don't live in Clarksburg. And so the greater Germantown area that is well over 100,000 residents now will utilize this space as well. And so you're talking not only Clarksburg, but the greater Up-County region as a whole. And the Wells Carousel itself that now sits at Wheaton was built by the Wells family.
Oh, really?
Built by the Wells family. And so from that perspective, it really is something where, again, this is a commitment, right? Where we made a promise to a family who said they were going to do the right thing by us, and I just feel as though it's time for us to do the right thing by them. So I really appreciate your support. I appreciate the committee's support, and I'll shut up before I talk myself into it now.
All right. Andrew.
Thank you for that. Thank you, the district council member, for your advocacy on this. I appreciate everything that you said, particularly the fact that this was land that was provided to us for the public use, and taking advantage of that is something that we ought to fulfill as best we can. And I think that's a really important point to be made, and I am also supportive as long as we can figure out how to do it, which, it's getting more and more difficult the longer we tend to meet here in terms of fitting everything underneath our affordability caps and the constraints that we have. But certainly am appreciative and supportive. I just had a technical question. It's $3 million, but what does that mean? We have to find $3 million, but do we have particular years? I know we pushed the $3 million off the PDF, but
Right.
when we go to reconciliation, I think it is important that we.
We have a schedule for it,
Yeah.
Councilmember Friedson. And what I did, because the original ask from MNC PPC was to keep the $3 million in there, that's what I went back to. They had a funding schedule that had a fully funded phase 1. So it's really just returning to that same timeframe. And they can comment if that's any different, but really that's the way I looked at it. So we can, we'll have that typed up, but it'll.
Okay, yeah, just be helpful. It's because of all the different funding sources here and the creativity with using program open space money and others. It's unlike other PDFs. This is one that's pretty difficult to follow in terms of where we'd be putting the money in. And so it'd just be helpful outside of this meeting just to get clarity of $3 million in GO bonds as part of this 6-year CIP. Where does that money need to go in terms of us finding the money during reconciliation? Because ultimately, it's not just the total 6-year amount. The more important aspect really is which year the money needs to come from in order to make this all fit into the beautiful puzzle we are working very hard to figure out how to make work. So thanks for that.
I just wanted to add that bringing it back onto schedule this originally was funded fully with GO bonds, and as was mentioned with the delay of Little Bennett Day use area, that delayed not only GO bonds but some program open space, which was reassigned. So the one change that would be, even if we did restore this back to the original schedule, one caveat is that we would have those two funding sources still. That's why we didn't have to propose delaying it further to respond to the county executive's requested reductions. So
It may end up being that if we can add the carousel in 25 or 25 and 26, that will preserve what Parks has put together in terms of the puzzle, the jigsaw puzzle with program open space.
Okay.
We'll have to look at it more carefully then. Right.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add, just appreciate Councilman Rice being here and agree with the advocacy. We've seen the growth with the outlets. I think this is going to get even further use even outside of Up County. I think people will come to it on the ICC and go for other reasons. So I think this is an important commitment and really could be a great big anchor, and we should try to get it done as soon as we can. So appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's regional. It's inside Clarksburg, It really is, right? I tend to think it will be more local, but I don't know. Maybe not. What do you think, Mike? Is this something that?
Well, by our standards, it's classified as a recreational park, which is a high level of active use, which will be a draw. There are already ball fields there that have a pretty wide service area. As you know, people travel a long way to play ball.
They do.
I think this will be more of a regional destination.
Okay, good to hear. Thank you. Score 1 for Jawando. All right.
Not that we keep score.
Not that we keep score.
Are we on the next one below Ovid Hazen Wells?
What's that?
Are we moving on to the next
Yes.
conversation? Okay. The Pilar non-local, the minor renovations, that was something we had discussed even just today. That is really fulfilling the need to reduce current revenue in addition to GO bonds, and it's just bringing it back to current funding level.
Right.
And you do have park refresher and other things, so I deferred to the Parks Department that they could withstand that same current funding. And if you turn the page, you have the restoration of historic structures. This is the second PDF that was going to have a modification, and it has to do with meeting that current revenue target. Again, it just restores it to current funding levels.
I see. So the affordability would not allow us to increase the
Correct.
funding.
And then the next one, if,
Yeah.
okay, sorry.
Just on the historic structures, does that have any impact on current historic properties and projects that are being undertaken, or would this just limit the additional projects that the department would be able to undertake? And there's just a number of very important historic projects that are currently underway. I just want to make sure that this wouldn't cause any disruption.
It's the latter.
Okay, so this would be new projects.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm a huge believer in these projects. I think that what the Parks Department does for historic properties and the educational value and cultural value that they provide are massive. Obviously, there's a lot of other competing priorities, so I'm glad that we're not going to have an impact on the current projects, but I am hopeful that we can figure out ways to make sure that we emphasize this moving forward, because Josiah Henson as one that's coming online, even the Seneca store. I mean, there's just a number of amazing projects that the department has been doing, and I hope that we can continue to build off of that.
Yeah, I'd love to see that Blair House getting used. So is that within this budget, or?
The Blair House, the real thing we're trying to solve with the Blair House is a tenant, and then whether that tenant can bring any resources or whether we have to do it and what the price tag is.
Yeah.
But there still is a significant chunk of money to be invested by someone if that house is to be used.
Yeah. And
we're always on the search
college
for partners.
College didn't bite.
The college did bite originally. The college was very, I felt the college was committed if you go back 3 or 4 years.
I remember, yeah.
And then there was some change in thinking, and eventually I had to hunt them down for a final answer, and the answer was, we just can't do anything at this time. So I think we will go back and re-engage them again and see if there's any renewed interest.
Worth trying. All right.
And then the last one, really to consider for the reconciliation PDF, was the Wheaton Regional Park modification. Again, this received program open space funding, and so it actually allowed for slight acceleration of effort, so there's no downside to this one. And then the last one we've already talked about removing. So at this point, where I see the committee is, you've given us a list of things you'd like to see if the budget will tolerate restoring them.
But we're
You
short
might wanna-
one item for that.
I was going to say, or any
Yeah.
new items you want to add. So you've got the list of everything we've covered, if there's any new items, and then how you want to prioritize it.
Okay. Great. Well, I wanted to talk about Blair. I've shared a memo with my colleagues. I don't know if Cliff Driver is here. I saw him earlier. There he is. If Cliff, you could come up, or if Mike, I'd like to preface the conversation just by talking about access to field issues and what kind of challenge we have, particularly in this type of the county. Hi, John. Welcome back. And also what you think this potentially could provide to have 2 additional rectangular fields next to a synthetic field as well. Let's really have appreciated your work on this. I know this was, you had to turn around a lot of information here quickly. And generally speaking, I'm so enthusiastic about your work and the work with our athletic fields program. It's really been such a highlight of my time at the council, and I'm really appreciative of this county having you here and your team. So let's talk about the Blair Fields. Tell us what you know. You've talked to MCPS. Start from the beginning. Maybe just help explain what the arrangement is today and what it could be according to this model.
Sure. So Cliff Driver, Montgomery Parks. Blair is a unique facility in its location, kind of at the 29, 495, 95 merge, if you will. That we are struggling with inventory down county, especially on our east side. We maintain 3 fields on this site, considered Blair Local Park. There's a baseball field that is irrigated and lit. There's a softball field that's irrigated and lit, and there's a synthetic surface that's on the site. As we continue to talk about how we expand our inventory on the lower east side, Blair immediately became a focus of conversation. We've made some significant investments to this area with North Four Corners Local Park, which is just right down the road at University, as well as Pinecrest Local Park, which is almost directly across the street from where Blair High School is. Both of those are smaller fields, though. We're struggling with full-size adult fields. It's a unique opportunity because of the fact that we already own the land, right? The county already has this property. We're not asking for land acquisition funding. We are looking to do this in 2 separate phases to try to limit the impact to the school activities. We try to do this during 2 separate summers as a phase 1 and phase 2. We would do some soil modification, some grading, some drainage. We would also update the irrigation systems on both fields and then light both fields. So the lighting is of particular importance to us because of the fact that all 3 fields that are currently on site that are maintained by Montgomery Parks are lit, and it expands the playability aspect or availability aspect of what these fields could have. Right. So Blair is also one of the largest schools in the state of Maryland, if not the largest. Last time I heard it was the largest. Somebody may have overtaken it by now. But this is needed not only...
It keeps growing, actually.
This is not only for our communities, but also for our schools, right? So what we talk about all the time is the same kids that are using our MCPS facilities are the same youth that are using our community facilities, right? They're just programmed a little differently.
What is there now? Tell us a little bit more about what's in each of these spaces.
Sure. So the field that sits closest to 29 is a track field. It would be your standard high school track field if we were developing it today. It just lacks the fact of having stadium seating around it. But it does have a track. It has long jump, triple jump pits, as well as a full-size rectangle inside of it. The other field is more of a multi-purpose field. Right now, there's a 60-foot softball field that sits in the corner closest to the school. There is what we'd like to call a multi-use field that sits beyond that. We have a lot of facilities that are diamond and rectangle, and then they're used together. The proposed upgrades would increase the quality of surface for both fields, as well as provide some increased utilization for the surface in the practice area. One of the biggest things that recently we've just been having conversations is that typically we're not finding 3 full-size rectangles in the same location.
Right.
And this could provide itself an opportunity to have tournaments in our Lower East Side, which is a huge economic development for us.
I can't tell you how many parents I tell who have told me about the need. They always have to travel for tournaments. They spend, if it's not Soccerplex, then it's somewhere much further, frankly. This would have 3 fields in one location and a lot of parking already. So you think it could be potentially applicable for tournaments?
100%. Really? Yeah. Really easy to access from both personal vehicles as well as for metro access. Our public transportation has a hub right there in the North Four Corners area. And when we're talking about accessibility to fields, sometimes it's challenging because we're trying to figure out where routes are. This already has a pre-established route in that North Four Corners area to provide public transportation.
Yep. So what does that mean, a tournament field? What does that mean exactly?
Well, it gives it the opportunity to have 3 fields side by side, right? Which is, if you look at our large regional recreational parks, Cabin John, Wheaton, whatnot, those have the ability to hold tournaments, but both of those are designed around diamond sports. This could be designed around rectangular sports, which is we do not currently have the inventory to facilitate that in the down county area outside of our gym of the Maryland Soccerplex. It gives the ability to where you can program all three and there's teams switch between them. And you don't have to get into a vehicle or take transportation to be able to go to an additional site.
So you have these weekend events where teams are playing multiple games over the course of a weekend in a tournament?
Yep.
Andrew probably knows more about this than I do as the all-county lacrosse player, and then you have lighting, which means you can run. What makes this really unique from a lighting perspective is you're on the Beltway. You could hardly ask for a better location as far as minimizing impact of additional lighting and frankly heavy use. It's an ideal location to maximize use, and yet it has been somewhat overlooked over the years. It's kind of just unmaintained field at the moment, right?
Right.
So you could have a tournament spot, so families would come in from around the Mid-Atlantic and stay in hotels in Silver Spring, and if they're not from the area, or your local athletic leagues would do their playoffs there or something like that. All right. Well, I'm really excited about it, Andrew.
Yeah, I appreciate that. The reason why I did the field sports and mostly contact sports was because the only thing worse than my jump shot was my vertical. So, that's why we keep Councilmember Juando around to help us in that department with a much higher vertical, much better jump shot than I ever had. But, I think this is a really interesting proposal. Thank you to Councilmember Reamer for putting it forward, for your work on it. I think all the things that you've said make a lot of sense to me. The proximity of the Beltway, and access to a lot of different people from all over the county, the three rectangular sports. I totally get that. I mean, I think about all the baseball tournaments that I played at Cabin John and Wheaton, and the lack of similar facilities that we have for the rectangular sports, and so I totally can appreciate that as well. And having the parking facilities, I think, is significant. I mean, that takes a huge cost away. Just curious. What would the timeline be if we were to find the money to fund it after all the conversation we've had about how hard it's going to be to find all of these things? But if we were able to include this in this CIP, I mean, there's no acquisition here, there's no parking facilities. What's the timeline of once you get access to the funds? How long would it take to put this in place, and then how quickly would people actually be starting to use the facilities?
So I believe that we can start maintaining them immediately, in which we could open those up to community use. I think that our proposed timeline would probably be our first phase in FY22, and our second phase being FY23. But we can go ahead and open these up to community use right now. Obviously, school use will have priority over top of community use as being a high school. But from that Saturday on, like Saturday around noon, that's typically when high school sports they're practicing kind of tapers off, and then weeknights as well. And then we would start with phase one being the track field that sits out next to where 29 is in FY22, and then phase two, the multi-purpose field, being FY23.
And so the funding for this phase one funding and phase two funding, we would want it in FY22 and 23. Ideally, that would be what is being proposed. Is that accurate? Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, thanks.
Will?
Thank you. And good to see you, Cliff. Thanks for all your great work. I agree 100%. You're doing a great job. My question was on kind of tied into the school use. Is there already something in the works to do some work to these fields, or is there anything happening currently in the school? There's no plans, or there haven't been any proposals to renovate or do anything with the current fields?
John Nissel, for the record, Deputy Director for Operations. Currently, those fields are not maintained by us. They're maintained by MCPS, whoever their contractor is, or perhaps they do it in-house. So they basically mow those fields, and that's about it. Okay. No nutrient management, aeration, overseeding, none of that stuff is done currently.
And as far as we talked about how it's the largest high school in the state, right, on any given day and growing, plans to add additional space to the school, would this impact? I vaguely remember hearing something, I could be wrong, but are you aware of any of those types of plans, just thinking about the capacity of the school itself, and this would not take this wouldn't have taken additional land. It would just use what's already there, correct? And you're not aware of any conversations concurrently about adding potential physical structure to make the school have additional space or capacity?
So when we met with the MCPS, the principal and athletic director, they did not allude to any expansion of the school coming onto these pieces of athletic fields.
Okay, great. That would, yeah. Go ahead.
Important to double check that, but
yes,
yeah.
we will. And if I could add to the baseball, softball skinned-in field would also enhance. One of the issues that we have is when the schools need to practice and the fields in the local part are too wet. This gives them an opportunity to practice when sometimes they couldn't practice, so it just gives them more availability. I also think it really upgrades the player experience for the high school kids as well if we can renovate these two fields also.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, and I think confirming that second question is important, but assuming that everyone's on board and the school likes it, I think, again, we have to find the money for all these great things, but I have no doubt that you do a great job maintaining it, and it would get a lot of use considering the location. And I know you already have our minor league team playing there, and so I'm sure everyone would appreciate the upgraded facilities nearby here. So thank you for the proposal, and I'm fine putting it on the list, realizing we have to look at everything else.
Awesome.
If I may, I just want to you've given Cliff nice plugs. I agree with you. He's done a great job. As you may know, we've had some challenges with the fields at Blair at the past, but this weekend I was so pleased to see Blair Athletics tweet, Blazers softball and baseball starting strong. Thank you, Montgomery Parks, for amazing work on the fields.
So all right.
I needed you to hear that. That is high praise.
That's terrific. Hey,
thank you.
One of the things I love about this is that, thousands of kids would get to spend more time on the Blair campus before they're enrolled in high school. And I think anything you can do to get kids comfortable with their future school is really beneficial. And to have this potentially be a primary resource athletic facility for, obviously it's regional, but including the Silver Spring, Tacoma area is going to help a lot of kids feel like they're really part of a connected experience, and Blair is just as much part of their life as the elementary school that they may go to. So certainly, if we were building Blair from scratch now, this is what we would have done. We'll be building Crown High School or Henson / formerly known as Woodward High School. I'm really excited that the district council member thinks that is a brilliant idea, by the way. Directing that to Mike as the Parks Archaeological. But we would ensure that there are multiple fields that are available for the students and for ideally community use. So, okay, so we have a plan, and it starts with the track field, phase 1, and then it does the multi-use field, phase 2, and we will put that in our additions and adjustments. Great. Now,
If there's any other new projects, this is where we would discuss them. If not, I basically have a list of 5 items. I don't know if the
Can I make up one right now?
subcommittee, of course.
you can try. It's usually the best, make it up the day before.
My point exactly. Thank you very much.
There's unlimited money until we have to do reconciliation, and then there's
That's right.
basically no money at all.
Yes. The list is, the number 1 is the trails in Vision Zero. I've lumped them together. They are the 3 PDFs that you made minor modifications to. That was the first change. The second would be recognizing your council members' memo and restoring the timing for Brookside Gardens, just that 1-year shift. The third item I have is the Northwest Branch, also restoring that 6th year, again, from the memo from your council member. The fourth is Ovid Hazen Wells. It would be restoring the $3 million there into the 6-year CIP. And number 5 is now the Blair high school fields. in FY '22 and '23. So I don't know if you want to order them at all, or if I've characterized everything, but those are the elements that I've heard today that we will be summarizing for council.
All right. Well, I'll make a stab at it. But you know, this is a conversation that I think will be ongoing. I'm not sure if we have to make this recommendation now about prioritization, because as a practical matter, we have another month or two before reconciliation begins in earnest, I think.
Actually, that's right. You will be coming back for operating budget and be able, although I think this will go to full council as a CIP before the committee will meet on operating budget, so.
It'll go to full council, right, and
Right.
full council will, so.
If I could suggest maybe
Yeah.
we could work with you, and especially, you know, Carl has, I think, some work to do at trying to figure out how this all fits
Okay.
together in terms of funding sources and that sort of thing. So maybe we
Okay.
could talk to you offline about
That'd be
it.
fine. I don't know that we have to structure that today, so we can, yeah.
Would we have another opportunity? I mean, I think that makes sense, but before it goes to full council, to give guidance on the prioritization, no, right?
Only I think we don't have, I believe, another
another
Fed committee
meeting.
meeting before the council meeting on this.
When is that? Is that next week?
March 10th?
Yeah, next week.
10, okay, so soon, next week.
I guess we could send a letter. Yeah, I
Right.
mean, I know it's not.
All right,
I just feel
Okay,
like some
so
guidance.
here's one approach. I think this is probably, first tier is the trails, the really small items, and Vision Zero. I was including Vision Zero in the trails. Second tier is Overhazen Wells and Blair. That's kind of the pig and the python. And then the third tier is anything else. Which is, anything else would
Well, you
be
got
Brookside and
Northwest and
Northwest.
So I don't know. I would maybe want to slightly adjust that, but
What's your
you're trying to have 3 tiers.
I thought, yeah,
as opposed to 2.
We could try to do 2. I mean, my thought was the first tier we ought to be able to get in without much difficulty because there's fairly modest expenditures across the 6
Right,
years.
right.
The second tier is a big push.
Well, if we add them all up, I can't remember how much it was, but with the trails, it was obviously I dissented on one, so putting that in the first, that's that aside. I think that's a little over $1 million.
It is. If you count all 3 of them, it's about 1.5 million.
Okay.
All 3 trail items.
If you have just the first 2, which was the renovation and the Vision Zero, that's 750,000.
So can we just go with those 2 as tier 1 since we all agreed on those?
Which, no, definitely I want the natural surface.
Okay.
I actually want that more than the hard surface, to be quite honest, because you can get like 10 miles of natural surface for like $100,000. You can get like
Right.
You can get like 100 yards of hard surface for that.
But ADA and other people. I mean, I think there are other considerations with the hard surface. Different types of groups of people can use them.
Sure, and we have absolutely. You have to do
I
everything.
should mention, we're looking at a sensory trail for people with particularly visually impaired people could use the trail, and it would not necessarily have to be hard surface. Our trails planner just went up to, I think, Pennsylvania just a couple weeks ago and looked at an example where you basically have like a rope line around the perimeter of the trail, and there's various things you can touch. So you actually and that's a gravel path, it's a natural surface. So we're actually very interested in addressing some of the needs of people with disabilities, even within the natural surface.
And I would add that renovating the natural surface trails and expanding them, in the way that you do them now, makes them much more accessible. Like a lot of the existing natural surface trails, they get washed out. You have to like jump from rock to rock for a stretch of 10 feet.
Right.
And that makes it hard if let's look at gradations of mobility impairment. Like if you are just not the most athletic.
Yeah, it might not work for people in a wheelchair,
yeah.
but it's true that older people or people
Exactly.
that are
I think
less
that's sort of the
athletic,
thing
yeah.
is having trails that toddlers and seniors can just as easily
Right.
use. And for that, I think you have to really invest in the natural surface trail item, because a lot of the older trails, are just not as good. They're not as ideal. So, it's a distinction between 10 Mile Creek Trail, which is brand new and it's wide and it's smooth and it's got undulations and it's pleasant.
Undulations.
Versus, like other ones are just less so.
Well, I would just say we can decide how to do it. It's all going to come down to the money. All of these were increases above whatever the increases already were. I think we got to keep that in context too. So it's not like we either hate trails or we're for trails, but I just think both of the East County, Brookside and Northwest. I know Blair's, inside the Beltway, it's right on the line there, but that's a new project. Just maintaining the crown jewel and moving those up. I'm not that comfortable putting both of those in a third tier. So I'd either want to do 2 tiers and lump it together with the other projects, or move Brookside up maybe. So that would be my recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, the challenge here, different than the operating budget, is in the operating budget, a reconciliation list is very clear, right? It's a direct competition, dollar for dollar, $1 in, $1 out. Here, that's not the case. Every project has to fit in like a puzzle, and so I do agree that we should put both the trail projects and the Vision Zero project into Tier 1. I will agree with that, but I also agree. So I'm gonna play like both sides here. So I agree with the chair on that. I'd like that to be Tier 1, but I also agree with Councilmember Jawanda that putting the rest of the projects in Tier 2, because ultimately the question is going to be, to me, how they fit, and I'm not totally clear how they're competing with one another or not.
Well, ultimately, we will have to reduce the affordability CIP, first of all, to make this recommendation. So, first of all, the county executive had like a $15 million placeholder, something like that. So we would be recommending like a $9 million placeholder. Is that?
Well, it'll be less than that now because we're adding the trails, which is about 1.5, maybe a 7, maybe about half, probably about half that.
And, we don't know the feasibility of getting all that funding back in. We certainly know that our community came out in full force pressing us for more funding for parks. And so as for what would happen within, let's say we got 5 million of that, to your question, what actually is going to get funded? I think we'll need to have, I guess there's 2 ways we could do it. We could kick it back to planning and say, you guys, give some more thought to it, or we could be more specific in what we reconcile.
Yeah, I want to be realistic. I'm not sure we could come up with a way to make it all fit, but I think there are different moving parts that maybe at the margin we can figure out a way to close at least a little bit of this gap, which is why I said we'd like to have time to have Carl, who is excellent at his job, to help maybe figure out what the different possibilities are.
And if there's any way to make any of these projects more affordable, that would be helpful. When does this go to full council? As of now, it probably goes next week.
Yes.
But isn't that just to clarify, that's just a straw vote?
Yeah.
They would be like
Have your
rejecting us
list.
putting this on the reconciliation list.
Well,
we wouldn't be making a final decision
Right.
of how it fits,
Oh,
right?
absolutely, correct.
Right.
And we've got time, and we could do it the following week. That's fine. So
You could provide them with this list of information of the things that you'd consider funding. It doesn't have to be
Yeah.
prioritized.
I
You can
think we
give
have
as
to.
much
Yeah.
information as possible about them. We'll work with Carl, but it doesn't have to be prioritized. And that conversation can happen later.
I think oftentimes council defers to the committee unless they have, I don't think they usually cut things from what the committee recommends at this point in the process.
right.
That was what I was
I
trying.
believe, though, that it's very likely that you guys will want to try to have a mini reconciliation prior to May. That has been done in the past, and then it's more important that I think your staff who's working on putting that together knows your priorities.
Right.
And council would express their priorities, I guess, in next week's session. But that, my guess is probably in April, there'll be some kind of mini reconciliation exercise to try and get some of this sort of tamped down across the board, not just in
When
this
did you
committee.
say that you thought that would be?
Historically, it's been in April when you have done
Right.
that.
And you may have time at the end of one of your committee operating budget work sessions to revisit this. So,
All right, so why don't we not put it on next Tuesday? We'll get a little bit of time for Parks to, Casey to talk about it a little further, and then we'll either have a quick check-in before we send it on, or we'll have some additional, we'll modify the committee recommendation as we send it on.
so no information related to these 5 items for the council next week?
Well, I mean, I think we had 2 people agreeing on something, but I'm fine if we can modify it. If the proposal is not to say anything on prioritization right now.
Right.
Is that what you said? Am I reading that right?
Well, what I was saying was just hold off on putting it on the full council agenda. It doesn't have to
You're
go
saying
on
not
next
put it on the
week.
agenda.
Well, so what I will bring to the council next week, though, is a summary of what this committee has talked about and is making recommendation on. And so if the committee wants to recommend making these changes, just not prioritizing them, that is part of the discussion today.
Yeah.
Are they informed of that next week? I would say you should. Would say you would provide them with this list, as it does modify some of the things that are already in the staff report. They're going to be briefed on your deliberations on this staff report. But I don't think you need to make a recommendation related to prioritization.
Okay. All right, well, we will eventually.
Yes. Just not next week.
And I'm just trying to understand, what is the reason why we're going to push off from the 10th to the 17th? I mean, if we're not
Well, it sounds like we're not.
You're not.
We're just going to go ahead and say, here are the things we added to the
You're
reconciliation
interested
list.
in
we can
funding.
discuss. We can
And we'll
discuss it.
further discuss prioritization.
Absolutely. Yep.
Fine with me.
That's what I would do.
Okay.
Well, and with the CIP, they're not really on the reconciliation list. They're in until someone takes them out.
Right.
Which is why giving guidance might help. I mean,
Again, I think that the conversation
Is there
can
a risk
become more
that-
nuanced as you go through the budgeting process. It can happen in the next month or
Is
two.
there a risk to separating out tier 1 and tier 2 right now, as we've kind of somewhat gotten 2 votes for each, and then recognizing that we may need to further prioritize within tier 2? I mean, based on affordability constraints? It sounds like,
makes sense to
it
me.
just sounds like we had consensus, at least on that aspect, to do tier 1 and tier 2. And then, recognizing the fact that we may have to do further prioritization within tier 2 based on affordability constraints. I mean,
Yeah. I think we're all agreed about that.
yeah, so I mean, I would be most comfortable, I mean, if it's okay with the chair and my colleagues, but I'd be most comfortable sharing that as the current thinking of the committee, because that's where we are. I think that will provide the greatest level of transparency and, allow our colleagues to understand where we are based on the committee's recommendation, recognizing the fact that tier 2 may need to be, further worked out.
That's fine. I agree with that.
That seemed to be what Councilmember Jawando
yeah, that's
was
fine.
saying.
I mean, obviously, we can all say, what we want to say to people prior to then and during next week, so that's fine. Yeah.
Well, I'll just clarify that Tier 1 is the Trails and Vision Zero, and Tier 2 is the rest of the funding items.
Obviously, just note the trails distinction that
Yeah, that's the natural trails is 2-1.
Right,
I shall
right.
do that.
for a more modest increase.
He'll help you with the language if you need. Okay, thank you.
Good. All right, thank you. One more thing I wanted to ask. When do we come back to talk about athletic fields, Pam?
I think you are coming back on March 24th, I believe, for a joint
March 24th.
ENC and PHED committee meeting on ball fields, because, as you are aware, the CUP money discussion is being put closer to operating budget. That does prime you for operating budget. The Blair fields can be discussed then, other issues related to ball fields. If you have things that you want covered in that meeting, please send them to me soon. I'd like to get an outline for the staff report done very quickly and work with my colleague Vivian Yao on what she wants in that outline as well. So
Okay.
that'd be great.
One thing I would definitely love to get into more is the availability of competition level Little League and softball fields. It feels to me like the county has a commitment to providing first-rate basketball courts, indoor basketball, first-rate soccer and lacrosse and rectangular fields, and we provide Little League fields and softball fields, but it seems murky that whether there is a field with a mound and indoor grass and a fence, and even maybe a scoreboard. That is kind of that's the competition level field for Little League. I'm aware of really only 2 of those fields in the county, one at Germantown and one at North Chevy Chase. There might be others, I'm not sure, but I would love to see us think a little bit more about this issue, talk to some of the leagues. It seems to me that every softball league ought to have a home field that is, as nice as the field at Blair, for example, and they ought to have, every Little League ought to have a home field that is, has a mound and indoor grass and lights so that they can run at night, and water so they can keep the field maintained. But it doesn't seem to me that has been the policy of our county. Our county is not. We've sort of said we'll provide the neighborhood field, the diamond at your local school, but we won't necessarily provide the true Little League experience and a higher level softball experience. So I would just appreciate a little bit, push the envelope a little bit on that. To talk to some folks and see, come back. Let's talk about that when we take up the field's operating budget. Okay. Great. Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
There are a lot of specialty and advantages about this market. They really care for the neighborhood and the less privileged as well. And they try to assist the farmers too, so that our produce can get to.
If they don't have computers in their house, to make sure they can complete the census forms. And of course, we want to remind the immigrant community that the question that had everybody concerned that Mr. Trump wanted to put on the census is not in the census. So there is nothing for anybody to be concerned about in terms of filling out these census forms. And if you don't have a computer, please don't despair. Go to the county website, find out where you can go, or go down to one of their organizations and make sure you know where you can go to file your census forms.
And that census website is montgomerycountymd.gov/census. Thank you, Mr. Elrich, for your time.
Thank you.
For you watching at home, any more information, visit the county's website at montgomerycountymd.gov. I'm Lorna Virgili, and thank you for watching.
In Montgomery County, we have a goal to reduce waste and recycle 70% of all waste by 2020. By recycling and reducing waste, we save natural resources and make our community even better. So recycle at home, work, school, everywhere, and keep recycling going. For more information, call the Montgomery County, Maryland Division of Solid Waste Services at 311 or visit montgomerycountymd.gov/recycling.
Keep it going. Recycle more now.
Body language can tell you all sorts of things. Like someone is having a stroke. Know the sudden signs. Learn fast. Face drooping, arm weakness, speech difficulty. Time to call 911 and get them to a hospital immediately. Learn the body language and spot a stroke fast.
My grandma always says everyone counts, and everyone who lives with us is special. Like my aunt, who took me on my first bus ride to the library, or my older cousin, who walked me to my first day of school, even my mom's friend and her baby who live with us.
The census informs funding for schools, roads, healthcare, and more. So count everyone in your home, including all children on the 2020 census. It's your chance to help them for the next 10 years. You can respond online, by phone, or by mail. Shape your future. Start here. Learn more at 2020census.gov.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the T&E Committee. Today we'll be continuing our discussion of the CIP, including WSSC, solid waste management, and stormwater management. WSSC's proposed CIP includes the acquisition of a new customer resource building adjacent to their headquarters, in addition to a variety of projects to keep their system in a state of good repair. Keith?
Yeah, I have a pretty extensive packet, which I don't want to go through word for word, but WSSC did prepare a summary of their CIP, which I think would be helpful to go through, especially since we have some newer committee members here that are not as familiar. And so I think we'd start with that and have our folks come up and introduce themselves. And then once we've gone through that, then the issues that we did not touch on, I think we need to, I will bring back, make sure we get to those. And then obviously any questions committee members have, they can, please bring up at any time, so I think we have the right people here to answer them. So why don't we start with introductions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hooker and T&E committee members. My name is Carla Reed, and I am the General Manager CEO of WSSC Water. We did bring quite a team to answer any questions. Oh, embarrassed? I'm sorry.
Your first time here.
Keep going.
You're good.
Okay.
That's my picture.
All right, great.
Sure.
So we did bring quite a team with us here today, and I'd like to introduce the people at the table as well as our commissioners. Our commissioners, including our vice chair, are here with us today. Our vice chair, Eloise Foster, and Commissioner Barnett, and Commissioner Dennis. And
welcome back.
At the table, we have our deputy. I'm great. I'm in another category. Yes. Joe Beach. And then we have our Chief Financial Officer, Patty Callahan. We have Mark Brackett, who is the manager of our capital program, and then Jay Price, who is our Deputy General Manager for operations. And we have also our Deputy General Manager for administration in the audience. So any question you have for us, we're ready. And we want to
Apparently.
thank Pete Lachenko for his thorough package and for all of his support and questions that he asked us along the way.
It's a terrific packet.
Yeah, we have the slides that they're going to be referring to are start on circle page 76 of the memo. We're also trying to project them up here, but the text is a little small on the screen, so you're probably going to want to refer to your packet. With the slides.
What page was that?
Okay, good afternoon. For the record, Patty Callahan, Chief Financial Officer, and I'm pointing to change slides. We're here today to talk about our FY21 capital budget, and it starts with our strategic priorities, spending affordability, and our capital improvement program. All support these priorities at WSSC Water. We want to optimize our infrastructure, looking for industry-leading reliability and asset integrity. We want to spend our customer dollars wisely. It's very important that we do that, improve our operational efficiency, improve our fixed asset utilization, and improve our financial process efficiency and our fiscal sustainability. Slide. Our FY21 capital budget CIP review process includes work sessions with our general manager in July, work sessions with the counties July 9th and 10th, work sessions with our commissioners July 17th, and our public hearing process September 4th and 5th. We receive approval to transmit in September on the 18th, and we work with both counties to review our budget, and by May 20th, we hopefully finish the process with the bi-county meeting on the 7th and an adoption of our CIP by June of 2020. Our capital spending policy guidelines focus on attaining sustainability through an affordable capital improvement program. We have key financial metrics on our debt service levels. We want to balance rate and operating growth. We have limits on our new debt issuance, on our debt service expenses, and we watch very carefully to stay within our debt service coverage, which is 1.1. So when you look at our net revenues, we want to make sure we have enough coverage of our debt service 1.1 times. We're also very careful to make certain that our debt service expense as a percentage of our total expenditures stays less than 40%. We focus on our multi-year fiscal planning to make certain that our capital budget as we present to you is affordable and sustainable in the future. We look at our bond issuance limits over the 6-year period, and we want to make certain we smooth that out so there are no blips in the out years, so we keep our rates on a fairly smooth level. Next slide. Other capital spending guidelines that we have in our 6-year plan, we want to make certain that we have adequate liquidity and fund balance reserves. And to do that, we maintain a day's operating reserves on hand between 60 and 90 days. We want to make sure that our fund balance at the end is at 10% of our revenues. All of those are very important to maintain our AAA bond rating. Just of notice, we have had a growing program. Infrastructure is aging at WSSC, and from fiscal year 10 until fiscal year 20, it has grown from $371 million to $638 million, and that is to maintain a quite extensive program in both counties. And our outstanding debt, which drives a lot of our expenditures, has grown 132% from that time period, $1.36 billion to $3.16 billion. But again, we monitor that very carefully. We do our fiscal planning well, and we work with our rating agencies again to maintain an important rating. We do have an affordable CIP. It does fit within the rate increase limits through the spending affordability process, and our anticipated bond issuance limits also fit within that level. And we hope that it keeps our rates in an affordable position, and we do have programs in place to help those customers that struggle. We do have an increased use of pay-as-you-go in our long-term fiscal plan to keep those debt metrics in place, and that does help us keep our interest rates lower by investing some in cash. With that, I'm going to turn the next part of the presentation over to Mark Brackett, who is our capital budget section manager. And he will go through a few of the key projects, and then we're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Mark Brackett, Capital Budget Section Manager. Our 6-year program is $3.7 billion. Most of that is bond funded, as I'm sure you're aware, $3.3 billion. Mandated projects make up almost a third of our spending requirements in the capital budget. The money we send down to Blue Plains for the wastewater treated down there, our 2 consent decrees we're operating under, and then other regulatory and agreements we have in place.
How many more years on Blue Plains?
That is an ongoing, about 2/3 of our wastewater flow down to Blue Plains.
Right. Wasn't there a temporary bump up for the enhancements they were
making? Enhanced nutrient removal project, and that is starting to wind down by 22. That project will be winding down. Okay. But they have more stuff coming to replace it.
I'm not surprised. Okay.
The fiscal year 21 capital budget is $624.3 million, approximately $55 million higher than the prior year. Again, mostly bond funded. PAYGO is at $31 million. And in the budget year, again, mandated projects make up approximately a third of our spending. And on the next slide, you just see that graphically. Due to our existing agreements and consent decrees, and they're noted down there for you. Next, when we look at the CIP, we look at major categories of spending, and for us, system improvements. This is all of our reconstruction programs, rebuilding our facilities, is all in system improvements program. Over 90% of our spend in FY21. There was a smaller percentage for growth at WSSE, growth pays for growth, so that comes from developers and system development charges that we collect. Next up is so just hand in hand with all the reconstruction work is the bonds. So nearly 90% of the 21 capital budget is funded through long-term debt. That debt drives debt service drives the rate increases, and we're adding debt faster than we're actually retiring the debt because of the expanding program. So as our CFO mentioned earlier, our debt has grown to $3.2 billion outstanding. So it's a challenge. We do have some grant money coming in through MDE, through the flush tax, the Chesapeake Bay restoration. We use that for sewer reconstruction work and also for the ENR projects. We've completed all the ENR projects at our wastewater plants, our water resource recovery facilities. And as we said, we're wrapping up the one down at Blue Plains by 22 for the most part.
What's been the trend on the flush tax?
It's increasing slightly just with population, but I think they doubled
The
the
rate's been the
tax
same?
a number of years back. I don't know when they last increased it, but for us, it's just a small increase as population.
Because it's a small percentage of
households grow.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next up. So our sewer reconstruction program, this is the small diameter work. This is where we're working in the roadways. This is where we're getting the funding from MDE for small diameter sewer reconstruction work. They pay for approximately 87.5% of the construction cost for the program. So that's a big help there. We expect to do 20 miles. That's a pretty steady state for us. Stay on that program, about $55.5 million a year. Next up is water reconstruction. Over the past 10 years, we've rehabilitated on average over 50 miles per year. And what we're doing last year and repeating again in the plan for 21 is to step back a little bit to 25 miles per year, to slow it down a little bit, and instead target that money more towards investing in new technologies and tools we think we can that are now available as technology is increasing for us. More products are available. We think we can be more efficient and more effective and maybe even more surgical in these replacements. So we're pursuing that. We have new leak detection technology that we're looking at, the satellite technology for looking for leaks. And in FY21, we programmed to do 25 miles again this year in small diameter water, about $72.5 million.
Can you talk about the leak detection, elaborate a little bit on the leak detection on the satellite? I don't think the new committee members or the public have heard too much about that.
So apparently they have a satellite that was looking for water on Mars, and it kind of finished what it was doing there, and they decided if they turned around and pointed it at Earth, they could tell us where water was leaking. And they can look and they can tell through their technology the difference between our water, which has chlorine and trace elements in it, as opposed to fresh water. So we're doing approximately 25% of our system per year over the next 4 years, and it will tell us where water is leaking, where we can't find it or we can't see it. So it's very exciting. Like I said, new technology coming to us that's available. So I want to try and invest in that and spend the money as wisely as possible. So
Go ahead.
So picking up on that point, last year you had shared some of those details of that technology. So 1 year later, how has that technology impacted the dollars and cents here?
Well, as I said, we were going to start ramping back up again, approximately 5 miles per year. We're putting that off a year to continue to pilot these things and the technologies that are available and see what we can get from them. I don't have anything specific, but we can get back to you.
So, okay, so just so I understand, we're not directly investing in that technology, or we are or plan to in the future?
We are investing in the satellite technology as a service, yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
And how much has been done over the last number of years? You're saying 5 miles per year or 5 miles over the last year?
Over the past 10 years.
I'm just trying to get an understanding of the application of it, the breadth of it, and how it has impacted the budget.
Yeah, we have over 5,000 miles of buried water pipe. We had been averaging rehabilitating or replacing approximately 50 miles per year for 10 straight years. And we think we've got the low-hanging fruit, maybe the worst of the worst. So now we're kind of taking a step back and looking at this new technology. And as we continue to look at these pilots that are available and the new technology that are emerging, instead of just plowing ahead, we're holding at the 25 miles, which in the long run for us is not going to impact us greatly. Like I said, I think we've got the worst of the worst, and now we're just trying to be more effective and efficient using the technology tools that are now available.
Sure.
That weren't there 10 years ago, maybe even 5 years ago.
Thank you.
So this can see into the ground, essentially, and water in the ground?
Yes, it's my understanding. However it sees, but yes. And it can tell the difference between fresh water and our water, which has chlorine in it and other trace elements, so they can identify.
It's cool.
It's very exciting.
What's the cost?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but it's extremely cost effective, more cost effective than the previous technologies we were using. We have other technologies that we're using. We have We put devices on top of fire hydrants, and at night it listens when nobody should be using water. And if we hear water, it can hear the hiss, and it can triangulate and tell you approximately it's 600 feet this way or 200 feet this way. We know where to look. So, and we can install it permanently and network it, or you can move it. So that's something else we're piloting, looking at. It's exciting stuff. So.
But we'll follow up with you in the full-year cost for the satellite.
Thanks. Where you detect water leaks that are not on your mains, but they're on customer service lines, will you inform your customers?
Yes. Yes. Yes, we will.
Great.
So wherever we see detected, we're going to make sure that we know.
Great.
Everybody knows.
Thanks.
And the other thing with the technology is that it is helping us not to have to dig and all those other expenses. So we want to calculate all those savings because we're just coming out of the pilot. So once we do full implementation, we'll have a better idea of those savings.
Next up, switching over to our large diameter water pipes. These are our transmission lines coming out of our water filtration plants and out into the system. We have over 100 miles of the pre-stressed concrete cylinder pipe that we have already inspected and are monitoring 24/7. That's the most important pipe in our system for us, and we've already avoided close to 30 imminent breaks in the system where the AFO wire listening heard the pings and heard multiple pings and faster pings and said, you need to go intervene before the pipe breaks. So that's a great thing because we've had some very bad things happen in the past, as you're aware, in the county. So. Along with that, we're repairing pipe joints and pipe segments. We also are going through all the valves in the system, close to 1,500 valves, and we've already addressed the majority of those. In FY21, we expect to spend $58.1 million. Next up is switching over to the wastewater side, the trunk sewer. The photograph that you see there, that's something new. We're adding the program in 21. These are aerial sewers. Most often, you always think of sewer pipes as being buried, but sometimes sewer pipes are attached to the bottom of a bridge, you might see. They're also out in the woods where it wouldn't make sense to bury the pipe. It just crosses the ravine. And that's something we identified need to be addressed, and that's folded into the program starting in 21.
Getting rid of those?
Determining what the best course of action is. Is it better to get rid of it or better to rebuild what's there, rehab? Case-by-case basis.
I can picture some of those in the Northwest Branch Stream Valley. And thanks to my county council training, I knew it was a sewer. I don't know how many people knew that. But it looks like that, and it's very curious.
You're very wise. That is in the Northwest Branch. That's the first one we're looking at. So well cited.
It looked familiar.
Yes. The trunk sewer program is where we're doing the also doing consent decree work on the wastewater side, and nearly all of that work has been let to construction, and over 120 miles of it has already been completed, and the remaining is in the program to get done. That's all the phase 1 work. In fiscal year 21, we expect to spend $69.5 million. Next up is our Potomac water filtration plant on River Road. We have a consent decree going on there to basically not return any solids back into the river. We just got the long-term upgrade plan approved by MDE this past fall. So now the CIP reflects that higher cost as we expected, and the revised estimate is $202 million for that project. And this project is one of the ones we're funding through our green bond program.
What's the interest rate on that?
Oh, gosh, it was low. I'm going to have it.
2.8? Around there?
Yeah, definitely below 3. It might pop into my brain in a few minutes, but if not, but it was a very good rate. We had a very solid sale.
Sounds like. Can you mention what we get for the extra $200 million the 99 versus 99.9?
That's about it. Yes, an extra 40, yeah.
You might need to explain that better than I just did. Jay?
All right. We built a solids handling facility adjacent to the plant about 20 years ago, and it has been removing nearly all the solids from return to the river.
Meaning 99%?
I wouldn't say that, but close.
Wasn't that the goal?
Well, the new one has to remove 99.9% or better.
No matter what the condition.
No, even if there's a hurricane or storm, it doesn't matter. It still has to be able to meet that guideline, and that costs $202 million.
Under the consent decree.
Under the consent decree.
According to MD, and all parties would have to sign off on any change to that, including the waterkeeper, right? Riverkeeper.
I believe so.
So do you expect the extra 200 plus million to have any impact on rates?
Debt means debt service. Debt service adds to customers' bills. Absolutely. Absolutely will.
Okay.
No free lunch.
Next up is the Tucson plant. That's our smaller plant located in Laurel. The picture you see there is the ribbon cutting. We finished the latest upgrades to the plant. Along with that, we're building a new raw water pipeline from the Rocky Gorge Ducket Dam down to the plant, and upgrading the pump station, which is located up by the dam, to bring more water down. That'll bring the capacity of the plant up to 72 million gallons per day, with a peak of 110 million gallons per day. This is very important for resiliency for the system, backing up the Potomac plant. If we ever have to do maintenance there, or there's ever an issue with that plant. So it's a key project for us. Blue Plains, as we mentioned before, we fund approximately 46% of the wastewater treatment plant projects down at Blue Plains, and approximately 2/3 of all of our wastewater goes down to Blue Plains for treatment from both counties. The picture you see there is actually the long-term control plan tunnels, and the other large project going on down there is the ENR project, which is winding down. In FY21, $59.5 million, almost 16% of our capital budget for the year. Next up is Broad Creek. This was also part of the consent decree. The earlier projects for the force mains and headworks are completed, and what you see in the picture there is the work going on at the pumping station. We expect to wrap that up this summer. Next up is Piscataway Bioenergy. You see the picture there is the ribbon cutting. That was this past May. We're transforming sewage waste into renewable energy, which will produce enough energy that will be capable of running the plant off the grid if necessary in case of a storm, ice storm, hurricane. It's going to treat the biosolids from all of our water resource recovery facilities, reduce our greenhouse gases, help protect the Chesapeake Bay. It's a great program. Construction started in May, as you see with the photograph. And we are queued up for low interest loans from Maryland Department of the Environment for this under their water quality. And we signed the first loan as $43 million to get the project started at 0.7% interest rate. We have loans lined up to $120 million already queued up, and we continue to apply. They go in cycles each year and add to it. So far so good.
What else can those loans be used for?
We also use them for wastewater projects at our plants and for the small diameter sewer reconstruction, the part that's not covered by Bay grants. We back up with low interest loans.
Are they only available to water utilities?
No, municipalities, states, counties. Yeah.
At 0.7%?
Well, it depends. It's a percentage of, at the time that you
Sure.
sell. So it depends on the time.
But recently you got that?
That was the most recent sale. Of settling with the state.
Sure. Okay, great.
Next up is our advanced delivery infrastructure. infrastructure. This will replace all of our meters with a new metering system, so we won't have to drive trucks every day all over the counties. We won't have to have meter readers walking routes every day all through the counties. And most importantly, it will get us to monthly billing for our customers, stable monthly billing. So this is a project that's going to save us money, so it has a payback. Once we get the final bids in and see what the price is, we'll give you a new calculation, but we had estimated 7 to 10 years payback on this project. It also really helps our customers with leak detection on their property. We'll be able to we'll know if they have a leak. We can let them know proactively. The system will just send an email, send a text, whatever they want. So, very exciting project.
Is the plan still for the current meter readers to be absorbed in other work?
Yes.
At WSSC?
Yes.
Thanks.
New projects. We have 4 new projects this year. Shady Grove Neighborhood Center is a developer project. The developer will pay to build it, and it's, as you see there, about 900 feet of 15 to 18-inch sewer, and 3,600 feet of 15-inch sewer, so good-sized sewer. Regional water supply resiliency. This is looking at a regional solution for the entire metropolitan area. Currently, basically, they're looking at Travilla Quarry. And this money is just to do planning work and help us reach out to our regional partners who would be involved in this and work on finding a federal funding source for this. This is not something that we could afford or even the area together. We would need federal contributions. So putting this project in the CIP helps kind of outline the project and gets us started on down that path to look for funding and partners.
So we need a new reservoir. Is that the basic starting point regionally?
I'm sorry?
We need a new reservoir. That's the kind of starting point here?
For regional resiliency, that is the best option. They have looked at it. There was a study done by COG and another one done by, not sure if it's probably Interstate Commission on the Potomac River Basin, ICPRG, and both of them came back to Travilla Quarry as your first earliest best option. And this would take over a decade to get built. And who knows how long it would take to get through all the approvals and all. So
Why does it take that long?
We need to get started.
Why does it take that long? If the quarry's already there,
We have to get the water
pipeline.
from the river to the quarry.
Understood.
And then get the water from the quarry down to the plant, to the Potomac plant.
is that
So that's a
design and
significant-
construction that would take 10 years? Right.
We have to purchase, we need permitting,
Uh-huh.
rights ways, permitting could take a year or more, but
And-
will take more than a year.
And the federal
So,
grants, right.
It's a lot of ground to traverse, so.
You've talked to Senator Cardin and the rest of our delegation about it?
I wouldn't know.
That's my knowledge.
You're nodding, yes, yes, we have talked to Senator Cardin, okay.
It's right up Senator Cardin's alley, right? Yeah. And has anything been done on this before this, CIP?
This is the first time it appears in the CIP.
So what's been done before this?
Talking about it, studying it.
Well,
Lots of meetings?
We're one of the partners on the Interstate Commission on the Potomac River Basin.
Right.
So they've been talking about it, and with COG as well. So we participate. We're very working together.
Right. And the needs been are out there for a long time, okay.
So resiliency is if the flow of the river slows, and how does that factor in? Is it in case there's
Terrorism?
terrorism and a pollution into the river?
Yeah, I don't know if you recall, maybe a couple of years ago, there was a sheen on the Potomac. So anything that would compromise the quality of the water source would be a need to have a backup.
And upstream, there's what, 5 other areas that use the water before it gets to us?
I'm not sure exactly how many, Jay, do you know that answer?
It's pretty much all the way up to Potomac and Shenandoah, as I'm saying.
Right.
Many users up there. but
Right.
This would allow.
Plus industrial users, not just utilities, right.
We have two resources, or 2 sources for water, being Tucson River, Potomac River. If something would happen to Potomac, this would give us a fallback for the Potomac portion.
Right, so any failures upstream are a vulnerability for us.
Right.
Right.
The laboratory division building expansion. When we first built the lab back in 2020, we bought the land and it had the
It's 2020 now.
So it was earlier than that.
Way back in 2020.
2000, when we built the laboratory building, we bought the property and have the plan to expand the plant to a larger size, knowing we would need to do that eventually. The time has arrived. We're doing close to 500,000 tests per year. Regulation is only increasing, so we are already beyond our capacity and are outsourcing now, which is not ideal because you don't want to lose control of your controlled samples. It's very important for reporting to the state and for the safety of our customers. So expanding the plant basically on schedule as planned and coming to the CIP now. Other capital programs, this is really just a technicality. Prior to this, we had additional capital spending that was not included in this document, the CIP document, but it's always been in the capital budget for the past forever. What we've done to align the complete capital budget with the CIP document, now all the capital costs in here. So we have additional costs for relocations, paving, new water and sewer house connections, a number of other things. So now when you see the CIP, you're seeing the complete picture of the entire capital budget.
Go ahead. This might be the appropriate time. It's a related topic, so we won't be able to spend too much time on it. But the downtown Silver Spring project, that is a hotel and it's seeking to proceed and has been required to build a very substantial pipe. Is it for water or sewer or both? Sewer is probably sewer. And it's a multi-million-dollar requirement that the developer would be paid back from over time. What I guess I don't understand about this is downtown Silver Spring where we want development to happen. And we are loading in millions of dollars of infrastructure cost into this private developer's obligations. And while they would get paid back over time, it seems really disproportionate. Like, why isn't WSSC paying for it and then having WSSC get paid back over time? Why isn't the developer just charged for their share of it? You know, they have to pay up front not only for their own share, but essentially for everybody's need. And then they only get paid back from future development projects that may occur. I don't understand. Why isn't it a major capital project? I know you had said that growth, you have a policy that growth is supposed to pay for itself, but that's a very broad policy. In this case, you have one developer who essentially is having to pay for past and future growth. And it's quite an impediment to them moving forward. And it seems not like a desirable policy for us to have in place to put such a large requirement on one project. And, you know, we've kind of moved away from that in the transportation arena. Director Roshdi knows about this. Like, we used to have an approach where, you know, a project comes along and there's no longer enough transportation capacity, and so that project has to make a huge investment rather than just paying for their own incremental share. They essentially have to pay for everybody's share, past and future. And it was a major, major problem, so we've shifted towards a proportional share. You know, we have a policy that essentially says, here's what it should cost overall, and everybody has to pay their own piece. And then that allows projects to move forward because they're not hung up by a major, major capital investment at the front end that they can't afford. And why don't we do it that way? Why don't we charge development proportionally rather than making them pay for the whole expense and then getting paid back?
So as you mentioned, Councilmember Reamer, our longstanding policy since the mid-90s has been growth pays for growth. That was out of the policy that we didn't want to impose private development costs on the general ratepayer and make them subsidize that private development. What we are requiring the developer in this case to build is no different than we've required for any other developer since this policy has been in place. So it is a level playing field where it's the same requirements for each one. And but for that development, those enhancement in capacity and the sewer system in Silver Spring wouldn't have to be made. In this case, the developer has asked for a guaranteed repayment And we can't really do that. They would require a change in the policy for one specific development. And at this point, we can't guarantee that that repayment. First of all, if we were to make that guarantee, they would be moved in the queue ahead of all the other developers who have made similar improvements and are waiting for their reimbursement as well. And just another thing about the system development charge and the policy we've had, that's raised nearly $700 million in basically funds to offset what otherwise would have been rate-supported debt as well. So it's been a pretty successful policy.
Right, I'm not trying to suggest that we shouldn't charge developers for what they do. What it seems problematic is that we make them pay up front and then they get reimbursed over time. We're the party that's best suited to absorb the long-term, implications of payment over time. And maybe on a project where it's not such a huge requirement, maybe it's more easily absorbed. But this one seems like it's really big. It's really expensive. Is this project a little bit bigger than many projects?
Not in our discussions with our development services group, and I've got to say, I haven't heard this complaint before that our WSSC's requirement is holding up a development from going forward. Usually, we're not one of the bigger costs that are driving this. So I haven't heard that before.
It's both of those variables, right? It's the cost of that project and the rock that's there and the insufficient amount of funds in that sub-district.
Right.
Yeah.
Unique to that.
Right.
If it was farther uphill, it'd be different. Where it is, with not much development downhill from there, there's not much in the sub-district and not many development opportunities, I don't believe. But go on.
But, yeah, so, I mean, just according to our current policy, we would have to change our current SDC regulations to accommodate what they're requesting right now. And that doesn't seem to us, that we have other developers who have sort of advanced these costs. They pay for it. They're waiting for reimbursement. That just doesn't seem like it would be a level playing field for all of them. And we've talked to the county about this before, whether there's, whether there could be an economic development grant or somehow work out a package for this. So I don't know if the county has before considered an economic development grant for this.
Nice one, Joe.
Yeah.
It would also be remediated, right, by changing the boundaries, making that more forgiving of the sub-districts, right? Because there's multiple ones in downtown Silver Spring alone.
They're really based on the basins and where it's flowing to as well. So it's I don't know that we change the districts like that. Like we said, we can look into this again, but
one could borrow from another, but you don't allow that right now.
Correct. Yeah.
It just seems to me there ought to be a more efficient financing strategy. This is working at odds with a lot of other goals. I don't know what the answer is. I really don't. But an expense this large, it seems, again, this developer's contribution to the problem is fractional, but their obligation is really beyond that.
Right, yeah, and I get that. And say if we did it similar to what you described for transportation for the county, and I'm not familiar with that as much, is then we would be advancing it in the hopes that would get repaid over time, and in the meantime, the ratepayer would be supporting that debt.
As you said, you got $700 million from this. You would still have received $700 million. I'm not saying that they should pay less. It's just a question of timing.
Right. No, I get that, and it's just in the interim, the ratepayers would have to support that advance.
Let me just add to this. I appreciate the thoughts and the questions. If this was a policy that originated back in the 90s, as so many other growth policies in the DC region did, particularly here in Montgomery County, that was a different time. And it was probably that decade therein was probably the most dramatic period of growth in Montgomery County, if not in the outside DC area, and so I would say that times change and it might be worth evaluating whether or not that policy needs to be updated given the growth projections and the different demographics that we have here in the county.
And the expense, it was probably a lot cheaper to do these projects 20, 30 years ago. But doing them now is so burdensome. It feels like WSSC is better suited to smooth out that obligation over time than individual projects. And think it probably is an issue for a lot of other individual projects. You know, somehow they manage to make it through. Somehow a lot of them don't. I mean, there's not a lot of development happening in Montgomery County. You know, it's something we hear about a lot. And so, you know, this is part of the problem, honestly. It's a significant expense that projects struggle with. So, we'll ask you to just keep working on it.
Right, I was going to say, we're committed to taking a relook
Thank you.
at the policy and seeing what the impacts of any changes to the policy could possibly be. And I think all of the economic development policies probably need to be relooked at, not just WSSC's policy. So
True.
I would urge that, other
Y'all have to run in the same direction.
We're looking at ours too, for
Okay.
sure.
All right.
But no, I appreciate the dialogue. This wasn't on the agenda, but with so many commissioners here, I think it's a great opportunity to hear the committee say that this is a worthy for reconsideration.
Thank you. All right. Circle 98.
Next up, projects closing out. 13 on this cycle. I'll highlight the first three. Three new water storage facilities, Olney and Shady Grove. Standpipes have been replaced with elevated tanks, and the Clarksburg elevated tank is a new tank, so 6.5 million gallons of additional water. This improves our efficiency and our resiliency, again, having water storage ready for customers when they need it. And some impacts of reductions. Basically, bad things happen. If we have to defer our capital programs for reconstruction programs and upgrades at our plants, more breaks and leaks, delayed response time, loss of service. It interrupts our customers. It interrupts businesses in the counties. We could have increased frequency of sanitary sewer overflows, so definitely impacts there, possible fines, and not funding these reconstruction programs or reducing these reconstruction programs can increase our operation and maintenance costs, because we're spending more times chasing problems instead of being not even proactive, but just staying on schedule to keep our infrastructure in good shape. So that's all I had.
Excellent. Thank you.
So that, before we get to the amendment project, I did want to mention a few things regarding the CIP, just some summary numbers. And you heard that they were trying to keep their CIP within a reasonable bound so that they could stay within their fiscal plan goals of especially the 40% or less of budget. This CIP with the information projects that were discussed equates to about a 1.6% increase, about $59 million. Now, as you heard, there's a lot of projects. A lot of these are very big projects, so you have some big swings in some of them, and some in both directions, both up or down. In many cases, you have projects that are moving through construction, and so you see big decreases, even though the total project cost may not be changing much. And then others, you have some significant increases, like you heard earlier about the Blue Plains projects. The 6-year increase for those is $75.3 million. So that alone exceeds the overall increase in their CIP. So you can see they have decreases elsewhere. The consent decree program that we talked about is increasing from what was in the approved CIP by $42 million. So those are big numbers. And then you have some big decreases that I noted on the front page of the packet as well, in the water reconstruction and sewer reconstruction and the trunk sewer reconstruction. So they have been trying to balance some of these increases with some offsetting decreases, at least temporarily, until some of these numbers can work their way through the CIP.
How often is the cost-sharing assumption for Blue Plains updated?
The intermunicipal agreement dates back, I believe, to 1983, but it was updated about 2012. So there was a significant revision to the agreement back in 2012.
It wasn't updated between 83 and 2012?
Correct.
And it's it's based on the number of ratepayers and the use in each
You mean the cost sharing? Yeah, the cost sharing was based on, on the capital side, it's based on capacity that a jurisdiction wants to have as its, to plan to, whereas on the operating side, it's based on actual flows. And,
Right.
Obviously, over time, these things can change, and there's, I think the inertia of getting all the jurisdictions together to work out a change was tremendous. Getting the 2012 agreement was a major effort. So it's not something that's easy to reopen. And you have, I mean, look at on the capacity side, for instance. One jurisdiction may have too much capacity and want to sell off that capacity to others, things like that. But other jurisdictions are happy with their capacity. So you have a lot of, it's very difficult to get changes.
Some parties' interest to reopen
Yeah.
and some not.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised it's not just based clearly on the number of ratepayers and the usage in each jurisdiction. I mean, you have big population swings.
Well, I think the flows, the operating flows, are a pretty good indicator of population.
Right.
So, for instance, with the you heard earlier about the large tunnels that DC Water is building to manage their combined sewer issues, and WSSC does pay a portion of that because a portion of the flows are WSSC flows, although much smaller than what's going to Blue Plains. So they had to work out the cost sharing for that, and it's I think it's what 8%. It's significantly lower than the 46% that we're paying at Blue Plains.
But you know my concern. After years of decline in DC's population, you have now surging population in DC. You have essentially flat, largely population growth in Montgomery and Prince George's. And I hope that cross sharing is being updated to reflect that. And Vice Chair. But it hasn't been updated since 2012?
2012. Well, our flows have been relatively flat, too.
I imagine.
Yeah.
Right.
So.
And DC's probably not. How much they're using, right?
But if they exceed their capacity, though, then you do have a cost. You have a cost issue. Yeah. If they have to borrow capacity from someone else.
Right. There's a provision for borrowing capacity.
There's provisions. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. I didn't have anything else to add on the specific projects unless there's other questions regarding those.
Nobody?
Well, we talked about it, but the customer resource building.
Yeah, that's an amendment to the current FY20 through 25 CIP, and that is something that we have for separate discussion. Right now, if we're done with the rest of the CIP, Mr. Roshdi is here. He's been there, WCC's lead on looking at this issue and can walk us through WCC's thinking on this amendment.
Can your rookie staffer introduce himself?
Al Rushdie, WCC. Our headquarters of RGH is 30 years old, and our building has not been renovated in terms of HVAC or electrical or any of the critical components of the building, with the exception of one floor that was renovated last year and the HVAC was updated. Typically, the electrical or HVAC system lasts about 20 years, and after that they start experiencing problem. And 30 years is quite a stretch. So in order for us to renovate floor by floor and getting the HVAC upgraded, we have to move folks out into a staging space. And so for that reason, we start looking at a building across the street to lease a space, one floor, so we could do this. While we were looking at the lease options, we learned that this building was also for sale. And looking at the prices and numbers, it became very clear to us that from financial standpoint, buying this building will cost us less than leasing one floor. The current building is 4-story building. It's a Class A office building. It's 120,000 square feet. 2 upper level are leased to Perspecta, which is a fairly reputable federal contractor. And they recently have extended their lease, or they're in the process of extending their lease to end of 2025 for 5 additional years. And we looked at the revenue, just the revenue from that lease in the next additional 5 years is more than half of the value or the price that we are in the discussion with this building owner. And not only we are resolving our space issue, but also we have a tremendous parking problem at that site, because when we have commission meetings or any public events, we really don't have enough parking space for those who come to our building. And we also felt that moving our public-facing function into that building, which is across the street, same distance for anybody who from Montgomery County or Prince George's County comes to our building for conducting business or getting a permit or using cashiers and so forth. So we felt that this was a win-win in terms of financial point of view. If you want more information, Mark can give you that, but I can only say that the cost to own this building is far less than actually costing to lease 1 floor, and we're going to end up with 2 floors, and that will help us eliminate some of the leases that we currently have. So that's the reason we are moving into that direction.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, and the analysis he mentioned is on, the summary of the analysis is on Circle 71. And they did look at, as Mr. Roshdi mentioned, the lease potential for the 2 floors that they would not be using, as well as the additional space they would. The cost to lease space just for the RGH renovation, the headquarters renovation, as well as some additional lease savings they would have from lease space now. And ultimately, you can imagine at the end of this, if you're leasing space, you're done. That's it. You've accomplished your project, but you don't actually have any asset at that point. Whereas with the purchase of the building, after all is said and done, you still have that asset at the end of this process for whatever you may want to use it for, going forward. So staff did feel comfortable with this project as an amendment to the CIP. They are recommending recognizing some deferrals of costs in a couple of other projects that minimizes the impact in the current CIP. But you're still going to have the impact of the building purchase that we will have to accommodate in the next fiscal plan. Like I said, the numbers work over the 10-year period, but you still have to spend the money up front to get that savings. So we will have to recognize that. And I did also hear from executive branch staff late Friday that the executive is supportive of this amendment. So we probably will get something from him in writing before the council acts on this amendment.
Are you going to create a WSSC parking lot district? Or coming from you, Al Rushdie, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
This is the one directly across the street where I've had to park before.
That is
right?
correct.
If there's no space in your lot, right? And then cross Schweitzer, right? Okay, it's the one right across. Okay.
Until they put up the signs that asked us to stop parking.
Well, that was my fault. Okay.
Okay. So the public will have an easier time getting in.
Getting in and out.
That's a real improvement, not to be underestimated, because you have a lot of security requirements. So.
Yes. Is that lot gated too? It's not.
No.
Right, it's just drive in, yeah. Okay, any other questions?
That's it on the WSSC portion of this.
Without
Oh,
objection?
without objection.
Right, with the amendment.
The amendment will be going back to the council for action in the next couple of weeks. The rest of the CIP obviously not until the Bi-County meeting in May.
Right.
The full council will take it up. I have to look and see what the schedule is for that. But yeah, we'll, if the committee is supportive, we can reflect that going forward.
We're comfortable with the amendment.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you all. Thank you. Nice to see you. Sorry to keep you waiting, DEP.
Yep. Okay.
Lori, come on up. Thank you.
Yeah, our next item is a project within the recycling and resource management section of the CIP. It's the Goody Landfill Remediation Project. I've noted in the summary on page 1 of my council staff report, this is an ongoing project to implement the recommendations included in an assessment of corrective measures report that was approved by the Maryland Department of the Environment back in 2016. But what we have before us today is a project based on more current design estimates. And we have, because this committee has not discussed this project, because it did not really come back last year as part of the amendment process, I thought it would be helpful for DEP to provide some quick background to the committee on this project and where it stands now, and what we can expect over the next several years as it moves into construction, both in terms of current uses on the site and future reuses on the site. So with that, why don't you introduce yourselves?
Will you put the slides up?
Oh,
we have some copies, but maybe not enough for everybody. But anyway, good afternoon. I'm Patty Bubar, the Deputy Director for the Department of Environmental Protection. Thank you very much for this opportunity to go through this. As Keith said, I don't think we have had a conversation with you on the Goody project for a while, so we're going to give you just a little bit of background. And then we can kind of go into any questions that you have. So I'm going to turn it over to Willie Weiner to go through the details. Thank you.
My name is Willie Weiner. I'm the Chief of the Recycling and Resource Management Division under DEP. And we're going to be talking about the Goody Landfill project. You have that.
Oh, no. I did not get the slides from you.
I did, yeah.
Okay, so try to.
All right.
Okay, all right.
Well,
All right.
we have them, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the.
Rich Harris, Office Manager Budget.
You have a beard since the last time I saw you. Okay.
That's correct.
Good to see you again.
Or gravitas. Yes.
During budget development.
Yes, absolutely. Right. Move favorable.
So I just want to give a quick introduction to the landfill and a little bit of the history on the landfill. This landfill is located at 600 East Woody Drive in Rockville. In the picture that you're seeing, the landfill, the total tract of
Right,
This
much
county's
bigger.
probably triple the,
Right.
triple the number of people.
Yes.
Yes. So as post-closure activities, well, first of all, on your picture, you can see in yellow, you can see the limits of the property for the landfill. That's 162 acres. The footprint of the actual landfill, where trash was buried, is about 140 acres. So not a lot of buffer in this landfill. Since the landfill was closed in 1982, the DEP has been conducting, or the Solid Waste Division has been conducting post-closure activities, including monitoring groundwater, extracting and flaring landfill gas, monitoring the landfill gas, and maintaining the soil cap that was put on top of the landfill at the time. Now, in 2008, if you want to turn to your page number 3, 2008, the Maryland Department of the Environment directed DEP to conduct an investigation on groundwater contamination that was noted in the landfill. After several studies, DEP and the Maryland Department of the Environment entered into a consent order that was based mainly on assessment and remediation of the groundwater contamination. This resulted in a corrective, an assessment of corrective measures report that was submitted to MDE in 2014. And in that report, DEP was favoring one of the alternatives for remediating the groundwater. That included bioremediation and expanding the gas collection system.
What creek does this flow into?
I don't know.
Is there one?
Crab Branch.
Yes.
That resolution by the county to submit that proposal to MDE was based on not knowing if waste was placed under the groundwater table at the time. So MDE directed, after submitting this 2014 proposal, MDE directed DEP to investigate whether waste was placed under the groundwater table to be able to come up with a different capping solution. So it's important to mention right now that back when DEP proposed this remediation for the landfill, the estimated cost of this bioremediation plus the expansion of the gas collection system was approximately $57 million. Back at the time, based on accounting guidelines, the county decided to book 50% of that cost, or $27 million, as a CIP project, which is in our solid waste fund. But again, that was a very approximate estimate of what the cost would be. So then DEP conducted the study to determine whether trash was placed under the groundwater table, and found out that no, that trash was over the groundwater table. So when we submitted those results to MDE, MDE decided that the solution for capping this landfill should be different. And they recommended to put a geomembrane on top of the landfill, basically a 40 mil geomembrane with a soil cover, and expand the gas collection system. So that was back in 2016 we received the letter from MDE, and we started the design of this cap, basically, for the landfill. One of the factors that was brought into the equation was the need of excavating some of the soil of the waste that was placed in the landfill back in 1982 up to 1982 to be able to bench back and be able to anchor that cap that was going to be placed on top of the landfill, and for stormwater facilities. So we've been working on this design since 2016, and we just received back in August of last year a 60% design for this project. The 60% design showed a total estimated cost now of $61.7 million, which is a much closer estimate to what we used to have in the past. So basically what we have right now is a gap of the roughly $28 million that we have in the solid waste fund and the $61.7 million that we need to complete this project. Of course, this is just a 60% design. That was submitted to the Department of the Environment. The Department of the Environment came back with some comments, some technical comments that will help us finish up with the 90% design that will be submitted to the state in August of this year. If we follow this timeline that we have somewhere in here, we have a timeline on page 7. We are expecting to have 100% design submittal by October of this year, and be able to award the contract in the end of July of next year. After that, the project will take, so we're talking FY22, basically, when we are going to be awarding this contract. Then the project will last approximately 5 years construction, so it will be a project that will go from FY22 to FY27. And the last part of this project will involve some beneficial use for the landfill, as you can see in the last two slides of this presentation, which will include passive entertainment, I guess, or
dog walking.
Use. Passive recreation.
With an observation area, a dog park, and solar panels. And this design is being approved by the Good Landfill Concerned Citizens group that's been working with DEP for the last 10 years.
Are there other community stakeholders you've been working with, or would everyone agree after we leave this room that the concerned citizens are the ones you should be speaking to?
Yeah, the concerned citizens were the ones that historically we've been working with for the last 10 years, total of 58 meetings with them, the last one back in January of this year.
The other groups contacted you?
Well, homeless shelter has been working with us for the last 3-4 meetings.
Okay, but no other citizens?
No others.
No. And even with the homeless and HHS, we've tried to put them back through the GLCC. I mean, like invite them to the meetings and have the conversations, just because there's minutes and they get approved and published, and so it's a formal
15
process.
meetings, a lot of meetings.
15 meetings.
Almost as many as we have. And the bioremediation, MDE didn't accept it?
No.
After the proposal?
Well, once the bioremediation made sense, if you made the assumption that waste could be placed within the groundwater table. Once that it was determined that it was not, it makes more sense to put a geomembrane cap on top of the landfill to prevent percolation of water into the landfill. And then that combined with an increased gas collection, that will definitely remediate the contamination that we're having at the property line.
Do other counties take that approach?
Yes.
In Maryland? Bioremediation?
No, not bioremediation, no.
Right.
Just the cap.
Nobody else does bioremediation?
Not that I know.
In Maryland? And not DC and not Fairfax?
Not that I know.
Okay.
The regular way. See, the problem here is that we're talking a landfill that was constructed prior to the Subtitle D regulations, and all the new landfills are being capped the way we are planning to cap this landfill.
Question. So, page 4. Is this what you're building, basically? These buildings? Is that what you're doing? You're continuing everything?
Okay, so page 4, what it shows is the groundwater wells. That all these little blue points that you can see are groundwater wells that help us to determine whether we are over the contamination limits or not. Now, the blue shaded areas that you see are basically the areas where we're going to be excavating trash and put it back inside the landfill.
Okay.
In the lower areas of the landfill on top. So we are excavating all these areas to be able to anchor, to bench back and anchor the cap, basically.
So that's the project, essentially?
That's part of the project, big part of the project, yes.
So you remove everything, you put it back. What does that mean, anchor? What does that do?
Well, it's a synthetic cap that needs to be anchored back into the ground. Right now, the limits of waste go all the way to the property line.
Yeah.
So it will be impossible to anchor in there. You need to remove that trash.
Okay, so you're going to put a new cap on it?
Yes.
So you're going to dig away from the edge, pile it back on, put a new cap on it?
Yes.
And then put a bunch of dirt on top of that?
3 feet of dirt on top of that
3 feet
as a vegetative cover. So there is a geomembrane. Well, first you have the recompacted trash. Then you have some 1 foot of soil on top of that to give the geomembrane some stability. Then you have a drainage layer to be able to move that water, that the rainwater, move it to the sites and into the stormwater facilities and ponds. And then on top of that, you have 3 feet of soil, which is called the vegetative cover. That's where you put your bushes and all the plants with very shallow roots.
Okay. There's a lot of issues, a lot of consequences from landfills. Landfills are not without their own problems. And I know there's a lot of talk about shutting down the incinerator and diverting that waste to other communities for them to have these same problems. And I think that we need to handle our own trash and our own waste and take care of it in our community. And that has been a long-standing policy for us now, I think. Although I guess the ash might leave the county, but from the facility. But just want to say, as talk proceeds about zero waste and shutting down the incinerator, you can't just export these problems. We can't just send these kinds of projects to other communities. That's not right. It's wrong. And until we have a plan to keep all of our waste inside our county, whatever we do, we have to handle our waste inside our county, in my opinion.
Yeah. So you'd mentioned the Montgomery County Coalition for the Homeless. You alluded to it, and so I know all the details of that property, which you can see on slide 5 in that corner. So how would that property be affected by this? Can that be helped in any way by any of this remediation work? Because as of right now, they're not planning on going back because of the environmental problems with that facility, and so I'm just trying to figure out how we improve that particular parcel.
Well, for the administrative buildings that are there, or for the actual homeless shelter? Because
one and the same.
yeah, well, for the, I don't know if you want to go to slide 6, we actually showed a little bit about where the staging area would be, so that with that, you know, we would not be doing any staging of construction vehicles anywhere near that property. It's going to be on the other side of the landfill, off the South Lawn entrance, South Lawn Drive entrance. And our plan is to take down the old, what's it called? Where we used to take the methane and burn it. You know,
Gas
that's
to
not being,
energy
yeah,
facility.
gas to energy. That's not being done anymore. So the plan is to take that down and be able to use that as the staging area for our construction projects. Actually, what we've talked to DGS about is, you know, maybe that admin building could be used as a staging area for the construction vehicles or for the construction workers, and have that be their offices. So for the next 5 years, it could possibly be reused to be able to support the construction project. As far as the homeless shelter, or as far as that building, for the next 5 years, it's going to be a construction site. So it's going to be, I mean, except we're not going to have construction vehicles going through there, but there's going to be a lot of activity at the site as we move the waste and put the cap on. So it's not going to be conducive to a whole lot of nice
Right.
things happening there.
Well, I mean, aside from the work that you all will be doing, there is no desire for, on MCCH's behalf, to go back to that facility because of fears and concerns. And so DGS is in the process of building, I don't want to call it makeshift, but a more modular type of facility off of Crabs Branch, not too far from there. And so I'm glad to at least know that that property is being discussed, right? Because it is office buildings and the shelter and administrative space. I'll follow up with you as to how much more involved it can be, because if you need to use that for staging and the current clients of that space have no interest in going back, then let's rethink that space. Whether that gets captured into the project that you've currently shared or it gets redesigned to some other types of administrative space, I think it would be a shame to wall off that property and leave it, for lack of a better term, as derelict office space, because you'll use it in a short-term 5-year capacity. I guess in county speak that is short-term, right? And then what would happen of it? And the concern I have is no other tenant would want to move in because of the same lingering problems. And so if there's a way to remediate that even further, as I said, I'll follow up with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was what we had as far as the background on the project. I don't know, Keith, if you had anything more you wanted to point out.
Just wanted to know, my understanding wasn't, I did not actually discuss the Coalition for the Homeless issues in this packet for the very reason that you just mentioned, that the assumption that I understand going forward is that they're not coming back to this site, certainly during the construction period of this. And so what happens to this portion of the site over time is an open question. There could be some staging issues that Ms. Bubar mentioned can be accommodated during the site or during the project by the construction folks. But what happens after is not right now part of the reuse plan that is under design. That's looking at the landfill site itself. So any potential reuse of this is an open question.
Well, and I appreciate that clarification, and you're spot on, but I think it would be wise for us to include that in this conversation, because right now, hypothermia season extends one more month. MCCH is in Rockville. They're in a Taft Court, and they'll be DGS is planning on building them a new facility, which hopefully will take them through next year already, depending on the actual designs there. So we know they're not going back this year, and again, they have stated that there is disinterest in going back if the facility is under the current, in the current situation. So.
Right. And also the design of the project, correct me if I'm wrong, does not assume relocating the flaring system. It would still be at this site. Now, of course, we'll have a lot more experience with it in the coming years, better understanding of what, if any, impacts that system does have. But the assumption is that it's staying there. It's not moving elsewhere on the site.
Yes. So so going back to that, so there were conversations about that, and it was decided to let it be.
Yeah, we actually looked at what would be the cost associated with relocating the flares, and it would be quite expensive to do that.
I know there were costs associated with remediating the flares, one of which included building a 100-foot wall around it, which was not feasible.
I think it was 95. But
95. I'll round up. But yes, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't have anything else on this particular project. That's it in terms of this category for the CIP.
Okay. Objection? Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next up, we have the Conservation of Natural Resources CIP, including two items, storm drains and then also the Stormwater Management CIP. So I think we'll have the storm drain folks come up first. I'll load they have some slides as well they want to walk you through, and then we can talk about their program.
So as Keith's pulling that up, I'm Dan Sheridan with DOT Division of Transportation Engineering, and my colleagues with me today are Tim Couples with DTE also, and Melissa Gardner from DOT Division of Highway Services, and Veronica Joie from OMB. Oh, sorry. And we also have Richard Dorsey here from Highway Services as well. So basically there are four CIP projects within the storm draining, outfall, and culverts. They work close. Three of them work very closely together, and basically the facility planning we take in through our drainage assistance request hotline and emails. We get requests from residents for drainage assistance, and we try to do within 2 weeks. We get out to those calls, and then within a couple more weeks after that, we'll have a plan of action. Whether that might be, it could be something as assigning it to Highway Services for maintenance of a clogged inlet or something like that, or whether it needs to be something more substantial with a design. And then the other program is our culvert replacement, and that deals with basically up to 6-foot diameter culverts. And that's mostly handled by Highway Services. And they get some design support from Division of Transportation Engineering. So next slide, Keith. We're just going to go through some example projects with before. This is a before and during picture of Belfast Road. This was culvert replacement that became an emergency in our large storm event last July. The next slide is Fenway Road. It was the same storm event. It was before on the left, and during construction, see the steel I-beam that's supporting a gas main that was underneath the road. So next slide is another one that was done under our culvert replacement. It's hard to see, but at the top of the left picture is where the storm drain is outfalling, and it's just eroded completely the side slope. So that storm drain had to be replaced with a new head wall as well. Next slide is Ashburton Lane, which was a severe rain event, lack of inlets at the low spot at the intersection of Ashburton Lane and Bellhaven. On the right is an inlet was added to those low points where the large storm event, so that'll help drain those down in the future. Next slide is Woodbine Road. which was a major storm drain that outfalled, I don't know, 50 yards from Rock Creek down by Candy Cane City, if you know where that is. What's not shown in the first picture where this head wall is just toppled over is there's also exposed utilities, both electric and water. So the one on the right is the head wall is replaced, and we're starting to do more natural outfall. So it's one thing we try to do in our program is the MDE finances us through the long-term loan. They like to see green infrastructure. So when we do a repair, we try to repair with some green infrastructure. So the outfall is a series of step pools and riffles to have a more natural outfall. So next slide is Chart Oak Drive. Again, this was on the left is a severely incised area that had no storm drain. So we installed a couple of inlets and some drop manholes to reduce the velocity and step it down to an end wall in the middle, and again a series of natural step pools that outfall into parks. We work with our colleagues at parks on a lot of these because a lot of these storm drains end up in park property. Next slide is Bennington Drive. This is the slide on the left is just a severe cut. Just at the top of the cut is Bennington Drive. We came in and did a stepped wall back up with natural, and that's replanted with stakes, live stakes, so those will regenerate. Again, having some green infrastructure to that repair. Next slide is Daniel Road. Again, it's a outfall on the left that is just dangling in the middle of the air. Severe erosion downstream of it. We rebuilt the head wall and have a series of step pool that lead into, actually not very far from Woodbine. We did these right next to each other, also into Rock Creek. So again, adding a green infrastructure to where there was none before. Next one is just kind of a statement about our culvert replacement program. It's funded, the funds are expended annually. Cost range can be anywhere from $15,000 to $900,000. The first one you saw was a $900,000 repair. The second one was a $650,000 repair. And there's a map. The next page just kind of shows where those projects were completed over fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 20. And I think that might be, this is just a list of how we are seeing an increase in both through highway services and their service requests, and the lower set of numbers is an increase in our drainage assistance request from fiscal year 17 all the way up to fiscal year 19. 205 is probably a high, and that correlates with the very rainy year that we had in calendar year 18 into calendar year 19, setting records for the area. So it's just an increase in the number of assistance requests we're getting. Trend. And is there another?
On that point, so an increased number in service requests is what's the severity of those service requests? Are they worse?
Well, you can see on so it depends on the intensity of the rainfall, and we had two major storms last year, one in July and one in August, and those were beyond severe. Exposing weaknesses in our infrastructure that we knew about but hadn't gotten to yet. And, so again, it's related to the severity of the storm. So,
thank you.
Oh, and this last slide is just that there are no known projects in our inventory that are of greater than $500,000 value where we would have them come out as a standalone project.
All right, and just to summarize the CIP itself, all projects right now are recommended to continue at the exact same annual funding level as approved. And as you just heard, there are no new standalone projects that have come out of the process yet. But I think the story of this CIP is that we are seeing backlogs being experienced in several of these projects where the work's been identified and at some stage of the process it's waiting its turn. And this could be, generally it's going to be the more systemic work. The emergency work is getting done where you have a danger to, an immediate danger to life or property. In this case, some of the pictures you saw of flooding, severe flooding from the issues from last year, significant issue at that time, but not considered an emergency in the sense of a road washed away. So you have some of those projects which may experience greater than a 10-year flood, if you will, which I believe we built to. They may have to wait their turn, even though they look very significant in pictures. Those are some of the projects that you may see in the backlog. Some that if you get a July or an August storm like that, it's going to happen again. So what staff did as we looked through this project was I tried to identify areas where I thought there was a justification for some increased funding perhaps, with the caveat that we don't know what we can afford at this time. These projects are all funded out of the Water Quality Protection Fund. There's a loan program that they're working with. It's the same loan program that DEP utilizes for its stormwater management CIP. However, if those resources are not available for additional money, then you're talking most likely water quality protection current revenue. So that would be a direct impact on water quality protection charge rates, just as the operating budget would. And so it's a little bit difficult to know now what the council will feel it can afford at the end in terms of a rate increase on that side. But with that said, on the CIP side, I think staff would encourage the committee to feel what does it want to advocate for at this time, understanding that that may have to be pushed back or reeled back a little bit. But we want to make sure we capture what the committee is interested in doing or not doing now so that we at least capture that and have that available so that we can make those decisions later rather than just having it get lost. In this particular project, you heard about the facility planning earlier, and I talk about that on page 3 and 4 of the packet. And I did look back and see when these projects were last increased in terms of their level of effort. It's been a few years, and they were only marginally increased a few years ago. So staff does feel there should be some consideration given to increasing the level of effort in some of these projects again. For instance, in the facility planning project, I've suggested in the memo considering a 10% increase, $30,000 more. See how that works over the next year or two, see if that helps them get rid of some of their backlog, and then reconsider perhaps that level of effort again. But it is important to try to get the projects moving to a point where they can be considered either as standalone projects or as projects within the Storm Drain General project, for instance. So that was my suggestion on the facility planning. Outfall repairs, once again, funded at an equivalent level to past years. Just like with the others, you could consider increases there as well. I focused more on the storm drain culvert replacement project because with the inventory of storm drains and culverts we have, we know we are significantly underfunded in terms of a replacement schedule for that. We don't expect to get to 100% replacement pretty much with any infrastructure we have in the county in terms of our goals, but we're at about 25 or 30% of our goal on that, and I think we should consider an increase in the storm drain culvert replacement project. I've suggested in the memo considering an additional $500,000 in that project. As you heard, some of these projects can be quite expensive, but it helps us at least push the needle up a little bit. And then in the Storm Drain General project, the committee did receive a memorandum from Councilmember Friedson.
Before we keep moving, can we just cover, before we get too far ahead?
Oh, sure.
I tend to agree with you that we've had a backlog for quite a while. We have an increase in constituent requests. We have a pattern of increasing storms of increasing severity without any end in sight. And I agree with the staff recommendation that we should put more money at these levels in these two funds.
Mhm.
Anybody else?
So the facility planning was $30,000 a year. The storm drain culvert replacement was $500,000 a year.
Is this not our overall program for water quality and all that, a whole other conversation?
Yeah, that's the stormwater management side of it. This is really focusing on the quantity side, the issues of capacity in the system to deal with the stormwater. The quality side, I think, is what you're thinking of with regard to our MS4 permit and all the capital work we do there. We'll be talking about that next after this.
Okay, that's different.
Yeah, but same funding source. So that's an important element as well. We have to balance all of this within the Water Quality Protection Fund.
Okay, so the $500,000 increase is nevertheless within the water quality protection.
Right. So and that's why I always caveat that this committee, during its operating budget review in April, will have the opportunity to see all of this in the context of what it all means for the rate and what the committee is comfortable advocating for, both in the CIP and the operating budget, in terms of rates going forward.
That's good.
So the 30,000, that's for storm drains?
That was for the facility planning project.
Oh, got it.
That would basically give them, and correct me if I'm wrong, more consultant dollars to do additional planning work on some of this, to push it further towards readiness for consideration as a project. And then the storm drain culvert replacement work would at least help get us a little higher on in our goal of the infrastructure replacement cycle for that project. We're quite low in that now. So even lower than with a number of other projects in the CIP. So staff felt this one was, particularly low.
What is the flexibility for doing this work as situations come up or rain falls as you have it?
Well, you have emergency work that, as you say, comes up because of major events, and DOT does have to redirect itself to those. But we're focusing more here on the systemic work that we want to try to move forward with, just as a best practice to get to this stuff before it deteriorates further. But you're right.
They're related.
But you're right. The emergencies will happen, and they have to be dealt with as they come up, either through redirecting resources or coming back for supplemental funding at some point, depending on how big the project is. And that's just the nature of this. They don't know necessarily where the next emergency is going to be. But
often it's probably things that we are in the backlog.
Well, it's certainly
right. The rain's going to fall, and if they've been identified as a problem, and we didn't get to them, then you have like Menlo Avenue recently was an emergency where we could have dealt with it probably earlier, right? And in many cases, like most of these remediation projects would have cost less.
Right. Certainly, some of them could be the storm drain itself is not functioning properly and causes the flooding, or it could be lack of capacity in the system that we may or may not know about, and that this system that an emergency event highlights. And then you have to figure out how do we increase the capacity in that area to deal with the flooding.
I agree with the chair that we have issues we got to deal with, and there's one way to deal with them.
Yeah, the other project I was just starting to mention was the storm drain general project. This is where a lot of the drainage assistant request work ultimately goes, and Councilmember Friedson had sent a memorandum to the committee advocating for a doubling of the level of effort in this project. Currently, it's at $854,000 per year, so that would make it about do my math here, 1.7 million or so per year, with the intent, once again, of working, of DOT being able to work a little bit faster through the backlog of projects. And in fact, you have heard there was some public hearing testimony about a couple of projects that had been in planning, if you will, for a number of years, both looking for different types of solutions, but also waiting for the resources to be available. So I think those are the kind of projects that Councilmember Friedson would like to see addressed sooner if possible. And one way to do it would be to increase the level of effort in this project. As staff, I'm not sure what the right number is here. There is no right number. I think, once again, we have the fiscal impacts going forward, how we balance this with the operating. My suggestion was to continue to work with DOT to see if there is a level of work that could be ramped up in this that they would have the capacity to implement. They have to be able to move forward with this, not just giving them money, but making sure they have the planning synced and their infrastructure in place to be able to do this work. And I'm not quite sure what the right number is, whether a doubling is like what Mr. Friedson suggests, or whether it's a ramping up. So as staff, I just want a little bit more time to work on that. But I did want to let you know about Mr. Friedson's request that the committee consider his recommendation.
Meaning you want to get back to us with a recommendation?
Yeah, I would like a little bit more time, maybe come back as part of the review in April with our operating budget review, revisiting this.
Okay, while the department's here, do you have a reaction to that recommendation?
I mean, well, I guess one, it's always tough to balance where you're going to put your priorities and invest. So these are tough decisions to make. But as far as ramping up, it's always easier to handle a gradual increase and not end up in a situation where you have a big balance that could have been used for some other purpose.
Sure. If we were, for example, to double it, as the council member suggested, do you have the contractors and the projects ready to spend that or not?
I think we similarly would need a little more time to look at that. I mean, we do handle the drainage assistance request process through consultant contract, and we always get within our stated goal of meeting out with them and at least dispositioning it on time, so that capacity is there. It is once it's done and it's something that has to be designed, and are there permits or is there coordination with parks? Because I think a lot of these do outfall into Stream Valley parks and stuff like that. We need to build up our capacity there.
Can I ask, if you were to double it, that's still coming out of the same water quality protection fund, so it's other water quality work that's not getting done. What would that be, presumably?
Well, that might be more of a DEP question. I don't know if we can answer that right now, especially since, as you'll hear on the stormwater side, we're not quite sure what the final requirements will be in the next permit. But it's all competing for the same funds. So all things being equal, you would have to have an increase in the rate in order to do what you want to do, plus an increase here. We don't know yet what it's competing with until we see the operating budget come over.
I'm assuming Councilmember Friedson did not suggest increasing the rate. He was trying to shift the allocation within the existing fund, or no?
I believe he was silent on that. I mean, we have the memo here.
Right.
I think he was focusing on the backlog here. To be fair, he did not have the benefit of the operating budget in front of him.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why I started off by saying I assume this will mean that other things we aren't able to do, but maybe that's okay. Maybe we're not fully, expending. Maybe it is a more rational way to expend from the fund to spend more on this. I don't know. I would welcome.
I mean, it's more difficult because this is work that comes to DOT's attention from requests and complaints. We don't, as you've seen, the numbers have gone up, but they don't have full control over that coming in. Whereas with the MS4 permit, that's a 5-year permit. Ultimately, we'll know what the conditions are, and it will be planned out. How do we meet that permit? And so there's a little bit more predictability with that, as opposed to this, where the work is coming in. If you get a big flood, you're going to get drainage requests from one part of the county, but they can't really control that on the way in. So we don't know. We don't know what how much this will impact those, how much work would get done or would not get done with this additional money. We know they will, ultimately, as they ramp up, they would get more done, but how much of the universe is that? We don't know.
But you're going to get back to us with a recommendation.
Yeah,
And we have
my suggestion would be that, and we don't necessarily have to have a separate meeting for this, we could wrap it back into the operating budget discussion in April. And follow up on it, as we would have to follow up with these other items anyway, as part of a broader look at the rate.
Just to reset the conversation or reframe it, so $47.3 million in backlog, right? That's what we're talking about, so trying to increase the funding so that we can work through that backlog.
Well, no, the back.
I'm taking that from Councilmember
Yeah.
Pearson's memo.
Yeah, the backlog he's referencing is from the Infrastructure Task Force report, which I don't know if the committee members are familiar with that, but that's a report that's updated every year, looking at all of the county's infrastructure projects and how close are we to a acceptable refreshment of our infrastructure. And that 47 million is an estimate of how much we have left to do in this project to catch up. But Mr. Friedson's interest was in the Storm Drain General project, which would deal with a lot of these neighborhood drainage assistance requests, which may or may not be directly related to this. It's all the same infrastructure. But those requests are coming in because they have a major flooding event and they recognize that their storm drain system is not up to snuff in their neighborhood. Whereas this maintenance backlog is basically a mathematical exercise, looking at the number of storm drains, the number of culverts we have, dividing that by the acceptable lifespan and the costs to replace, and coming up with a mathematical number of what our goal should be.
Well, speaking
which is quite a bit higher than what we're at.
Sure. Well, and speaking of math, my back of the envelope math for the 8 projects that have been highlighted in this came out to an average cost of about $57,000 per project.
What page are you on?
Well, based on page 8 in this section of the packet, a list of work complete in FY18 and FY19. So those 8 different projects came out to an average of $57,000. So that's one number to keep in mind if we want to keep moving forward. But last thing I just want to ask regarding Councilmember Friedson's memo, specifically talking about Belfast Road where the culvert failed. Was that already on our list?
Yes.
So we were aware
yes.
that it was not doing well.
Correct.
And that is the point of this conversation. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Well, I just want to say that the CE recommendation did not include increases to these projects because some of them have unspent carryover balances. And so I have the detailed numbers in case you want to see it. In addition, he recommended 2 years worth of appropriation to provide DOT with more flexibility for emergencies, the outfall repairs, which is normally how it's done, but also on the storm drain general. And if it would be necessary, we could recommend 2 years worth of appropriation in both years 1 and year 2. And as you were mentioning before, the MDE loan hasn't been approved. Any additional funding provided to the projects will have to affect the water quality protection charge, the rate. And every $100,000 will increase the rate for 27 cents. Every $365,000 will increase the rate at $1. Just be aware of that.
Thank you. So what is going on with the state loan program?
Do you want me? Wow. Do you want me to say?
Well, we apply.
You gotta be on mic.
Department of Environmental Protection did apply for loans for the MS4 permit, and we were approved for $60 million worth of loans. But you have to do that kind of project by project. I mean, they have to kind of understand what contracts are you going to be using to do these projects, what are the projects. So we're working with Department of Transportation to have them give all that information to MDE so that MDE can give them approval to also be able to use the loans for their projects. So it's a process that's still underway with MDE for the DOT projects. And as I think Dan had alluded to, for these type of projects where you're dealing with the drainage issues,
because because the funds flow from the federal government under the Clean Water Act, there has got to be some water quality improvement that is shown before they will approve the use of the loans. And so that's part of what we're going to have to be able to help MDE understand, that these projects do, in fact, improve water quality in addition to dealing with water quantity issues. But that's not really the intent of the loans, so.
So you are approved? I thought we were waiting on approval from the state.
No, DEP.
No, on the MS4 permit.
Yeah, the MS4.
Is not even in draft stage yet, but about the loan program?
Yeah, I thought the loan program that we envisioned you all applying for in 2018, you were still waiting for.
No, we closed on December 19th, I think.
I think if we were to increase funding in the storm drain program, it's not clear how it would be funded yet. We'd have to work with OMB and figure out, is there a capacity within the loan program funds that have been approved to increase funding here or not? If not, then we would have to go to most likely current revenue to fund some of these increases. But they're applying annually for the loans at a pretty large amount to cover DEP, to try to cover DOT, as well as park and planning for the projects that they have covered here.
No, our loan didn't cover park and planning.
Oh, they're getting their own. That's right, they're getting their own. That's right, they're getting their own loan.
Yeah. Andy, you want to
covered within our fund, covered within the water quality protection fund.
Debt service.
Yeah, we're concerned about the loan program for a couple of reasons. The first is there are some threshold issues with whether or not we would qualify and whether or not bond counsel can be satisfied that if we use the money that the county can secure that debt, or whether we count against the county's bond borrowing. So that's the first problem. But even if we could, it were entirely straightforward that we could qualify and we could paper this so that we can use the water quality protection charge to secure the bonds, the amount of the money we're talking about in relation to the staff time effectively makes it arguably at least as expensive as if we just borrowed if we borrowed the money through conventional means. So we're not really finding that this is saving us any money. We're putting a lot of staff time into some very small amounts of money. So even though it's nominally a 1% interest loan, if we spend $50,000 in staff time to try to document a $400,000 loan, that's just not a very attractive borrowing proposition.
Can you elaborate on that? How can it cost $50,000 to document?
I'm picking over. Andy is the one who's dealing with this.
I know, I already asked Andy this.
Yeah. There's we had mentioned before, we've done the application. We made the list. Right. There was obviously a lot of staff time that went into making the application. And from that time.
Why is that? What's on the application? None of us have probably seen it. How many pages is it?
The application.
What takes so much time?
It's probably on the order of 60 to 80 pages, I believe. And you have to document, you have to develop a list of each type of project. You have to balance that within the appropriation that you have, and you have to justify the number of credits that you think you're going to have, the time frame that you're going to do it in. And there's a lot of back and forth with MDE in terms of meeting their regulations. As Patty said, they applied a year before us, and they only were able to close on their loan in December of last year. There's a lot of reporting. There's an entirely different level and layer of technical review above and beyond what we typically do for our projects to get a permanent approval. It's just a very challenging approach, and plus you have to actually build 5% of the project, so you have to figure out a way to put in money to get design, permits, and construction, and get 5% of the invoicing already done before MD will close the loan for that particular project. And depending on, and MD is a little bit vague on the types of projects, so it's really a little bit unclear. It also precludes us from one of our big efficiencies that we've had has been able to work with in-house staff on particular projects, but that's precluded. That wouldn't be part of the system. And with the funding, we wouldn't be able to apply for loans for work that
It's
we
like-
do.
They will only pay 20% of the soft cost, which are basically personnel and design.
It's a little bit like with bond bills. We can't use in-house labor as an in-kind contribution to match a bond bill. Similar problem.
Okay, and you've brought this cumbersome system to the attention of our powerful Environment Transportation Chair from Montgomery County?
Well, I mean, we went into this because it was suggested that this is a really attractive, straightforward, cheap way to shake loose funding for these projects.
Right.
And so we're trying it, and we're finding it's not so great.
Right.
I'm not sure we ever said it was straightforward because we weren't really sure what the process was.
We were
Yeah.
strongly encouraged
Right.
by OMB and DEP to apply for loans, and we're applying, and we're finding it's not, it's very cumbersome. So, I mean, we could try to get a legislative fix or try to clear out some of this stuff, but I think that
Well,
there's.
it may not just be a legislative fix, sorry to interrupt you. It may not be legislation, it may be a letter, it may be a phone call, maybe a meeting.
Well, there have been several meetings with our council, our secretary treasurer, OMB staff, finance staff. We've had several large meetings to fill up this.
Right.
I mean, again, I'm not, when you say, I'm not sure all the players. There were some of the folks that were in charge of the groups there. And separately, we weren't in the council's meetings, but there's been
As
a
we've
lot
been
of work
having
done.
these discussions with MDE, part of it is the federal requirements. I mean, it flows from federal funds. So a lot of these pieces of information that they're asking you to validate for them is because of the federal law requirements that they have to meet. So, and I would agree with Casey. I mean, it's been a very cumbersome process to try to figure out. I mean, we're pleased that we actually got approved for the loans, but it was a lot of work to be able to show that documentation and meet all the requirements that they say that we have to meet. And I agree with Andy. I mean, we're actively having dialogue, trying to figure out if we can solve the problems
With MDE
associated.
staff.
Well, internally, to make sure that we kind of understand what is MDE's issues so that we can kind of, try to solve it. But yeah, there's conversations with MDE staff too. Because we're going to try to solve this.
You have 8 state senators, 24 state delegates. If it's not brought to their attention and asking them to bring it to the attention of the secretary, you might have an unlimited number of meetings, but it may not get fixed. And it's pretty easy to bring it to their attention and ask them to do something about it so that the projects in all their districts get funded. I mean, I would just use them.
We're happy to try to escalate it, but I think we're finding there's more fundamental issues with this than just bureaucrats being slow or being unnecessarily difficult. This is, and as Patty said, some of it probably stems from requirements that they don't have any control over. So we'll keep working at it. I mean, we're not trying to pull the plug on these loan applications. We're just saying that in light of our early experience with this, we're questioning whether this is worth the trouble, whether or not there's another way to do this. In particular, we'd like to at least consider going forward, pay-as-you-go, current revenue using water quality protection funds as the revenue source. And the fact that the obligation to meet these requirements, it's not like we're buying a house where we want to or building a library where you need to finance something and then we're done. We don't anticipate that there's ever going to be a time when everybody says, oh, all your stormwater projects are finished, now you're out of that business, you can pay back the loans over some period of years. Unless the borrowing winds up being effectively at a negative interest rate, it doesn't seem to us that we're very unclear as to what the benefit is of going through this loan program if there's going to be significant administrative issues and there's a more straightforward path to funding it directly as PEGO.
And we're committed to doing all that analysis, looking at trying to figure out, what are the solutions to the problem. If we can't figure out how to, make this work, and as Casey says, I mean, the payoff may not be worth it, I mean, because of the amount of staff time it takes to do this. But there will be impacts if we use current revenue. So we'd like to, if that's the path forward, we'd like to be able to discuss that in terms of the operating budget so that you can see the whole picture. Because the impacts come out of the operating budget.
The effect would be you can do a lot less now in 1 year, right? Because you're bond funding?
Well, it's either that. I mean, if you want to keep the water quality protection charge at a certain rate, then you can only do so much, or you can choose to.
What about bonding our water quality protection rate ourselves? I don't funds? Why don't we do that? I mean, I know we have any disagreement with the state about it.
Well, and the county did move in that direction some years ago, but the loan program had such a substantially lower interest rate that the county switched over all of its bond-funded work to the loan program.
I mean, we have
And they have a much larger base, so some of the administrative aspects that you're hearing that make park and planning's not as viable. You have the same experiences, but you're talking a $50 million loan, so the overhead is a lot less.
When you say switching to current revenue, you're talking about specific types of projects.
Well, the park projects.
Park projects.
It's a smaller amount of money. If you're stuck basically with the same level of documentation required, it takes a lot bigger set of projects to justify that overhead.
And just like getting a personal loan, there's closing costs, so, you would pay the closing cost, and so you have to look at, closing costs for their amount of a loan, because right now it's what, $4.8 million, I think, is what they had in their loan request. We asked for $60 million, so.
Say that again, please.
Ours is Patty had mentioned earlier that the county's loan request was up to $60 million. Ours was placed in for $4.8 million to cover FY20 and FY21.
Remind me, which pot of state money do these come from?
Well,
It's a revolving loan.
Yeah,
it's
so
the
it's-
same loan, same system that had done water and wastewater treatment upgrades for.
Right, I mean, there's
Water
like
Act for
$300 million,
decades.
and it's a water quality revolving loan
It was
fund.
just expanded to allow water quality projects.
Yeah, well, MD kind of broadened their interpretation of what the money could be used for. Well, it's called the Water Quality Revolving Loan
I think it
Fund.
was created from the Clean Water Act.
Yeah, I mean, but the
This is from
state, the state
70s.
puts money in too. The federal government put some seed money in it, and then the state put money, and then it just keeps gaining interest as, it hasn't all been spent, because it's been in place for 20-some years. But as Andy said, it was mostly for upgrading sewage treatment plants, which mostly has been done now, so they're like, a whole bunch of money is still available to be loaned out. So MDE said, hey, we have these MS4 jurisdictions which are struggling, so let's see if we can get them to
And I
use the
think it
money for
does
that.
ebb and flow. MDE, when we applied last year, MDE was on generally, I think earlier, you had mentioned to us when Keith had mentioned when they looked a lot more attractive, I think there was capacity in MDE's program. In the recent year, the 2019 request, they told us there was approximately $1.2 billion request for about $250 million, which is the cycle after you guys were in. So it's starting, I guess it's going to, the question of its long-term viability as the sole funding source for this type of work is it's not guaranteed, and that's a concern as well, because the program will.
But that's a different issue.
Yeah.
It's like the legislative staff that wrote the bill and wrote those regs would be very concerned if it hasn't already been brought to their attention. They didn't create the fund for the money not to be given out or to be used up in closing costs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I do think that the unique situation of park and planning and our relationship to Montgomery County is probably a new issue for MDE, and that's what's brought a lot of the discussions. I think most of the previous loans have been through sewer authorities or counties themselves.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think MDE's been, but I'm not dismissing your point, but MDE's been very helpful trying to work through this, because they haven't been giving it out for MS4 jurisdictions or for MS4 requirements. It has been focused on sewage treatment. So they're trying to figure out exactly how to do that. And there's a lot of people from their end involved, but they're always willing to help us figure out how to navigate through this. So for example, like we included maintenance projects in our loan, and they were like, that's not what this is for. We're like, but we can show that there's some water quality improvements, so they were willing to, kind of include those in the approval process. So they're still trying to figure this out too, as far as how they can expand what the funds are used for. And to date, I mean, it's very bureaucratic, but they seem to be willing to try to get to yes as much as possible.
Is there clarity on the types of project that they do approve?
They want you to show water quality improvement.
Sure. So maybe not maintenance, but what else? What shows that for you?
Streams.
Yeah.
Stream restoration.
Best management practices.
Don't we have an abundance of stream restoration projects and a big backlog?
We could. We have a.
So why not apply for every stream restoration project in the county?
Well,
And then you wouldn't have that problem.
Yeah, well, for the MS4 program, we are pretty much relying on loans to fund the construction projects.
Just
right. Our fund and our PDFs are all the what used to be GEO bond is now called state aid for FY20, FY21. And, the better half of our program is stream work, but it's also coupled with BMP retrofits to treat impervious areas that wasn't treated, as well as tree planting. So far, as Patty said, at the staff level, they've been very helpful, very encouraging. What really happened is once the financial folks and the loan closure folks got involved, they are the ones that really got into these issues and have really stopped us in the tracks. So right now, all of our FY20 projects are simply on hold because right now MDE technical review, they're saying they're not even allowed to review them until the loan funding is resolved.
But I hope you would agree we're actively trying to solve this.
No.
Yeah, between our bond councils.
That was
and
MDE.
right.
Within MDE, they've stopped reviewing everything.
If we thought this was just about this issue of our eligibility and how to structure it so it doesn't count against the county's borrowing limits, that would be one thing, but it's the other issues that will lead us to question. That's why we wanted to give you a heads up that we're having these problems, because there's sort of been an assumption since we had this discussion in 2018 that was going to be the plan going forward. And what we're saying is we're not loving this program based on our early experience.
And how involved has your GR staff been?
Well, we haven't elevated to politicians, if that's what you mean. And
how about OMB staff? How about OMB? If that's
we've talked to OMB.
Yeah, we're pretty actively having dialogue.
Yes, OMB and finance have been very involved with this and trying to figure out how to make this work.
Just to jump in, DOT doesn't. We haven't even gotten any. We haven't submitted anything yet, or we're about to. So we haven't even gotten any feedback from them as to what they would be expecting from us and if they would approve our projects as considered worth this loan. So
no, that's not true, because we actually did not include the DOT projects. We were able to kind of reserve a portion of our request for funds that we said did not exactly improve water quality. And so the DOT projects and that, so you're kind of approved already. I mean, there's a lot of what contracts are you using and all that kind of stuff.
So it's more of the administrative stuff of what is it that they're going to look at and say, okay, you have enough of this to show this type of quality or whatever. So actually, he did submit some projects and we got some feedback. We're going through the administrative process to try to get them to better understand our program, because that's one thing that we're running across is they're familiar with planned, like here are our drawings, everything is great, here's all your paperwork, versus for us it's oftentimes, oh, okay, well this service request came in and you have to go out, you have to take care of it, and then we submit it and we have to hope that it all is covered by what they're going to approve.
Okay. I just don't think you should be shy about reaching out to our elected officials and on the right committees and asking them to go directly to the Secretary's office and expedite this, because it's holding up projects in their districts. And it's going to lead to increased costs to remediate these same problems. And it's not going to get the water quality improvements that the state set as a goal. That should be very easy for them. They write letters and make phone calls like this all the time.
Can I just interject? MDE provides a lot of oversight to this loan and how they disperse the funds. And the way they disperse the funds, picking on, by the way, DEP has been coordinating this loan application and closed the loan. The way they coordinate is they actually approve project by project. So up till this point, we've been approved because we've actually submitted plans and we've actually submitted project details.
So they are not going to approve anything that they have not seen documentation for. And for DOT, Dan has provided some documentation, some examples of projects, and you included those plans. Those have been approved. It's the other two CIP projects that we have not submitted that has not been approved, that we are uncertain of. So I don't believe that MDE, I don't believe we're speaking about them in the correct manner, that they haven't approved anything. They have. We just need to submit things to them to review and approve.
Okay, thank you.
Anything more on that?
I think so.
Well, we have were we done with storm drains then? I'm trying to remember.
You're going to give us a recommendation.
Yeah, we talked about the recommended increases in facility planning and in the culvert replacement, and that we would work on a potential increase in the level of effort for the storm drain general project.
Yes.
Okay, so that
We're awaiting your recommendation on
Right.
that.
Yeah.
As we do further analysis.
So that was all I had on the storm drain portion of this. On the stormwater management side, it's part of the same packet. We're in a bit of a holding pattern, as I mentioned earlier, waiting for the draft MS4 permit.
Right.
The program itself has a modest increase reflected in it of about $7.2 million, including an increase in the major structural repair project to do some additional, once again, try to work at a backlog in that project. And there's also some reorganization of the program that DEP can discuss. And they've provided for the committee some background slides here that I suggest we go through. And then I think there actually probably won't be as much project by project discussion of this as there has been with some of the others. So why don't you fire away?
Good afternoon. Hi, I'm Frank Dawson. I'm the chief of the Watershed Restoration Division, and Jim Stiles is here, and he heads up our design and construction. And Amy Stevens is here, and she does our planning, outreach, and monitoring. I think it's important to note that DEP's role is we're a coordinator and implementer of this program for the county. And we have a lot of partners, and parks and planning. We're just here, schools, DOT, DGS, DPS, watershed groups, civic associations, private citizens, and of course our staff. So I'm going to move to the second slide. I'll just cue you along. So I just want to give you a little background of where we are, current MS4 permit, and I know this looks long, but there's a lot of pictures, and I will move along, I promise. So the current permit, the major requirement was our restoration goal of 20%, which was kind of groundbreaking statewide, nationally. Third slide, we were issued a consent decree in April of 2018, primarily for not meeting the restoration goal. We did meet the restoration. In court at the end of 2019. There was a $300,000 fine, or we could implement a supplemental environmental project. And slide 3 is a picture of that. That was at Olney Elementary. All other provisions of the permit have been administratively extended till we get our next permit. We're also carrying over a number of credits from the old permit, 22 projects in total. The fourth slide is a picture or a graph that shows you the number of BMPs, including outfall, stream restoration, ponds, and environmental site design projects. Most of the credits come from streams and ponds. If you flip to slide number 5, these are some shots of Green Street projects. Top left is permeable pavers. There's a number of examples of bioretention and rain gardens in communities throughout the county. Slide 6 is a number of projects that were also done to fulfill the permit that were done on public property. Again, 2 library projects, 1 project at a park and ride, and 1 at White Oak Middle School. Slide number 7 is a slide of a stream restoration project. Just note in all these pictures, there's before and afters, and there's a dramatic change when you see the amount of sediment that was coming in from these eroded banks. Slide number 8 is the Woodlawn Stream Restoration Project, same scenario. Slide number 9 gives you an idea that there are times with projects like Donnybrook where there are residences that are threatened by stream restoration. Slide number 10 is an example of some major stormwater management ponds that have been completed as part of this permit. Slide number 11 is designed to give you a sense that even though we do not have a current restoration goal, we are continuing to implement capital improvement projects. 11 have been completed. There are 12 currently in design and construction. We're also continuing to implement our Rainscapes program, our Watershed Implementation Grants program at Tree Montgomery, and street sweeping, and all of those credits will count towards the new permit. Slide number 12 is 12, 13, 14, 15 are examples of those projects that have been completed. Kemp Mill. Slide 13 is Falls Reach. Slide 14 is a complementary stream restoration project. And slide 15 is Watkins Meadow, which is currently under construction.
And notice the sign where this is funded by the loan. So MDE has the little.
On slide
there.
number 15. So they even have sign requirements. On slide 16, the next permit status, this has been a very frustrating process in which schedules have not been kept. We're looking at a new permit tentative determination, which is a draft permit to be issued this summer, along with the accounting guidance. The accounting guidance is critical because it ends up telling you how much a stream restoration project's worth in the currency of credits. We're looking at a final schedule for the end of 2020. The conditions of the permit are to be determined based on what's called a maximum extent practicable analysis. The focus is on treating untreated impervious surface. We also expect there's going to be requirements for nitrogen, phosphorus, and total suspended sediments. The new guidance does provide for, I'll call it, extra credit for flood storage and green infrastructure. And I know that we've had discussions about the value of green infrastructure in this room previously. The MEP analysis, we have to submit a restoration portfolio. It's a set of projects we would do over the permit term, along with credits. Physical capacity, which is how long does it take to design? How long does it take to construct, get a permit? And lastly, financial capacity, which I'll just summarize as saying is how much ability do the taxpayers in a jurisdiction, how much can they withstand? My sense is that at least for the moment, we have constructed our maximum extent practical analysis based on our CFP budget, and we're assuming that will be our permit requirement, but that remains to be seen. It is important to note in slide 17 that there are a lot of other things that we have to do besides the restoration goal, additional monitoring, a road salt management plan. We've been working with DOT on that. We have to inspect and maintain. We have 17,000 facilities in this county. A lot of the issues that were raised earlier by DOT are also relevant to the maintenance of these facilities. Deep breath. Okay, slide 18. There are 4 slides in here that talk about an issue that our director has been pushing strongly, this idea of geographic targeting underneath our next permit, with the idea of us obviously striving to improve water quality and habitat, but also ultimately to use this targeting to target other programs like our grants program, Rainscapes. You can slow me down if you have questions, but otherwise I'm going to march forward. Slide 19 is a map that shows you from the most stressed to the least stressed watersheds based on stream habitat, stream biology, amount of imperviousness, and the amount of pollutants that we need to reduce in given areas in the county. Slide number 20 is designed to target stormwater management practices that are not stream restoration projects. So we're looking for areas that have poor stream conditions, areas that drain into stream restoration projects to improve the value of that investment. And slide number 21 is designed to target stream restoration. We're looking for areas that have low amounts of stormwater runoff, they have existing stormwater, and they have small drainages. We want to do our stream restoration work in areas that will last a long time and not have high maintenance costs. Slide 22. I only have 3 left. Again, in the interim, we have continued to do work. We just reopened 3 suspended projects, Glenmont Forest, Grosvenor Stream Restoration, and Old Farm, which were 3 major projects that were previously suspended. As a note from previous discussions, we had suspended 44 projects previously. We have 13 of them that have been unsuspended or planning to be unsuspended, and 4 more are under consideration. So there's been a discussion about trying to figure out a way to get 10 of them done, and we're certainly beyond that goal at this point in time. The new contract.
Say that again. There's
So-
a discussion about trying to get. That was
10.
like-
So in the previous discussion about the new contracting approach, it was, one of the criteria was they had to include at least 10 of the suspended projects in the new portfolio of work. So we've proceeded along in that fashion since we haven't implemented the new contracting approach with that desire in mind. So the new restoration contract,
We've done how many? Is it like-
we have 13 that are either planned or in design right now, and we have 4 more under consideration. Some of that depends on when we get our new permit. So the new, what we're calling a turnkey restoration contract would be design build, again, designed to meet the metrics of the permit, targeting areas that are most suitable for restoration, considering environmental justice, also considering the priorities that are given to us by federal and state grant agencies, in addition to the loans that we discussed previously. We're going to include subcontracting provisions for local small businesses. The county's major role will be in outreach, project and contract oversight, and pursuing these grants to supplement the loans. And the schedule for this is being dictated by MDE's permit restoration requirements, and us having a better sense of that. It's hard for us to go out into the marketplace and purchase something we don't know exactly what it is. The last slide, our CIP budget for 21 through 26 is $112 million. 70 million of that would come from the loans, 14 from state aid. Keith, I think you said this is about 7 million more than the previous CIP budget. Keith also alluded to the fact that we're reorganizing the PDFs into a single countywide PDF for 75 million. And there's a major increase in major structural repairs to address our aging infrastructure, not dissimilar to the discussion with DOT, aging, and increasing storm intensity. We have a backlog of about 65 projects with an average cost of $700 to $1 million per project. They're larger in scale than those that were mentioned by DOT, and obviously they're in varying scales of disrepair. And I'll stop and take a breath, and hopefully that wasn't too fast. I plan on taking 2 hours to go through that, so that was the abbreviated version.
You did?
So anyway.
We'll have another briefing on the details, you know,
Okay.
another time outside the CIP process.
That's fine.
We have a town hall coming up very soon. I'm watching the clock.
Yeah.
It'll soon be an hour from here. We don't get out of here, so.
That's fine.
Keith?
Yeah, staff was supportive of the recommendation. The structural repair project, once again, that's a backlog issue like we experienced in storm drains, so better to put the money in, and if we find that we need to scale back, we can do that. The other projects are sort of waiting for the permit, so we're really, they are moving forward with some of the suspended projects, which I think is in the spirit of what the council wanted a couple years ago, but some of these suspended projects moving forward, albeit under the DBM project, but still getting them done. Yep. So I think that's consistent with what the council had wanted previously. So staff doesn't have anything else on this.
Great. Okay. Without objection. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So these are already on? Check one? Yeah. Okay. So they don't even have to turn them on.
Since we're working with that camera, maybe put the fifth one here and keep the sixth one. Now, does this
mean that
actually take one of these?
And you wanted to. Will there be people in the crowd? Like, are you going to go in the crowd and have people talk?
We are hoping that enough people come in the crowd, yes.
Oh, okay, all right. So, yeah.
Okay, I'll just use this. So what I'm going to do is I'm just... And then I'm going to toss it to He'll say something, he'll introduce everybody else, introduce themselves. Then I believe the representative from Ramada has a presentation. And then I'll toss it to him, you guys run the presentation. once the presentation is done, then I will invite the first speaker out of the 20.
Are you going to call them one by one, or just have them call like a couple of them? So we probably don't need that. So where would you like to open up from? I may be also able to get your wireless, but then the battery's not out.
Hello? Hello, everybody. We are going to get started very shortly. If everyone can please take their seats. All right, good evening, and thank you everybody for coming out to tonight's town hall. My name is Crystal Park, and tonight we are going to be discussing WMATA's proposed operating budget for fiscal year 2021. Now, in that proposed budget, there are 4 Metro bus routes here in Montgomery County that would be cut, and all our council members here who are here right now, who also happen to be on the Transportation and Environment Committee, oppose those cuts. So let me turn it over to the chair of the Transportation and Environment Committee, Tom Hucker, to introduce himself, and then we'll go down the line, please.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Crystal, for organizing all this. Thank you all for... Better? I'm not used to this hearing room. Thank you all for attending this special meeting of the Council's Transportation and Environment Committee. My name's Tom Hucker, who's the chair. I'm the chair of the committee. I also want to thank especially Maryland's Metro board member Mike Goldman and Charlie Scott for attending the meeting and hearing from the public. They've always expressed a real interest in hearing from the public, and that's what tonight is all about. We are here tonight for our 2nd annual Metro Town Hall to hear from Montgomery County residents about WMATA's FY21 operating budget. And I have some good news to deliver. Last year, as you may remember, we came together down the road at the Silver Spring Civic Building, and we, many of you participated in a petition drive we did, urging the board to end the Silver Spring turnback that had been around for decades and double the service at Forest Glen, Glenmont, and Wheaton. Our Maryland members, after that town hall meeting, including Mike, fought for us, and we were able to successful in ending the turnbacks after 29 years. And we've seen that policy decision. You remember in that the famous movie quote that if you build it, they will come. We believed if you restore high quality service to Metro riders, they will come. And we found out that that policy decision paid off daily with incredible ridership numbers. Already there's 1,300 more riders daily using Glenmont and Wheaton and the Forest Glen stations in the last 6 months of 2019 than in the same time frame in 2018 when the turnback was still in effect. Ridership at the Silver Spring station also increased during this time, making it a net gain of 2,600 daily riders at the 4 Eastern Red Line stations in Montgomery County post the turnback. We now know how hard WMATA General Manager Paul Wiedefeld and our staff and board members have worked alongside county and state leaders to get Metro back on track and back to good, as they say. We know funding is tight, but we are hoping for our strong collaboration again this year. Tonight, we're going to limit the discussion to those items directly related to WMATA's operating budget. There are many topics we may hear about, but a preview of those include potential cuts to the Montgomery County Metro bus routes and a curtailing of service spans on others, potential fare increases that will negatively affect both bus and rail riders. Ultimately, we all know that Metro is the transportation backbone of our region, and it's crucial to our economic prosperity and our quality of life. So tonight, we're also going to hear a presentation from Metro's Charlie Scott about General Manager Wiedefeld's proposed budget. We'll then hear from some panelists representing civic and advocacy groups, followed by other citizens that have signed up. If you want to testify and you have not signed up, please see my Chief of Staff, who's in the back of the room raising his hand, Dave Kuhns, to sign up, because we can add you to the list. We'll have to end the town hall at 8:30 tonight, so if we don't get to you, we're eager to receive your comments in writing, and we're going to pass those on to the Metro board as well. And the good news is, because of a change in schedule that Mike will probably address, all your testimony tonight will be in the official transcript that the Metro board will consider when they're making their budget decisions. And I'll just say personally, I called this hearing because I'm personally very concerned about the impact of the proposed budget cuts on Montgomery County in general and in my district in particular. The Montgomery County Council has set ambitious goals to reduce our carbon pollution, to reduce our traffic congestion, to drive our economic development, and to address racial inequities. And these proposed cuts directly undercut our ability to reach each of those 4 goals. So before turning things over to Charlie Scott for our presentation, I want to welcome comments from my committee colleague, Evan Glass, and then I'll turn it over to Board Member Goldman. Councilmember Glass.
Thank you very much, Chair Hucker. Thank you all for coming out tonight for what is a really important conversation. 65,000 residents in Montgomery County rely on the Metrobus every single day. And a startling fact is, of those 65,000 residents who rely on the Metrobus, 50% make less than $30,000 a year, and 50% do not own a car. And so we are at risk of literally stranding some of our own residents if we cut or eliminate some of these bus routes. And some of the routes that are slated for being for cuts are the C4, the D5, the J2, the K6, the L8, the T2, and the Y2. It's not bingo, this is real life. And so there are other routes that are slated for partial elimination, but it's because of the dire consequences facing so many of our residents that a few weeks ago I authored a letter that was signed by all my colleagues on the county council, as well as an overwhelming majority of our state senators and state delegates here in Maryland. So I want you to know that we are all aware and trying to do what we can to make sure that we have transit equity here in Montgomery County. I'll also say that in this current budget, in the FY20 budget here in Montgomery County last year, I led the effort to expand the Kids Ride Free program so that kids under the age of 18 can take the Metrobus or the ride-on anytime those systems operate, any day, any night. And what that did was have the students who decided they wanted to actually take our public bus system resulted in a 57% increase in our ride-on and a 51% increase in Metrobus use by kids under the age of 18. So doubling down on that point, if we provide access and availability, people will take our bus routes. And then last point, 41% of greenhouse emissions here in Montgomery County comes from transportation. And if we are serious about creating a better environment for our kids and our grandkids, we need to do all we can to limit and reduce single occupancy vehicles, and that means more public transportation. So at this point in time, to be reducing our bus routes doesn't make sense. And so I want to again thank the chairman for organizing this meeting, let you all know that we hear you, and tonight we are here to hear from you as well as WMATA and other stakeholders, because these cuts are problematic, and we're doing all we can to make sure we have transit equity here in Montgomery County. So thank you, Chairman Hucker.
Thank you so much, Council Member. And now, just to make sure everybody understands the proposed budget cuts that are before us, before the Metro Board, and the case for them and why the General Manager feels they're necessary, we're so pleased to have Charlie Scott with us. So thanks so much for, are you going?
Mr. Chair,
oh, I beg your pardon. Point of order. Oh, please introduce him. Yes.
Good evening. As Chairman Hucker introduced me, I'm Mike Goldman. I'm board member from Maryland. The WMATA board consists of a total of 8 members, 2 from Maryland, 2 from Virginia, 2 from the district, and 2 from the federal government. My other colleague representing Maryland is your Secretary of Transportation, Greg Slater, who couldn't be with us tonight. This is the second hearing on our fiscal year 2021 budget that we're holding in Maryland. The first one was held last Thursday as the official hearing in New Carrollton. At Chairman Hucker's request, his town hall meeting tonight will be a second semi-official hearing for Maryland and for people in Montgomery County to match the one that was held last week in New Carrollton in Prince George's County. And therefore, I will treat it as I treated the hearing last week, as a semi-official type hearing, and I will read to you exactly what I read last week as the official ground rules, and then I will introduce the WMATA staff person, Charlie, will give you a presentation, the same presentation that was given last Thursday in New Carrollton as part of the official hearing. So I want to take a moment to recognize that this is where we listen to you. This is your opportunity to comment on the proposals, and we're here to listen. We will not be able to answer questions during your testimony. If you have questions, you may see Charlie, who is the only WMATA Metro person here today, at the conclusion of his presentation. But before you begin your remarks, please state your name and the organization you represent, if any. Please note that all statements, including any personal information such as names, email addresses, or telephone numbers you provide in statements, are releasable to the public upon request, and we may post them on WMATA's website without change, including any personal information provided. Further testimony may be submitted and must be received by 9 a.m. on Monday, March 9th. That's the new closing date for testimony on this FY 2021 budget. Chairman Hucker recognized Dave Coons, his chief of staff, so you have written testimony. Give a copy to him so that it can be included in the submission that Chairman Hucker will be making to the Metro official docket at the conclusion of today's testimony. If you want to submit your own testimony, you may do that and mail it to Office of the Secretary, WMATA, 600 Fifth Street, Washington, D.C., 20001. Or you can submit it online at wmata.com/budget, also until 9 a.m. Monday, March 9th. Online, you also have the option to complete a survey, write a free-form comment, and upload a letter, petition, or other document. This is in addition to all the other options provided. If you have any questions about the different ways to provide testimony, please also see Charlie when he completes his presentation. Your comments, once submitted, will become part of the public record that will be reviewed by the Metro Board of Directors. Changes to the options presented here tonight may be proposed in response to testimony we hear from you tonight and to subsequent staff analysis. So I thank you very much. And with that introduction, I will ask Charlie to present the same presentation that was presented at the official hearing last Thursday in New Carrollton. Charlie.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Goldman. Thank you, Chairman Hucker, for this opportunity. And so this presentation is actually about both the capital and the operating budget. I will spend more of the time focused on the operating budget because I understand that is more the focus of why the community has come out this evening for this town hall meeting. To highlight some of our achievements, as Councilmember Hucker mentioned, last year we did increase service on the red line in addition to increased service on the yellow and green lines. So that was one of our achievements in 2019. And also we've recognized our highest customer service in terms of customer feedback, and customers are now receiving on-time performance 90% of the time on the rail system. And of course that is tied together with our capital budget because the capital investments we're making is what is driving the improved service that customers are receiving. So in total, our budget, when you combine the capital and the operating, the proposed budget for FY21 is a $3.9 billion budget. That's about $1.9 billion on the capital side and $2 billion on the operation side. So basically, everything combined is what we're looking at when the board considers this budget in the coming month. So first I'm going to talk about the proposed capital improvement program. We operate with a 6-year capital improvement program, but the focus, of course, for this coming year is just the FY21 program. In FY21, we're proposing to invest about $1.9 billion into the ongoing capital investments, primarily focused on a state of good repair. We're going to continue focusing on rehabbing, replacing, and modernizing rail cars, buses, and paratransit vehicles, as well as track and structures and other passenger facilities. Importantly, the state of Maryland joined with Virginia and the district to provide dedicated funding. So this is our first year that we're currently in where we're recognizing the benefits of that $500 million investment from the region. to focus on state of good repair for the system. And the table on the right hand kind of shows where those investments are coming from. So the state of Maryland, that $305 million for FY21 includes their $167 million investment from the dedicated funding legislation. And we're very appreciative of that effort. A couple things that we do with our capital program is focused in 3 major areas. And some of them are areas that customers see more on a day-to-day basis, and some of them are things that we do to make the trains run, make the buses run, that people don't necessarily see on a day-to-day basis. So in terms of the things that you touch and feel and recognize, these are things like the passenger facilities, bus stops at our rail stations. You know, many of you have commented to me that some of those are in dire need of upgrades because many of our rail stations here in the county have the original bus shelters at the rail stations, other passenger information displays, and other customer amenities within the system. On Metrobus, we're also doing more electronic customer information display signs with real-time bus information as well. Stepping up another level, the vehicles, obviously customers touch and feel these every day. This past week, I believe, we just received the final order on our 7,000 series rail cars. So 748th of those orders came in, and now we're actually beginning our procurement on the 8,000 series rail cars, which will be the next series of rail cars in our system. On the bus side, our fleet, every year we replace about 100 buses, just to keep up the fleet. So every buses on average have a 7.5-year average. And we're also, within that program, we're beginning to test out and pilot electric buses. So we're optimistic to see what that will yield. We're not going to go all in on electric buses, but we do want to pilot electric technology to see what promise that holds for the future of our bus fleet. And then again, every year, our Metro Access fleet is about 675 vehicles, and every year we have to replace about 1/4 of those vehicles. Turning to the parts of the system that most riders don't really get to see on a day-to-day basis, but this actually comprises the bulk of our capital program. This is the infrastructure systems and support facilities. So this is everything from the track that the trains run on, to the automatic train control systems, the power that runs the trains, back office systems. We're also consolidating our office space across the region into 3 new headquarters buildings, 1 each in DC, Maryland, and Virginia. And then also bus garage. We have many old facilities that we actually inherited when we bought up bus companies back in the 70s. And they date back many, many years, almost some over 100 years old. So in the coming years, we're going to focus on Northern and Bladensburg bus garages. So now I think I'll turn to the part of the budget that most people here have come to hear about. This is in terms of the operating budget. So some of the focus for this coming year is really trying to focus the resources that we have. And of course, all government entities have limited resources to provide everything to the public. And trying to focus those resources where we have found that there's most demand and most ability to serve the customers. So we are looking at additional Metro rail service. Notably, the late night service is proposed to go from 11:30, instead of closing at 11:30 on Monday to Thursday, closing at midnight, and then also closing at 2 a.m. instead of 1 a.m. Friday night and Saturday night. I know that's been a big issue for more urban areas like Silver Spring right here. So we hope that that is something that we can provide to the customers. The focus has been on having the window of time overnight to do the necessary maintenance on the system. And based on efficiencies that we've realized, we're confident that we can continue those investments overnight and still provide those 4 extra hours a week. Also looking at enhancing some Metro extra service on the bus side. These are the limited stop buses, and we find that that's where customers seem to have the most interest in riding more, as well as the bus that doesn't stop as frequently and gets you to your destination faster. Enhancing fare options. We're looking actually for the bus customers of reducing the weekly bus pass from $15 to $12. So we're really trying to encourage as many people to stay on passes as possible, because we think that's a economic tool for our riders to use. And also related to that, the unlimited monthly pass, also the general manager's proposal there is to actually keep that rate at the same rate that it is in the current fiscal year. So we hope even if the fares go up, that customers will still have the ability to pay the same rate that they currently are on that for those passes as well. So looking at the budget, one important thing to note is that in both Maryland and Virginia, when we receive the dedicated funding, one of the requirements is that we maintain the subsidy growth for Maryland and for Virginia at no more than 3% annually. So that's one of the challenges that we have to face at Metro when we propose these budgets. So this takes a look at the baseline budget. There are other things such as Metro Access and Silverline that are outside of this math right here. But that's one of the things that we need to focus on, making sure that the base budget is growing no more than 3% in terms of what the jurisdictions pay in their subsidy for Metro. In terms of where the funding comes from, obviously the largest source of funding is the subsidy from the state of Maryland and DC and the Virginia jurisdictions. That accounts for almost 60% of our operating budget. Passenger fares account for another 33%, and then parking we count separately, but that's another significant part of what our customers fund to keep our system running. And in terms of where we use the funds, about 60% goes to Metro Rail, a third to Metro Bus, and about almost $200 million to Metro Access Service. Mr. Wiedefeld has done many things since he came on board to try to find efficiencies within our budget. Most of those efficiencies, of course, once you do something to save money, it continues to pay dividends in the ensuing fiscal years. So even with what we're looking at in terms of the service proposal for FY21, we're still faced with an $8 million shortfall. So that's still one more thing that we'll have to find within the budget to get on top of that. In terms of the improvements that I mentioned, I think I mentioned some of these already, but it's the one I didn't mention actually is also on the Metro Rail, looking on Sundays to provide the same level of frequency of service that we currently provide on Saturdays. Similarly, for Metro Bus, there are a couple of routes where we want to improve the frequency on the weekend as well. And then, as mentioned, the proposed budget has a number of different fare proposals. So one of the proposals is to, and again, so this is, I don't want to complicate it too much, but our board approved the docket that went to the public. So that included basically anything that board members or the general manager had put forward that they decided to put out to the public is what is on the public docket right now. So that includes up to a 25% increase on the base fare, up to $1 increase on the max fare, and then also a weekend flat fare, which is a new proposal. The general manager proposed a $2 weekend flat fare. In the docket, it's up to $2.75, so anywhere from that $2 to $2.75 range is what's out there for public comment. Idea there being that, if you're a family and you're looking at driving downtown to spend the day downtown, or taking the whole family on Metro, sometimes the math works out that it's better to drive, and that's not our business. We want you to take Metro. So the idea there is that you would, at $2 flat fare, $4 a person, it's a much more reasonable consideration to use Metro on the weekend if you can pay a flat fare for that. As I mentioned earlier, the bus pass is proposed to go down from $15 to $12 to continue to encourage that. And then also some new passes, one 2-day weekend pass and one 3 and 3 day short trip passes also are being proposed for the budget. Again, a lot of focus on trying to encourage customers to use passes on their system. So a little bit about where we are with the budget process. The proposal came out this past November, December. Our board considered it and basically figured out what they wanted to put out to the public. And then right now, we're in the middle of the compact public hearing process. We had the official compact hearings last week, and the public comment period is actually, as Mr. Goldman mentioned, is still ongoing. And then early April, we expect board approval of the final service and fare proposals. And then our fiscal year begins July 1, and any of the service and fare changes would happen usually right around July 1st. Often it's the last Sunday of June. So again, as everyone mentioned, the comment period is still open. This tonight is obviously an opportunity for the public to come speak to the council members here who are here, to Mr. Goldman. And also we encourage you, we have an online survey from WMATA.com. You can take the survey, and even at the end of that survey, there's an opportunity to add your any comments that you have. Also online, there's a fare calculator, so you can put in your, the station you go to or your bus route and figure out what your fare would be under the various proposals that are out there. And again, we want to have your comments. They need to be submitted by 9 a.m. on March 9th. Yep.
Charlie, that's terrific. Thank you. Mr. Goldman, are you commenting at this point? You're done. Okay. I need to make a few other introductions. We have Councilmember Hans Remer, who's a member of the Transportation and Environment Committee, has joined us. Thank you, Hans. Councilmember Andrew Friedson, don't mean to step on your applause, is here as well. Craig Wilson from Councilmember Navarro's office is in the back. Thank you, Craig. And then we also have Joseph Eong from Congressman Raskin's office. And Joseph, thank you for being here. And I think Kathy Mitchell's here from your office as well, Hans, right? Okay. All right. We have, pardon me? Oh, and where's Partop was here? Partop Verma from, we're using your space here at the planning board. Thank you for hosting us here. We're very glad you could join us as well. Okay, so panelists, I want to invite you up. Charlie, thank you so much for that really helpful presentation.
Tom, I can call them up.
Please,
five
you
by
have
five.
the list.
I do.
Take it over. Thank you.
All right, so for our first group of 5, I'd like to invite Jane Lyons, Derek Neighbors, Brad Stewart, Matt Losick, and Partap Verma to please come and take a seat in front of one of these mics. So we'll go in this order. Jane, we'll begin with you.
Good evening. My name is Jane Lyons, and I'm here on behalf of the Coalition for Smarter Growth, the leading organization in the DC region advocating for walkable, inclusive, transit-oriented communities. Our organization has worked on the executive committee of the Bus Transformation Project and will continue to support its recommendations. Improving bus service is essential to DC and the region, especially for low-income riders who may have no other way to get to jobs, training, education, and services. We see positive evidence of results from the Bus Transformation Project in the proposed budget. Partnering with Metro Now and our nonprofit partners, we will work to implement the important recommendations of the BTP, which will help our region to deliver faster, more reliable, more affordable bus service. We support a number of provisions in the proposed budget, but are deeply concerned about others. To start, we support WMATA's positive initiatives, such as free transfers for riders from bus to rail. This is a top priority for low-income bus riders, and we strongly support this measure as critical to creating a seamless transit system. Removing the transfer penalty will make more transit routes more efficient and feasible. Second, restoration of late-night service. This will help late-night workers as well as to promote nightlife in the region. Lower cost fare passes. We commend the board for reducing the cost of the 7-day regional bus pass from $15 to $12. Enhanced improved weekend service because not everybody has a Monday through Friday work schedule, and many riders use Metro for errands and recreation every day of the week. However, we oppose the following proposed fare changes, which will hurt low-income riders in particular. First, the 25-cent fee for riders that use cash to ride the bus, peak hour fares after midnight when service is not operating at peak, and the $1 extra surcharge for using Metro Extra. We need better bus service, not drastic cuts to our system. Maryland, D.C., and Virginia should work to remove the arbitrary 3% cost cap and launch a bus network redesign study with the goal of improving service and ridership throughout the region. This process can start with the development of common service standards for WMATA and local bus services based on the frequency and coverage needs of our region. Thank you for your consideration.
My name is Pratap Verma, and on behalf of the Montgomery County Planning Board and the Planning Department and Parks Department, I want to thank the T&E Committee, WMATA, Michael Goldman for organizing this forum to discuss the FY21 operating budget, particularly the cuts to the bus system. As someone who uses Z8 route on Route 29 for many years to get to downtown Silver Spring, this is really personal. There was no real way for me to get to DC as a 19-year-old because I didn't have a car. And these kind of experiences we do see all throughout the county, especially in our most vulnerable locations, Mid-County and East County, where a lot of immigrant families use the bus system to get to work. My own mom used 3 different bus routes to learn English in the 70s. And had she not had those opportunities, she wouldn't have been able to integrate herself in society. So these experiences are very common, and also the council also adopted the Veers Mill Corridor Plan, where, as you know, has one of the highest riderships in Maryland. And when we do planning in this department, we assume a certain level of ridership as part of our planning process. And for that to go down, that affects many different projects, and it also affects the way we plan, quite frankly. One of the things we've also done, and thanks to the leadership here in this room, we have adopted a racial and equity lens when we're reviewing our own planning process. And I think that's also important to recognize that our most vulnerable populations are using the bus system. And as part of our own planning process, we're constantly looking at that angle when we're looking at policy making. So thank you for considering our experiences, and we really hope that you are able to restore full bus service.
Good evening, council members and Mr. Goldman. My name is Brad Stewart, and I'm the Vice President and Provost of Montgomery College's Tacoma Park Silver Spring campus. But I'm here on behalf of all 15,000 credit students and 35,000 non-credit students at Montgomery College, about half of whom rely on public transportation to access the educational services at the college. I'm here tonight to make sure that nothing bad happens, if I can, to any of the budget cuts or any of the budgets for WMATA. About half of our students, as I mentioned, take the bus. A large number of our faculty and staff do as well. And this is crucial for Montgomery County because we are one of the economic drivers of the county. For example, we provide all kinds of healthcare professionals for the county, cybersecurity professionals for the county, biotechnology workers as well, and those folks need to be able to access our campuses, and they need a strong public transportation system to do that. This is not the time to disinvest in WMATA or any other public transportation system that serves our students. It is sort of cutting our nose off to spite our face if we do that. Thank you very much.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for having us. I'm Derek Neighbors, ATU Local 689 member, AA lead, heavy overhaul mechanic at WMATA Metro. I've been there 17 years. I'm also a 35-year member or resident of this very Silver Spring community. The reduction of bus routes is not the answer to resolve budget or vehicular traffic issues here in the DMV. The reduction of bus routes increased traffic and congestion, adding a minimum of 6 to 10 additional cars to the roadway per each bus eliminated or taken out of service. As a result, this will increase drive times, carbon emissions, and additional wear and tear on the roadway. The conditions of the road right out front, Georgia Avenue, horrible, as well as Fenton Street, Colesville Road, Piney Branch Road, they're less than ideal conditions. The reductions of bus routes makes no economical sense. This affects those who can least afford it. Those too young to drive, those without cars, seniors, and individuals with disabilities students, and those on a fixed income. By the way, the average cost of a vehicle and maintenance, gas, insurance, and parking is about $10,000 a year. Increased emissions from additional cars impact air and noise quality, greenhouse gases, health-wise, upper respiratory ailments on the increase and is considerably healthier for the environment and beneficial to walking to and from bus stops to increase physical health for individuals relying on the bus. Safety benefits. Transit buses reduce traffic and congestion, reduce vehicular accidents that add to the second worst traffic conditions in the nation. Our metro operators, and they're operators, and they're bus drivers, they're operators, go through extensive drivers and safety training, providing the DMV with the best ride in the nation. In conclusion, route reductions only divert the costs to consumers and impact the environment negatively. And mind you, the riding public takes the bus to get to the rail. They do not take the rail to get to the bus. And I thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk.
Good evening. My name is Matt Losak. I'm the co-founder and executive director of the Montgomery County Renters Alliance. We represent nearly 400,000 Montgomery County residents. I can tell you that when I moved to Montgomery County, I chose my apartment on the basis of its proximity to a bus stop. I used to take the bus every day to and from work, and I expect many of my neighbors who rent their homes do the same and are relying on bus service in order to do that. I want to point out that in the last 10 or 20 years, we've seen a substantial increase in the number of people who rent their homes in Montgomery County. In 2007, we were at about 23%. We're nearly 40% now. That population includes working families, and a disproportionate number of them are people of color who rely on mass transit and cannot afford private cars. And we must discourage the use of private cars, as you all have pointed out, and we're grateful for your doing so. There is a climate change crisis, and we're going to have to start changing our cultural behavior in terms of how we transport ourselves to and from work. I want to also say that we have seen a surge in people who are beginning to rely on mass transit, and it's exactly at this time because of your work, Councilmember Hucker, and your colleagues. When we asked for an investment in WMATA, when we asked to end the turnback, we set out an expectation that this service would be available, and increasingly so. We may see a shortfall in the budget, but now is not the time to reduce that investment when you're changing the cultural appetite for that mass transit. A shortfall now is an investment in a future where people are going to use this service more and more. I think Council Chairs Hucker's numbers about the increase in usage are extremely important to remember. That's a trajectory that is heading up. Renters count, renters have a voice, and renters are increasing in number every year in Montgomery County, and they are relying on mass transit. On behalf of all the renters of Montgomery County, and in agreement with my colleagues on this panel, please do not reduce the funding for this service. Increase it and find other efficiencies, including efficiencies that pull down funding from the state and federal funding as well, wherever possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask, before you all exit, just to be fair to the general manager and to help inform Mr. Goldman, so if they were the federal government and they could just borrow and print more money, that would be one thing, but they can't.
They seem to have no problem taking it from the Defense Department.
Right. So, I mean, to all of you, and maybe you, especially Mr. Neighbors, as somebody who's inside the system, sees it inside has an inside view for 17 years, and as a leader of the ATU 689, where do you want Metro to make cuts if it's not bus service?
Well, That's a tough question.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Right. I would think more so. I hate to say this, is maybe at the rail, on the rail side. The problem is when we have the buses running on a 12 to 14-year cycle, we bring them in midlife to rebuild them, to put them back out on the road. So right now we had 200 new buses waiting to go into service. So maybe you can delay the purchase of more buses.
Okay. Anybody else have looked into this, Jane?
As I said in my testimony, we strongly support looking at the 3% cost cap, as we saw from the presentation earlier. That's really what's restricting investment in the transportation that we need. Right now, in the Maryland House of Delegates, there's a bill that I believe just passed third reader from Delegate Corman that would help to remove this arbitrary cap. And I believe that there are similar efforts in Virginia. So I really think that that's the best way forward.
Terrific. Mr. Goldman.
Just let me state that I can be a little more broad, since this is not the formal hearing.
Right.
But this is not necessarily a zero-sum game. There's really three ways, broadly speaking, that this can be done. One is what Chairman Hucker suggested, is that we cut something else in the budget. But we could also raise some revenue in terms of fares or parking fees or something else, naming rights. Or the third choice is always to increase the amount of subsidy that the state of Maryland and jurisdictions in Virginia and the District of Columbia is going to pay. So those are all the options that we have to consider. We have to consider on the last one whether the jurisdictions are willing to increase subsidy at this point in light of the current 3% cap, which is in effect as required by both Virginia and Maryland legislation. So that's what we have to look at.
Can you comment on, I wanted to ask Mr. Scott before you escaped. The slides showed declining revenue, and you may have addressed this, but if ridership is up, what is the driver behind declining revenue?
So briefly, so the total proposal that you saw there, that factors in any of the fare changes as well. So that factors in so we obviously reducing the bus pass.
Reducing the passes from 15 to 12.
Right, so that assumes, that looks at what ridership do we anticipate, and then also what are the fares that we anticipate from the general manager's proposed budget. So that's, when we come up with that. And it wasn't much of a decline, but you're right, it was
Despite
decline.
increasing ridership and fare collection, you're actually proposing reduction in passes and other.
That's what we're anticipating.
Right, okay. Yes, please. Councilman Reamer.
Thank you. Charlie, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So the shortfall comes from a revenue strategy, essentially. You're trying to make changes in your revenue policy, but that has an impact on revenue generation as a result, and that's what's driving the...
Well, and another factor is also that we continue to see, even though rail has seen increases in ridership, we, along with many other transit systems across the country, we continue to see declines in bus. It's something that we're struggling with. Other systems are struggling with as well. Many different factors, playing into that. And we're all trying to figure it out, really. But we're again, we're doing many things to try to.
Could we go back and see the fare, the fare slide?
Is that the one?
That one, and then the one that outlines some of the various. So first of all, this one shows expenses are up 1.1% projected, but revenue is down 1.5% projected. Okay, and then could you go to the?
You want to see the fare proposals?
Yes, the fare proposals. So you have a variety. You increase the peak base fare, but what were some of those reductions? Can you highlight those again?
So again, it's the
7-day pass.
So a major one is actually the eliminating the transfer discount.
So transfer discount.
The transfer discount right now, from bus to rail or rail to bus, you got 50 cents off the second mode. We're proposing to increase that to $2. So this $2, right? So effectively, for for most of our bus fares are $2. So effectively, the bus trip would be free. So that's it makes it much more of a multimodal, seamless system that is part of the recommendations of the bus transformation project. Other advocates have solved that, but it obviously costs money. But we think that is something that has been advocated for and is worth, at least getting the public comment on that.
Besides advocacy, advocates asking for that, do you have focus groups or user surveys or anything else to tell you, allow you to predict what the ridership increase will be in eliminating that kind of subsidy?
For the ridership impact for that specific.
That, and what data or other research do you have that would lead you to that conclusion that that's the best place to spend $1?
Well, again, it's something that we've heard from advocates for, I would say, Gary's here as well, Aaron Richmond County. I would say probably for decades. I've heard it. I've been in this either here or the state of Maryland for now 15 years, and it's something that I've heard the whole time I've been focused on this part of our transportation sector. Yes, it's the transfer discount, and it's been at 50 cents for many years. And back when rail fares were much lower, that 50 cents was somewhat more of a meaningful part of your fare. Now that fares are higher, up to $6, I don't think that 50 cents is really.
But there's no user surveys or focus groups or anything.
So we have internally, our planning department has models that they can run where they can, put the inputs in for, this level of fare change all the way up to a full, free bus to rail, and they can try to predict what all these models are. You always feed your best data into the models, and then you do it, you figure out what happens, and then you put your new data into the model based on the actual outcomes.
So MCDOT sent a letter, and they expressed some concern about the fare discount. Now I understand a little better the nature of their concern, which is it would be great for WMATA bus riders who take a WMATA bus to the metro.
Yes.
But ride-on bus riders who take the ride-on to the metro would pay a full fare on ride-on. And so there would be inequities and irrationalities as to why one trip essentially is free on your way to the metro and another trip is not. So we're asking for you to, I guess the county's letter is asking for you to, partner with us a little bit.
To slow down.
Come up with a phased approach where maybe we could match you. Because we generally want to have the same fare policy as WMATA, so that's just an equity issue within the county.
We up to Mr. Goldman and his colleagues to figure that out. Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. So, and then if you agreed with the county's letter and chose to phase that in, that would potentially provide fair revenue to not have some of the cuts in service potentially. Who knows? You'll see.
Many different levers you can pull on this budget.
I think we should try to also do the same thing. I think to the extent that it's a barrier for people, the cost of that round trip, we want people to use public transportation rather than drive. So, or simply just have a more affordable trip either way.
I'd like to add one other point, in that oftentimes we look at systems, whether it be our education system or this transportation system, in terms of revenue and expenses within that system. But we look at our education program, Montgomery County Public Schools, as a tremendous investment for the county for our overall economic prosperity. The efficiency and reliability of the transportation system has a correlation to our overall prosperity, whether it's companies investing in Montgomery County or this region, workers coming here to work, people living here and investing in their communities. And so those expenses and the costs of not having an efficient service should also be part of the overall conversation when talking about state or federal funding. Is this an investment that pays off in other dividends that should also be calculated in this overall budget analysis?
Okay. Speaking of MC, Department of Transportation, I didn't introduce the Director, Chris Conklin, is here, and Deputy Gary Ehrenreich is here as well. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Councilmember Glass has questions for us.
I'll make this quick because I do really want to hear from everybody who's here for the evening. But one question and one comment. Mr. Scott, regarding the enhanced fare options that we're seeing right here, it looks like most of the proposals, there's a lot of proposals to increase the fees and increase the charges, except there's one that stands out to me, and it's the lower 7-day pass, which is $15 to $12. My understanding that is basically a tourist type pass.
No.
Explain what that is.
This is the bread and butter of our bus system. These are our bus riders. So many of them choose to purchase the pass. We've lowered that from $17.50 to $15, and proposals to lower it further to further incentivize bus ridership and make it much more a lot easier to ride the bus, in the region.
Good clarifying question I asked then.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Last thing I have is really more of a comment, but WMATA, you referenced it. It's the bus transformation project, and I serve on the Transportation Planning Board, and we took that up last year, talking about it, and the Greater Washington Partnership, one of the larger regional business organizations, has said buses are our future. Because we do not have the money to build more heavy rail, metro. We do not have the money to build more light rail systems. And so it has to be a cost-efficient system that gets our people commuting throughout the region, and that is buses. And so riddle me this. I don't understand how we know we need to expand our bus network and strengthen that bus network. And here we are talking about $35 million in cuts to the entire DMV, which seems to me to undercut the point of the bus transformation project. And when the Transportation Planning Board wrote a letter in support of the transformation project, I inserted a paragraph, a sentence or two, quite frankly, that said, be mindful of the suburban jurisdictions, because what it seems like is WMATA wants to withdraw bus service from Fairfax, from Arlington, from Montgomery County, and from Prince George's County. And it seems to me that this proposed budget is proof of WMATA's interest in a long-term withdrawal, which means that we would then have to supplement with our own ride-on system. So that gives me pause and great concern. And I say that to you, you're nodding. I also address that to Mr. Goldman. So thank you.
Not sure if there's a response to the comment or not, but clearly what we want is for the jurisdictions to step up their subsidy so that we are not hitting the cap. The 3% cap was always, something that was of concern. It was part of the deal for the long-term capital funding, but it's prohibiting our ability to make fare changes, many of which I think we would like to make. Having a significantly discounted weekly pass for commuters, regular commuters, that sounds really beneficial. The weekend flat fare, your comment about a family trip, I can speak to experience. If I think it's going to be $3.50 or $4 or actually more, round trip, family of 5, you might as well drive. So we need to tackle that problem. But it sounds like we can't afford to make those fare reductions because we're bumping up against that cap. And so that is a problem. We need to be able to align that. And of course, we still want to align locally our ride-on fare with your fares, as our letter expressed. But, these things need to fit together. So we'll hopefully, when do you approve this budget? Do we know what will happen in Annapolis before this budget is finished?
So I think our board target date is April 2nd. Mr. Goldman can.
So we
Sometime during the month of April, yeah.
So we would not know the outcome in Annapolis.
Maybe read the tea leaves, but yeah.
Maybe the tea leaves? Okay. All right, well, we certainly have work to do, and I concur with the comment. I really am excited about the bus transformation initiative. I think it is a terrific vision, and we're going to we're going to work to make sure that it improves bus service in Montgomery County. And part of that is going to be, we got to put our money where our mouth is. We need to invest in bus service. And it's disappointing to see reductions of service, but some of the fare proposals look interesting. So thanks.
Okay, Crystal. Thank you all so much.
For our next group of 5, we will call on David Helms, Ben Ross, Zoe Tashayev, Clay Tunis, and Peggy Edwards.
Yes, water, please. Thank you.
David.
I'm Dave Helms, representing Washington Area Bicyclists Association. We have 1,500 members in Montgomery County. Thank you. I'm one of them. I'm also a resident of Four Corners. Councilmember Hucker is my district council member. Thank you, sir. The residents of East Montgomery County are highly dependent on bus service. US 29 is the corridor that everybody gets down. Now, if you take the routes off that line, people aren't going to be able to get to work. These are working class people, many of which are below poverty. This is an equity issue. They need not less service. They need affordable and effective. And part of effective is where we're building up that culture of ridership. It can't be, well, here's some routes today, and here's some routes, and then they go away. That's not how you build up the culture. That's not how we get the adoption from the user. This is an investment that you have to make, and I encourage you and implore you to continue to make that investment on behalf of these citizens in East Montgomery County, half of which are African American, Asian, as well as Latino, Hispanic. This is the most diverse area in the county and really in the nation. So please make that investment for our citizens. Thank you.
When I saw the J2.
State your name and your affiliation, neighborhood, organization.
Oh, okay. Clay Tunis, no affiliation, but I'm from Hillendale.
Thank you.
Okay. When I saw J2 on there, it brought back memories because I used to ride the J4. Is it on?
It is on.
Testing. Okay. And anyway, I'd take the J4, and when I couldn't or I missed it, I'd take the J2. Another thing I like to hear was about the culture of the kids, giving them free rides so they get used to riding the bus, and it's cool or whatever. I'm starting to see the effects of population shift and development in my neighborhood by the new reality of automobile gridlock. Folks are speeding through my neighborhood looking for a shortcut that really does not exist. And in the midst of all that, there are the stalwart folks walking down my street to the bus stop. Some I know own cars but choose to ride on public transportation. The others go to work to a job that does not pay enough wages to allow them an automobile, let alone insurance, registration, and maintenance. I'm speaking to both here and specifically those workers who will be working late night shifts somewhere in the White Oak Science Gateway. I remember reading about late night, early morning workers at the National Harbor Casino et al., where they had to run to get the last bus home, which I think is sad. Not just running to catch the next bus, but the last bus, with no other transportation options available to them. I used to ride Metro a lot. Now I drive an electric car and feel great that I don't have a tailpipe, but it's still another car on the road. Getting folks out of their cars and into buses is something we can work on before, during, and after the Science Gateway construction and the new Hogan's Heroes toll lanes. We can keep getting folks to leave their cars behind and hop a bus. Cutting bus routes is one of those reasons folks stop riding the bus. even those who have a choice. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ben Ross, Chair of the Maryland Transit Opportunities Coalition. Thank you for having this event. I'd like to make a few points without repeating too much of what's been said before. First, I'd like to really emphasize one of the more, I'd say, insidious parts of this bus cut system, which is cutting back the last couple of runs on different routes. You know, it sounds like you're not losing much because there aren't that many riders on the last bus, but you're destroying the whole route when you do that. You will, because people won't rely on the last bus, because if they are a little late and they miss it, there's nothing. So when you cut the last bus, you're losing ridership from the buses before it. And it really is essential to build ridership that a bus run from early in the morning until late at night with a reasonable frequency. And we already have problems in the Metro bus network in this county. The C8 is a particular problem because it stops, it runs, for those who don't know in the audience, it runs from White Flint to College Park, and the last bus from White Flint is before most of the restaurant shift workers end their job, and the last, students, of course, stay up late in College Park, and the last bus going that way doesn't serve them. And let's not repeat that problem on more routes. Now, the really most important point is what's driving this is that 3% cap. And that 3% cap was fundamentally due to a political situation in Virginia that doesn't exist anymore. So let's get on it. And, Tom, you used to be in a position where you could do something directly about it. But let's talk to our legislators and really make sure that that thing goes away, at least in Maryland, and we can get something done. Now, since you asked the last panel for suggestions of where to find savings, I have a particular one which is in the control of the county, which is retiming traffic lights. The traffic lights are timed to move the maximum number of vehicles so that a bus with 60 people in it counts the same as a car with one person in it. And especially at the entrances and exits of the metro stations, you have a bus with 60 people in it waiting, paying the bus driver's salary, and slowing down the riders while they're watching cars go by. And there's real money, and it's partly just a matter of paying attention. There's one intersection near the Bethesda Metro that was switched from a 120-second cycle to a 60-second cycle, and I calculated that the bus operating cost savings from that between ride-on and Metrobus just at that one intersection was $25,000 a year, plus the more attractiveness to riders. Then next time the traffic lights were retimed after some construction, it went back to 120 seconds. And I think it's just no one paying attention. And there is money around the county, and it's one of the greatest thing about moving a bus faster is that you make the service better by spending less money. And so that is the ideal solution wherever you can get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoe.
Hello. Good evening, council members and Mr. Goldman. My name is Zoe, and I'm here on behalf of the Action Committee for Transit. Zoe Chev. I am a senior at Clarksburg High School, and I took the bus here today because I do not own a car, like a lot of students in Montgomery County and DC Public Schools. And I took the J2, actually. So a lot of us rely on public transportation. For us, buses aren't so much as a convenience as they are a necessity to get to school, to get to jobs, to get to internships. So I'm immensely disappointed by the proposed cuts in service that this budget provides. I'm especially disappointed by the seemingly spurious logic that drives these cuts and a unfortunate neglect of the needs of our younger and disadvantaged populations that rely on public transportation. Because people rely on buses to get around, right? I take buses everywhere. I'm especially disappointed by the cuts of the Q, which currently serves from Shady Grove to Wheaton, and with the proposed cuts would no longer serve important stops like Montgomery College, Rockville, that a lot of students in Wheaton and Silver Spring rely on to get to, and same with Carver Educational Services Center. A lot of kids in the Wheaton downtown area are engaged in advocacy, and a systematic cut of the Q routes would severely blockade those students from achieving that advocacy. We just recently, as Councilmember Glass pointed out, expanded the Kids Ride Free program. So youth ridership is...
With large thanks to you.
Well, I'm not the council member here. But so youth ridership is something very important to me. And 65,000 people in Montgomery County rely on buses, and a huge portion of that is students. And according to the WMATA themselves, I think we've had a 51% increase in youth ridership on Metro buses. So clearly ridership is expanding in certain aspects, and for us to start cutting buses just as we're making moves to expand ridership to new populations, it seems counterintuitive, and it's very frustrating for me to watch. I'm going to be leaving Montgomery County pretty soon to get to college, but I would like to believe that when I left it as a better place than when I came here. And seeing buses cut that would severely impact students' transportation and mobility abilities is very frustrating to me. I'm also, lastly, one of my biggest concerns is the increase in the 25% fee for charging, for using cash to get on the bus. It seems almost illogical, right? I mean, if we're penalizing people for using cash to get on the bus, I just turned 18, so I have never used a debit card before, so oftentimes I'd walk into a store and try to pay with cash, and I'd get mean glares from the cashiers. So I understand that taking cash takes a lot longer, but I also know that taking change is also a lot longer. So imagining a time to dig into my pocket for a quarter just so I can get on the bus is it's a little illogical there, so I would severely urge against implementing that. But I'll finish off with some positives. Action Committee for Transit obviously very much supports the free bus to rail transfers. Anything that encourages ridership and makes things easier for people is a great idea. And the flat fare on weekends. We have flat fares on our buses. It makes sense to carry this over to our heavy rails. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Very powerful. Peggy?
Hello, I'm Peggy Edwards. I live in Tacoma Park, and I am a member of a group called POSNA that stands for Parents of Special Needs Adults. My son is 27. He relies on the J2 to get to and from work. He just moved back to the Silver Spring area because the ride-on buses up in the Montgomery area, or the Rockville area, stop running late at night. And the news of the Metro bus limiting late night service on the J2 in particular will be a big problem for him since he works at ArcLight Movie Theater. And the shifts usually go to 11 or 12, and he can still catch a bus at 12:30 to get back to Silver Spring, and then he can either walk to Tacoma Park, or if he has enough money on his debit card, he can take an Uber. But, taking an Uber all the way back from the mall, that's like 2 hours of his shift, and he gets, I won't get into all that, usually 1 or 2 shifts a week. But my son's not the only one impacted by this type of service. I'd also like to speak up about senior citizens, for example, who live up in the Olney Ashton area. When my parents moved down to this area in 1990, my mother didn't drive, so she would come to visit us in Tacoma Park on the Z2. And at first it was great. Then they cut out that middle of the day run, so she had to either come early in the morning and stay till the end of the day or not come at all, or get my dad to drive, which was never a good idea. Anyway, at some point, that middle of the day gap really impacted my mother, but I think it really impacted many more people than my mother. The people who work in the community she was in, it was Friends House community, the nurses and the people who come, it was fine for them on a Monday through Friday because their schedules go till 6 or 7 in the morning and then they switch in the evening. So that worked, but they don't have service on the weekend. They don't have the middle of the day service. So the daytime caregivers couldn't get to Friend's house to work with the senior citizens. So, you know, I'm thinking about seniors, I'm thinking about people with disabilities who will never be able to drive a car, and I wouldn't want my son to drive a car, actually. I'm hoping that some of these adjustments could possibly wait, at least on the J2, until the purple line is set up. I mean, it seems silly to cancel J2 runs when there will be adjustments once the purple line comes. And also, I always wonder about just running smaller buses, because you know, when I meet my son at the transit center, sometimes he's the only one getting off the bus at midnight. And it's like, why have that long bus? Can't we have short buses for some of those late night runs? And I don't know. That's sort of my idea. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for your testimony. We got to be out of here at 8:30, so we got to keep this rolling.
All right, for our next group of 5, Daniel Willem, Marquise Younger, Daniel Millsman, Eric Cathcart, and Amy Ginsberg. Since that's only 4, let me see if I can invite, where's Dave? Oh, can I do one of these names? Okay.
Yeah.
Nia Banks.
Great. Dan?
For the record, I'm Dan Wilhelm. I'm president of Greater Colesville Citizens Association. We're a 3,500 household community bordering kind of around Randolph and New Hampshire Avenue. We've been big supporters of improved public transportation, and particularly in the eastern part of the county, but the whole county, for at least a decade. Part of the reasons you've heard tonight, there's a lot of low-income people in our area. There's a lot of seniors who rely on this. It's important for the environment. Anyway, as part of the transit solution, part of the transit solution is improved bus rapid transit, with US 29 corridor being the first of 3 in our part of the county. BRT, also known as Flash, is only part of the solution. The other part is local bus, which includes both ride-on and Metrobus. The local bus routes need to be restructured to take people from home, work, retail, and activity centers to Flash stations. Routes need to be expanded to more locations and also operate more frequently. A lot of our routes only operate during rush periods, so it makes a challenge. For the Ramada Z routes, this means the routes would be terminated into the Flash stations rather than running all the way down the US 29 to the Silver Spring Metro. Rather than eliminate these routes, changes are needed. For the Z2, this would stop at the White Oak station and then continue on up New Hampshire Avenue to Olney. The Z6 would stop at the Tech Road station and, as proposed on the line, continue up the east side of 29, which is some changes, which is a good way to go. The Z8, again, would stop at the Tech Road Station, and this would continue on the west side of 29 up Old Columbia Pike and be extended all the way up to Burtonsville BRT station. The Metro bus vehicles need to be scheduled to arrive at the flash stations just before the flash vehicle arrives and not leave until after the flash vehicles arrive. The flash vehicles are going to ride every 7.5 minutes, so that shouldn't be that big of a scheduling thing. And this is particularly at the White Oak Station and the Tech Road Station. One of the ways to save some money would be to share bus stations, bus stops, like in Hillendale. Right now we got a ride-on stop, and then about 100 feet away we got a Metro bus stop. And why not have one bus stop shelter that satisfies both? And they're also, the way it is, it messes up traffic on New Hampshire Avenue. But anyway, that's all my comments.
Great, terrific. Thanks.
Good evening. I'm Amy Ginsberg, and I'm the Executive Director of Friends of White Flint. And Friends of White Flint is a nonprofit composed of property owners, businesses, and residents, all working together to transform the White Flint Pike District area into a walkable, transit-oriented neighborhood. Bus service is really important, but it's not the only topic of interest. And so we urge you to build the northern White Flint Metro Station entrance. It's vital to the economic health of the Pike District in Montgomery County. WMATA studies have shown that this new metro entrance will increase ridership at the station by 50% over the next 25 years. A new northern entrance will spur much-needed redevelopment, especially along Executive Boulevard and Montrose Parkway. It will make Montgomery County and the Pike District more attractive to small businesses and large businesses, residents, visitors, employees, since walkability and access to transit are the keys to economic competitiveness. A new station entrance will also increase the walk shed, making Metro more accessible and safer to reach for thousands of people living in half a dozen multifamily residences, helping to fulfill Vision Zero goals. Not having the second Metro entrance is hindering economic development. For example, AMP by Strathmore patrons have said they don't use Metro to attend shows because the walk along Rockville Pike to the White Flint Metro Station is dark and unsafe. Also, 2 potential tenants to the new office building at Pike and Rose chose not to lease space because the current Metro entrance is too far from the building. We also believe that WMATA's $36 million cost estimate for a northern entrance is higher than required. A more modest entrance would be less expensive and better suited to the area. We don't need a full-blown station. We just need an attractive, easy access to the Metro at Old Georgetown Road and Rockville Pike. On behalf of the more than 2,000 residents and small and large businesses and property owners who are members of Friends of White Flint, we ask you to build that second entrance to spur commercial and redevelopment.
Great, thank you. Eric.
Good evening. I'm Eric Cathcart. I'm president of the North Hills of Sligo Creek Civic Association. It's a new gig for me, guys. It's very, very cool to see you guys in this setting. This is nutty. This is just nutty that we're having these conversations. It's nutty that we're cutting bus service. From WMATA, we're cutting bus service from Montgomery County too. It just doesn't make a lick of sense. I represent 355 homes that are inside the Beltway, and we are in this donut hole of an area that we're losing. We're literally being thrown underneath the bus here because, no, there's no bus, right? There's no bus. The BRT stops, last stop is in Four Corners. We're expected to go north to go south. We're supposed to go north up to Four Corners, catch the BRT to go south when the BRT goes right by our houses. That's just plumb crazy. You guys, there's a disconnect here. I'm not seeing the county and WMATA talking to each other, and we're definitely, as residents, we're definitely not in the loop at all. I've got binders of stories of people that they're scheduled around these buses. Their whole lives are scheduled to the second around these buses. any kind of change is just going to turn their lives completely upside down. I just want to express my frustration with both the county and WMATA for not having us at the table, the residents, and not understanding our true stories. So I'm going to pass it on. Thanks.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Danny Millsman. I am not affiliated with any organization here tonight. I'm just here.
Oh, thank you. Like I said, my name is Danny Millsman. I'm not here on behalf of any organization. I'm a Maryland resident, and I'm sure that all of you are aware that just today or yesterday, it was reported today, the DC Council, a new bill was introduced by Charles Allen of Ward 6, Metro for DC, the amendment, to support a multi-tiered plan that will be implemented in steps to make to give $100 in credit for Metro every month to DC residents. This was supported by 9 of his colleagues on the council, and I think this is a very good first step, but I'm here tonight to advocate, and as others before me have urged, restore the bus service, which I urge you to support too. I know you do. I'm urging WMATA in general to do that, but I am also tonight here asking you to consider eliminating fares completely. This might sound like a radical idea, but actually, I'm just trying to remember what other city did it. I have it written right here. Kansas City, Missouri did this, and people said, well, you know, this is going to cost a lot. You know, we're not going to make any money. We're not going to make any money from that. And the city estimated it would cost between 8 and 9 million in revenue. They only did it for their buses, but that it could increase the region's GDP by 13 or 14 million. So I think the idea here is that these fares are a tax on marginalized community. Okay, somebody coming from Bethesda doesn't, you know, for the most part, doesn't really have to care about how much they pay for the metro. But somebody coming from a place working 2 or 3 jobs, really, that every time they go on the metro, that costs them a lot. That adds up. And what I would like to say is, if you want to encourage ridership, there's no better way to do it than to make metro free for everyone. And while we're on the topic of increasing ridership, I know that it's very important to you. I remember Mr. Glass and I believe Mr. Hucker said that addressing climate change is very important to you. It's very important to me. It's very important to my generation. I think adding electric buses is great. I think it would be a mistake to add them without first considering where the actual energy from adding them comes from, and from making sure that the materials they're used to build them are ethically sourced, especially the lithium for the batteries, and it's not being, you know, taken from unethical sources. I'll wrap up because I know I want you to be able to talk, but the question, where is the money going to come from? I believe petitioning to raise the subsidy on the premise that this will have positive effects on the local economy and will raise the standard of living. You know, the revenue from fares is only $700 million, which is dwarfed by the subsidies that Metro gets, you know, in the budget from the government already. So my next statement is just that the Metro should serve the people and fund their lives, not the other way around. And roads are built and maintained by taxes, and they're free to use, and they're maintained by taxes. And you look at the money Metro already gets from local and federal grants, that's taxpayer money. And Metro is already funded by the public, so it should be available to the public and the entire public, not just those that can afford it.
Right. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Nia Banks on behalf of Amalgamated Transit Union, Local 689. First off, I wanted to speak briefly about what the gentleman said about the fares and the bus to rail transfer and ride on maybe not being able to facilitate that. Just a little bit on that. The WMATA was actually designed specifically for the reason of simplifying the fare system so that people would have an economic means of transportation and they wouldn't have to make a million transfers and pay a bunch of different fares to get from one place to the other. And so with that, I would like to start by reading an excerpt, a small excerpt from the Urban Mass Transportation Act of 1964. Section 2A, the Congress finds that the predominant part of the nation's population is located in its rapidly expanding metropolitan and other urban areas, which generally cross the boundary lines of local jurisdictions and often extend into 2 or more states. 2, that the welfare and vitality of urban areas, the satisfactory movement of people and goods within such areas, and the effectiveness of housing, urban renewal, highway, and other federally aided programs are being jeopardized by the deterioration or inadequate provision of urban transportation facilities and services. The intensification of traffic congestion and the lack of coordinated transportation and other development planning on a comprehensive and continuing basis. And 3, that the federal financial assistance for the development of efficient and coordinated mass transportation systems is essential to the solution of these urban problems. So I would like to start off first by thanking the Montgomery County Council for affording Montgomery County residents an opportunity to be included on the record for public comment. Public transportation is not intended to turn a profit. Rather, it exists to enhance the lives and economy in our region. WMATA should be ashamed of themselves for putting the funding issues of the system on the backs of the riding public, the working poor, the elderly, the disabled, and the school students who attend extracurricular activities after school and depend on the Metro bus to get home safely. The purpose of Metro bus is to provide an affordable, regional, accessible transit system. Passengers do ride and should be able to ride in between the train stations, and low ridership is not a good enough reason to cut a line or a segment of a line that gets employees, consumers, the elderly, and the disabled, along with parents and small children alike, a one-seat ride from one jurisdiction to the other. The D5 was created by the authority as a promise that the passengers on the Maryland side of Chevy Chase would have a one-seat ride to downtown after the Friendship Heights station was built. And here we are again attempting to break that covenant. All of the Montgomery County routes that are proposed to cut or modify are packed full each and every day. To offer rail service as an alternative is a smack in the face of the riding public who have come to depend on the door-to-door bus service that Metro Bus provides. While the ridership may be low on the late-night service, those few passengers are oftentimes the service workers who close the restaurants and nightclubs we patronize to have fun. So shouldn't they be entitled to a ride home after a long evening's work? Not everyone wants to ride the train, and not everyone can afford a car as a primary means of transportation. What about the disabled passengers who are unable to drive? How do they get around? The Y and Z lines are packed full each and every day, so you would add further strain on the already congested main thoroughfares in Montgomery County. Also, the Y lines service Leisure World, a retirement community, and oftentimes seniors board the Y buses to make doctor's appointments at Montgomery General Hospital. Metro bus service takes thousands of cars off the road each day, while rub more salt in the wound of the commuters in our region. And finally, I urge you to, instead of cutting service and stranding your passengers, go back to the jurisdictions, Maryland and Virginia, and ask them to remove the 3% growth cap. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Crystal? Do we have anybody else? How many more? Oh, really? Okay, I have an outdated list. How can comment on?
Mark, do you know if we have a hard out at 8:30? Okay, so I guess we can keep going.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So
It's up to Board Member Goldman.
Not at all.
Okay. All right, our next group, Carlene Ponder, Jerry Garson, Luell Hayes, Larry Lynn, and Bill Okins.
It doesn't matter. You can just sit it.
All right, Julie Anderson. I'm sorry? Yes, Bill Orleans, yes. Julie Anderson? I have Anderson, but it says Anderson on the paper.
My name is
Jerry. Please
My
begin.
name is Jerry Garson, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Montgomery County Civic Federation, Inc., which represents over 150,000 Montgomery County residents. The mission of the Montgomery County Civic Federation is to preserve and improve the quality of life for all current and future residents of Montgomery County. Montgomery County Civic Federation, Inc. is opposed to the proposed elimination by WMATA of bus service on the Z2, Z8, and Z9 bus lines. We are opposed to all the other reductions proposed in Montgomery County. Elimination of the Z2 bus will eliminate all service on New Hampshire Avenue north of Randolph Road. WMATA should be providing free bus service on all bus lines in the Washington region. Only 16% of the total operating and capital expenditures are covered by fares. The cost of free bus service in Montgomery County would probably be less than $8 million per year. The cost of free ride-on bus service in Montgomery County is anywhere from $20 to $23 million. The district has proposed that it be the next U.S. city to make transit free under a proposal by D.C. council member that would give each resident $100 a month to use on public transportation. Free transit would remove one of the top obstacles to jobs for many low-income residents, and it would keep the region affordable and accessible to families of color who are being priced out. It would also be better to make all bus and WMATA rail service free in the Washington area. If free, you can raise parking fees to have some of the revenue. You also cut out the need for some of the police enforcement, for fare evasion, and for monitoring things. You save a lot of money on capital costs because you don't have to fix the fare entrances and everything else. So there's a big savings. If you want to build the White Flint station, all you do is need a ramp. You don't need any station agents or anything. And by making the fare free, we could get rid of a lot of the station agents who have them be basically operating as service representatives.
Thanks.
I thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Sarah. Jerry, go ahead.
My name is Larry Lynn. I'm up by Briggs Cheney Road and Old Columbia Pike, a swath of land of 4 miles from Tech Road to Burtonsville. There's going to be carpet bomb with service cuts. And there's going to be some collateral damage. I didn't expect to be here tonight. This is the last place until I heard on the news today, the media does its job. Oh, there's going to be a hearing at the county point. What? Call 311. What's going on? Because last week, I was showing friends on the Z8 bus that I ride first thing in the morning, the old Metro thing, where the meetings are going to be for these Z cuts in Boston, New Carrollton, Gallery Place. Not exactly, it sounds like an end run. It smells like an end run. Oh, might even be an end run. You make the call. Anyway, I'm a 9-year resident of Silver Spring, and like I said, I ride the Z bus all the time. That's the first one I get on every day. If it wasn't for a ride on a Z bus, I wouldn't get where I'm going. I have a photocopy here. Actually, I have 10 photocopies. Anybody wants them on the dais, they're free. They got sent to Metro this afternoon. And I see some of you council members are here. You're going to get a first look at, because I was going to visit you for 3 weeks, give these folks a chance to reply. Due process, due diligence. Oh, which reminds me, we're having a hearing here tonight, which is great, but a better idea would be a Silver Spring hearing for all the Z stuff, with the advisories attached, affixed to the bus stop signs like they've been for the advising of the service cuts with BRT. Hooray for BRT. I can't wait for bus rapid transit. But it would be nice to have on the buses, because I didn't know about this hearing tonight. To the life of me, if I didn't listen to radio today, I wouldn't know.